किसी का तो बज रहा है. हेलो. Hello. Welcome everyone. We are live now and we have Harshit Bhai here with us along with Amruta.
Hello, Amruta and Sagar Bhai. Day 2. Today we'll get to know what top 8 players are going to qualify for the knockouts and what players are going to get eliminated. Let's go!
And this is us today. Better camera, better lighting,
अरे
everything is
मजा आ
getting
गया.
better. And joining us all the way from India, the one and only Amruta Mokal. Hello Amruta.
Hey guys! Wow, today you're looking bright, but without the sunlight.
Oh yes. Oh, sun aa sakta hai, but we have some prophylactic measures done here. We have some shade in place. And Amruta,
Wearing white and black, the chess shirt again.
yeah, chess theme.
Amruta has incredible apparel.
Amruta is the style diva, and here Harshit Bhai is the style diva. I am always in my jacket.
exactly.
If I remove my jacket, my
Alright,
shirt
Sagar
is
Bhai is in party outfit today.
But today we have a very important day because we are going to see who finishes in top 8 today. And right now the standings after 6 rounds is the following. We have Magnus, Carlsen and Nodirbek leading at 5 points, MVL on 4.5, Nepo on 4, Hikaru on 3.5,
Arjun on 3.5 as well. And then we have a very close race for the last 2 players who are going to qualify because Pragg is on 2.5 along with Fabiano. But Vincent is right behind them with 2 points. Gukesh on 1.5 points. And then Richard and Vidit 1 point each have to do a miracle today in order to qualify to top 8.
I agree. Actually, a good question to you and Amruta and all our viewers is from 9, 10, 11, 12. That is Vincent, Gukesh, Rapport, Vidit. Do you guys think there is anyone who can qualify today to top 8?
Yes, I think Gukesh can.
Whoa.
Amruta agrees with Sagar Bhai.
Yes, I'm actually thinking that this is very much possible that today we might have Gukesh who will strike because he is been in not great form. And you know, a world champion has to strike at some point, no?
Yes. However, we have to understand that these are two completely different formats. He is the classical world chess champion, and this is freestyle chess, which obviously have some similarities, but in the broader scope of things, they are two different games.
Exactly.
So-
Like Sagar, maybe you when Harshit plays Grenke Open, he might just beat everybody and come first, which is possible, yeah.
Which in classical chess might be very tough.
Yes.
Because
Very
the
tough,
ratings are well
yes.
established, but in freestyle it's not yet clear who's really strong.
Exactly. I mean, it seems from this event that the top classical players are doing really well in the freestyle chess as well, but I do still think that we don't have a big sample size to come to conclusions as to whether or not the classical ratings can completely coincide with freestyle ratings.
Right. Sagar, can you please start the Zoom ka sharing of the screen so that I'll also
Oh
be
yeah,
able to see?
sure. Sorry. Now?
Ah, mast, thank you.
Yeah. Sorry, I just forgot.
सॉरी क्या है उसमें? इतना सॉरी मत बोल, हर्षित भाई कुछ गलत सीख जाएगा.
नहीं, मैं तो कुछ नहीं हुआ तो भी सॉरी बोल ही देता हूँ.
By the way, guys, this is the pairings for round number 7. We have Hikaru versus Fabi, Pragg versus Gukesh.
Oh, that's a big matchup because both Praggnanandhaa and Gukesh are in dire situations to need a win right now.
Actually, funny thing, Harshit bhai, if you look, Pragg is 1 point ahead of Gukesh. So if Gukesh beats him, he will join Pragg.
And that would mean that both the players would have uncertainty
Yeah.
whether or not they're going to make it. However, if Praggnanandhaa wins, he's going to have a real shot at qualifying in the top 8.
I agree. And then there we have a Nodirbek versus Arjun. That's a big clash there. Vincent will take on Magnus.
Yeah, and Vincent is also trying to make a comeback because
Yes.
he's on 2 points. He's currently on the 9th spot right now, right behind Fabi and Pragg, which means that even though he's playing against Magnus, he cannot really be happy with the draw. He has to go for the win.
And then we have Vidit Rapport, who, if whoever wins, will have an outside chance today because both of them are currently at the bottom of the table with 1 point. So that's a very crucial game there. While Nepo and MVL could very well be a draw as well. You know, they both are doing very well in the tournament. Nepo is on 4th position, MVL is on 3rd position.
Yeah.
And so that is
You know,
how
it's
the...
also possible that one of the top 8 players, somebody has a bad day, and you just don't expect that to happen, but it happens that they
That's
are
a
out.
very good point. Absolutely. I mean, all the players having 3.5 points still need to play well and make sure that they don't lose the track of the standings, because 2 losses and you're suddenly going to be out of the top 8. And all players, including Hikaru and Nepomniachtchi, are susceptible for that to happen because they are going to play against all the top players. I mean, there is no easy round for any of them. And ऐसा भी हो सकता है कि पहले के rounds में they did not play their toughest matchup. So, for example, Hikaru might have not played against, for example, someone like Gukesh, for example, who might be a very difficult match for him. And if that match happens today, then the score, then the leaderboard will have a very different meaning.
Absolutely. Yes. मतलब बहुत कुछ possibilities है. Today it's a lot of permutations and combinations. So we will focus on the chess. Sagar, are they discussing the position
I was just trying
already,
to
or
put up the links. Seems like they have to yet enable it. So maybe I will write to them about it, and maybe we'll get that live. But what are the chats saying, Amruta, today? What are their feelings?
chat is saying black screen. नहीं अभी ठीक है. Michael has super chatted just right now. He asks, did you move out of sun? Don't repeat yesterday.
The good thing is today the sun has moved out from us. But
sun is like,
Sun might come.
the sun might come, so we have to be a bit
अरे but you are
careful.
not, prophylaxis नहीं हो इसमें useful, no? You have to be like fully prepared. You have to stop the threat of the sun.
We have made some arrangements, Amruta. There's one umbrella, like that big umbrella, about the cafes that they put up. It's there.
And then
Wait, but you
sunscreen भी
guys
लगा के
don't
आया.
seem very confident,
Sunscreen लगा के आया ये बोल रहा है भाई क्या है ये
Bye.
Yeah, Korean one. Harshit bhai, when you look at him, it feels like he's going to go to some finance office, and he works over there right now. It just doesn't look like a commentator, Harshit bhai.
अरे, I look like a finance bro.
Yes, finance bro. That's what we can call you today.
but he
And
has
chat.
studied finance, this, Amruta, in his college.
Yeah, I mean, I know he studied the finance, but I don't think we have tested him to know really how well he has studied finance.
No, he's very good. He's very good.
He's very good, yeah?
He's very good. Harshit bhai has
Harshit
all...
bhai, what is the current euro to INR rate?
अरे ये कौन
Euro to INR rate, I think, is about 91 or 92.
नहीं, but आज का क्या है? आज.
No, I didn't
Finance
check it
guy is
today.
very updated, Sagar. अच्छा, what is the USD to this thing?
अरे नहीं बस इतना I'm not that
Sagar, ये
day to
finance
day.
guy नहीं हो सकता है.
अमृता ने तो मतलब पूरा
भाई ये
एग्जाम ही ले लिया यार.
Okay, let's not roast Harshit bhai, but
Oh, 94.
Tushar
Oh my
says that one guy did a call with NASA yesterday happens to be true. हाँ, sun तो चला गया है. That's true.
Do we have the positions, by the way, for the first round or not yet?
Let me check.
It should
We
be...
have
Oh, maybe there's some delay.
in 4 minutes the round is going to start.
Yeah,
Which
but
means
they-
that-
but 10 minutes ago they should definitely have been looking at it. So
Oh yeah, the position is not yet set. So not really. It's kind of when the first tournament we played in Weisenhaus, it was kind of a pretty chilled event.
Hmm.
Matlab, slight here and there was supposed to be okay. It's not as zero tolerance is not existing, correct?
No.
Here, everybody's tolerance level is very high.
Yeah, zero tolerance is not existing.
Yeah.
So actually everyone comes on time here, Amruta, because it's all at a very nicely done. All the arrangements and everything. So all the people come on time, all the players are on time. It's a very nice setup here.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the players from their hotels have a few shuttle timings, and they can choose to come either 15, 30 minutes before the game or come right before it starts. So they've made all the arrangements for players to make sure that they're comfortable with the
Abhirup is
timing.
asking, has Magnus came on time kya?
Yes, he
Have you
did come
seen
on time,
Magnus?
and right
Okay.
when I was coming, he came out of his cab and he came inside. So I don't think he came with all the other players, but he got his own shuttle or cab.
Oh, really?
Cool.
Yeah.
Wow.
Maybe his own caravan, like in his childhood days.
Yeah, and also the positions have not yet been updated,
Mm-hmm.
it seems. So we are waiting for that to happen. And I think we also need to
How
have.
was your day, guys? Like after the first round yesterday, what all did you do? Harshit Bhai would have gone clubbing, I guess.
I
Clubbing.
I was did not. I
Yeah.
was very jet lag. I woke up at like 3, 4, and then I was awake, and then I tried to sleep again.
Hey, cool. So not yet. He still has to cover his sleep.
अरे अरे
What about you, Sagar?
Yeah, I also just slept off, yeah, Amruta, immediately as I entered the
Wow.
room.
Wow. You're getting old.
No,
Awesome.
Amruta, yesterday the 6 games were crazy.
No, I think today and yesterday would be the toughest day.
Yeah.
And then from tomorrow, classical game is will settle down. So
Mm-hmm.
it's not easy for you guys to travel from one place to another, then to kind of do commentary, then to also Sagar, you were recording, no, commentary also for so many
Yes.
games you
Yeah, I
posted.
did 3, but I wanted to do 6. Couldn't finish all.
6 was insane. Good. Oh, 692 position number is
Oh,
done.
great.
692.
I think somehow we don't have the
That's
camera links yet, but we will get them soon.
is it like why is it like this? Like you're not getting things on time.
No, they sometimes just don't work. It's
Internet, yeah, maybe because of
like
some
sometimes it's just the
transmission.
links are not, just say for example, I put the games here, but none of them are working. So yeah,
Got it. Okay. And do we have maybe from tomorrow classical game or I don't know today, but how is the possibility of having the heart rate or
yeah,
is
from
it very
tomorrow we'll
difficult?
ask.
Yeah, that's a cool thing for all the spectators to follow, right? Because I'm very curious as to how Gukesh's heart rate would be because he seems like someone who's always very calm. I know that Arjun, it seems like he's very calm, but I know that his heart rate is going to be very high
Mm.
because he's
Oh,
just someone who can control his facial expressions very well. But I'm sure that his heart rate is going to be super high in these matches.
And what is your guess about Prague's heart rate?
Pragg, I think, will be very, like, he'll be in the middle. I don't think it'll be too high or too low. He just seems like someone who will be kind of under control.
And for Gukesh, we already know his heart rate is very, very controlled one
Mm-hmm. Because it
normally.
was there in
But
the World Championship, or?
yeah. But now freestyle is different. Then time pressure is different. So actually, it could be interesting to see his
Yeah,
heart
and
rate as
also
well.
because his performance hasn't definitely been as he would have wanted it to be, and it's very interesting if that would change his heart rate at all. Whether
Hmm.
it would make him more anxious to win a game desperately.
But I don't, in World Championship also, if I remember correctly, his heart rate did not really change too much, right? Even when he was losing or something. So
Yeah, he was very stable,
He
Amruta.
has he already has a good one. Yes.
Yeah. By the way, we
Rewind,
have a
thank you
super
so
chat.
much. And where's Hans? I think Hans backed out a day before. That's what we know.
Yes, and if you want to hear Jan's thoughts about it, then you can go on the Take app and then you can hear a small 4-minute video about it. He also explains why Firuja did not participate in this leg. So, for all the people who are curious as to why those players backed out and why Richard Rapport and Abdusattorov came in instead, then I would highly recommend to check those videos.
Yeah.
Cams are working on Chess 24. Okay, Tushar. So maybe they would have started now. We
Yeah,
might
no,
get the
they are
cams, Sagar.
working there. Somehow it's not working for us. It's same links
And
actually.
by the way, are you using the same laptop?
Yeah.
Your laptop, yeah?
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. Until that
Okay.
time, Michael has super chatted. Big question is when the sun comes. Do we still worry about it? Can you adjust the table before the sun comes, or do we have to deal with it today?
No, we have a kind of an umbrella here, so we will make sure that it works. Don't worry. Maybe it'll take like couple of minutes. But yeah, it's all okay. So today the game that I am very much looking forward to is Praggnanandhaa versus Gukesh. This is definitely the most interesting game that, and also Magnus, Vincent, and also Vidit Rapport. I mean, we spoke about this. The players are all discussing the games, and now they have just gotten up. They are going towards the board. The games are about to begin, and
Oh, yeah. Okay. Guys, we'll get everything pretty soon. How is the internet speed? You have a good speed,
yeah,
Sagar, over there?
yeah.
Okay. That's good because that's the most important thing. We'll not deal with the sun today, guys. Because I think, Sagar, yesterday you also would be tired because it's not easy to be in the sun for so many hours. So, Cricket Outlook says, should I ask Elon to help with the sun?
अरे क्रिकेट आउटलुक आप क्या क्या कर पा रहे हो भाई डेंजरस मैन
Sagar, you are a good son, right?
यस
So the sun has come to meet you. Harshit, you and Harshit, bye.
Yeah, Michael, thank you so much. Good luck for the Indian players, he says.
Ooh. Where are you from, Michael? Okay, one interesting question. Which top chess player's son's name is Michael?
Oh, nice.
Let's see how many of you know. Games started, yes. We're trying to get the camera, but tab tak to we can all talk.
अरे but
अरे
game started,
क्या
but
बात है?
board
Doesn't
board
matter.
अमृता board has not scrambled यहाँ पे देखो.
अच्छा, we have a proper English opening here.
Yeah, what the hell?
No, this is anyway Sagar Kalyug. We are all in hell. Right joke at the wrong time doesn't work. So knight f3. Let me try to see if I am able to check it out anywhere else. Guys, is chess.com showing everything fine? Oh, Michael is from USA. Got it. Yes, Anish Giri. Kya baat hai? How many of you know? So cool. Who was the first one to get the answer? Minasan. Tushar. Doesn't matter. Or many of you know, yeah? रक्षित सिंह ये चेस ब्रॉडकास्टिंग का प्रॉब्लम्स खत्म ही नहीं होता
हाँ कुछ ना कुछ
रक्षित
issue
भाई
every single
हाँ
day. Like you just can't have a normal day at work.
that's fine Sagar, you're a very patient man, so
Yeah, I
we'll
am,
deal
but
with it.
I mean, it's like every single day you can have
Don't
a
worry
new
about
problem.
the chat, it's fine, that is how it is. We will have
No, I'm not talking about the chat. I'm just talking about like, okay, cameras, links are not working. Board is not now scrambling. crazy.
तू है और मैं है और चैट है और क्या ही चाहिए,
That's
सब हो जाएगा.
that's true.
ठीक है. और चैट क्या बोल रहे हैं? दिस इज द टाइम वी कैन एक्चुअली इंटरेक्ट विद चैट और
Yeah.
आई कुड हेल्प यू.
No, no,
मे बी
no, no.
चैट
You can
साइड
interact
बाय
with
साइड.
chat so that I can fix this problem.
अच्छा, basically I should not disturb Sagar. That's the whole point right now. नहीं तुषार, you cannot get that this one normal position. They have removed it, so it's not possible.
Oh, links नहीं है. Johannes अगर रहेगा.
रिया से सागर
Sebastian.
सर आप संघर्ष करो, हम आपके साथ है. क्या बात है? What is the exact translation of the word संघर्ष? I don't know. I get the meaning though, but
Fight Amruta.
अच्छा.
Hmm.
Oh.
Okay, we at least have the board now from Chesscom. I think that is
Oh, this
updated.
is such an ugly board.
Yeah, I mean I'm not able to change the theme somehow because of I've been trying it. We want to use this board since
Too
yesterday.
much contrast, but fine for now.
No, I mean we can.
आदित्य is asking सागर भाई वहाँ पंखा वगैरह है क्या?
हाँ.
वहाँ पंखा है पर
AC है.
फैंस नहीं है.
Okay, let's go and see the game of Amruta, Gukesh and Pragg. So this is the position we have. If we can start from the first move. You see the two bishops are here. They are looking in this direction. We have knights here.
When the two bishops are together, I want to see, I mean, we'll observe, but I feel white has a very slight initiative from the beginning. But I don't know if it is true. Let's try to see. That's my observation since 1
Quite
year of
possible actually. But
looking at it.
yeah, I mean, it might also be that it's not very. I mean, there are no rules as such because there are so many possibilities, Amruta, so many different types of positions and so on. But okay, at least we have the bars there.
The pawns over here, the kind of design they have, it seems like they can easily do neck exercises.
So c4 by Pragg, e5 by Gukesh. This bishop opens up here. He goes knight f3, attacking the pawn.
See, white is already favorable. Look at the engine here.
Yeah, white looks like a nice position.
bishops.
He pushes the
Let's
pawn.
see.
It's a very close to normal position, Amruta, if you think about it, because only one change has occurred. The knight and bishop here are exchanged. Otherwise, everything is the same. So very
But
soon.
still, it's not only, Sagar, because you've got a bishop which generally from f1 goes to d3 and tries to get on that diagonal. But it's highly possible to convert it into a normal one. By the way, Nepo versus, I don't know who, Maxim. Yeah, Nepo has already got a better position. Let's see you continue. d4, central break. He took on d4.
Yeah.
Right?
He took. By the way, Harshit, by the position that we have.
Because chess are Thomas working and chess t4
Oh, Rakshit is saying bars won't work, right? They are using leech's positions. Oh, remove them. Hey, but how is it working? No, it's fine, no, Rakshit, because even if it is taking the leeches,
Okay.
the assessment is the same. So I think that should be fine. What do you say?
Amruta, just a second. Okay, it might buffer a bit for people, but we will just be back in a second.
No problem.
Amruta, are we back?
No, it's still buffering for me. And yeah, now it's fine. Yes, we are back.
We're back.
We are back.
Cool.
I'm a bit surprised. They're saying like for everyone else the links are working using the same SRT links and it's not working.
What can we do then? Maybe we can ask them for this round to use the camera from some other stream, maybe?
We
Freestyle
can, I
stream.
think, use it.
We'll
if you
just
want.
take a YouTube. Yeah, I mean, at least right now we can get that. And in the break, we can figure out something. And Rakshit says that we can remove the bars until the leeches positions are fixed. Yes, true. Agreed. And just OBS वो share करना मुझे screen because I'm not able to see whenever you can.
Mhm.
I'm also unable to use them over here, says Himank. Oh, Himank, you tested the SRT screen links, yeah? On OBS? You're not able to use?
Yeah, I don't think I have no
Maybe
clue
it's
how they are making use
yeah,
of it.
actually, are they using through OBS only?
Some other way, maybe.
Yeah, let's have a YouTube, video. I think that should be anyway fine for them. And then we will try to work it out. कोई stress नहीं, guys. All good, all good. Okay, that's good to know, Imank. Okay, now leeches is also fixed. Perfect. So then the bars will be fixed. Michael says we need to build a better API to stream tournaments. Yes, Michael, we have some amazing guys in the chat. Rakshit and all, you have a future company, yeah? Broadcasting.
What does API mean?
APIs. I
वो
can't
ऐसे
explain
दो चीज को
technically.
कनेक्ट करने के लिए रहता है.
Okay.
So
वही Shri Hari says it's okay. Keep calm, take time, no worries. क्या ही patience है.
हाँ हो जाएगा. एक सेकंड ना भाई.
Yeah.
I think maybe board है. I mean you can commentate with the board.
Mm-hmm.
So that is fine.
मैं भी इधर से OBS पे ट्राई करूँ अगर बाई चांस चलेगा तो.
हाँ कर सकती हो. बट नहीं चल रहा है.
SRT लिंक नहीं. ओ इतना ज्यादा आगे गया है क्या? By the way, Hikaru versus Fabi,
भाई
the game is equal.
यहाँ
At
से
some point,
Yeah.
it showed that
एक मिनट में.
The screen
this
is
was always
ये है?
equal.
यही है.
Hmm?
अभी चेंज किया ना. Now it is this board.
प्रग का गेम
Working.
रख के जाओगे
Oh, great.
सागर? प्रग versus
Oh, Nepo is
Gukesh.
just beating Maxim fully.
Yeah.
So यहाँ से you can.
So, Amruta, can you hear me?
Yes, I was saying that we should look at Pragg versus Gukesh. That's what we are looking at the opening.
Yes.
So
By
after
the way,
E5, I wanted to look
What
at
does
that
this
game.
position remind you of?
Normal chess position.
Exchange
Ka-
Slav.
Slav. हाँ.
Exactly, where everyone changes everything, and now I think they are just going to repeat. Like Bishop, they are
True.
just going to go King G2, King G1 maybe, and I think
Draw
that
हो
this game
जाएगा,
is going
draw
to
हो
end.
जाएगा.
Oh, we were right.
Yes,
Yeah,
yes.
King G2, King G1. Okay.
ठीक
Can we
है.
quickly go to Gukesh's game?
Pragg. Let's go to Pragg's game.
Yes.
And E5 से करोगे अगर
Yes, let's go
start.
back
हाँ
to
game.
move 1. C4 was played,
ये
Amruta.
देखा.
ये
C4
bishop खोलने के
E5
लिए
देखा.
E5.
हाँ.
Very interesting because he does not open up any of his bishops, but instead goes to open his queen. Knight f3. Now e4 is not possible,
Okay.
of course, because the bishop is on b1.
Yeah.
C6, d4, ed4, knight takes d4. And I already love white's position. I don't know why, because I feel like the d6 square is quite weak, and that black's king looks already a bit vulnerable with him moving his pawns on e5 and c6. But let's see how it continued.
But then
d5 was
D5,
played.
exactly, D5 break
That's a
is
nice
coming, and
move.
I think
That's a nice
because you
move.
have the bishop on B8 and C8 controlling all the important squares,
Mhm.
knight F6 आएगा, knight G6 या E6 आएगा, short castle हो जाएगा. So it
Correct.
will convert, as Sagar was predicting, into a normal
Mhm.
position.
So he took queen takes, knight e3. So white was able to develop his knight with a tempo, and the king on e1 and rook on h1 remind me of like a normal position where I can just
Hmm.
castle. So let's see if that happened. By the way, castling now, of course, I know the
Warm
stream is
up,
early, so
guys.
just to warm you guys up, black to play.
Warm up.
Warm up.
Boss is saying I took a break from chess and now when I'm back, I'm underperforming. How to get better again? Any advice?
Just keep solving simple puzzles to build your confidence up, and once you get that, I think you can start working on slightly difficult puzzles so that it would be good training.
Yeah.
Oh wow,
And
wow,
also
wow.
keep playing so that you will underperform, but that is very important that you feel the good pressure while playing. Only then you will be able to
Many
overcome
people,
that.
Millie Agrawal, Karan Kumar, Pratik
Mm.
Gosavi, Shubham Mondal, everyone quickly, of course, finding Queen takes H2. That would be a huge wake up call.
Blunder.
Queen A4 was played instead. Very interesting. What's the point of Queen A4? Can we try to explain this move, Amruta?
I'm also looking at it like I was thinking firstly he stopped C5 ideas and
Okay,
queen exchange.
because it's a pin, correct?
Yeah.
And I guess also he now wants to go knight f5 because the queen on d1 is no longer under attack. So I guess now the
Yeah.
d4 knight is no longer under pin. So I think that's why he went queen a4. Knight e7, stopping knight f5. So we were able to predict that correctly. He still goes knight f5
Oh.
because there are two defenders and only there are two defenders, so he can make it work. Takes queen to e5. And Pragg is now like, okay, your queen is on e5, my pawn is on f2. Why not just go f4 and attack your queen?
Oh,
And
it's
now
not weakening the king. Okay, interesting.
queen f6, e4 played by Praggnanandhaa, but now maybe his
Oh.
king is getting a bit too exposed. I don't know.
It looks exposed, but look at the center, which is very, very tempting.
Mm-hmm.
So here, black, it favors black. And if we try to think, how should black continue? To the chat also, because queen h4 check is not happening, but you would want it to happen
Mm-hmm.
at some point.
By the way,
Though you don't want to take on f5, yeah?
you have to
It
maybe
looks
Amruta, no?
bad.
Because if you allow me to go e5, my center
Hmm,
is going to be too powerful. Let's say, for
true.
example, a move like knight e6, e5 is just
E-
crushing. Because if you go queen
So bishop
g6,
f5 is forced, you are saying.
if you go queen g6, how does white win? By the way, we have a result.
Knight.
Hikaru and Fabi already drew.
Okay. And Nepo MVL will also get over
Yes,
soon. So knight d6. Let's see
exactly.
people have whether they
Bishop
have
takes d6.
bishop takes g6.
Exactly. And now
Yes,
we
Arav
take the
Praveen,
queen
very
on
good.
g6 and white is completely winning. So that's why I think bishop. Oh, it was played. It was played. Bishop takes f5 was rightly played by Gukesh, and now knight d7. He's ready to go short castles. These pawn on f4 and f5 do look daunting, but on the other hand, they do stop, like, block our own bishops.
But at the same time, no, Harshit, the queen on f6, when it moves, you constantly have to be alert for f6 ideas.
That's a very
Yeah.
good point. That's a very good point. If the queen on f6 ever moves, f6 will be very, very dangerous. That's why queen को हिलाना ही नहीं है.
So queen e4, but अभी क्या करोगे? What's the plan
Yeah, now I
for
cannot
you?
block. I don't really think I can go queen e7. Maybe I have to just move my king somewhere.
Why not queen e7?
Well, if I go queen e7, queen takes, king takes. Somehow this endgame after king f2, rook e1 check looks a bit dangerous.
Double bishop, you like that.
Excuse me, sorry.
Got it. Yeah. So not queen e7, but king f8 looks a little weak for the black
King
king, or
d8
is
was
it
played.
safe?
Now he's threatening rook e8.
Oh, king d8 is a tough move.
Crazy
Gookie
move. It was
finds
the
it.
best move.
My
Castles
God,
played.
because Arey, look at this position. The king in the center. In normal chess, you would feel like it's gone. Isn't that the feeling?
I will say one thing, that if I were not to see the evaluation bar, I would say that white is doing quite well.
Same
And
here.
you too, right?
Agreed. Yes. No, even now, even if I see the
No, no,
evaluation
no.
bar, I'm
No,
very
clearly,
scared
but
of the black
game
king.
Yeah, yeah. Yes, because it feels like the king is in the center, and whenever these bishops get some space to come to c3, oh, but this bishop d6 is such a nice move, Amrita, because now the king will come to c7, and then rook d8 will also come, and it feels like black is doing quite well there.
Artificial castling is happening.
Yeah.
So that's the reason king d8 worked very well.
Mm-hmm.
Amazing. So, Sagar is back there and giving us all the hope, but will right now not be hopeful until the cameras begin. We'll only focus on analyzing.
No, it's
Bishop
actually
d6, a good move.
it's not working anywhere. The thing is, they have two more shots of the players, so this is the one that is working. वो लोग का ही मतलब they have not done.
Acha. So some camera might work, which we will try. No, boss, I'm not planning to play any FIDE rated event. And bishop c2.
Yes.
Yeah, Harshit bhai, looking at this position, bishop c2, and you mentioned that the king will run to c7,
Mm-hmm.
will be very safe over there.
Mhm.
So immediate reaction comes if white gets the b4, b5 break. Yeah, but
The rook on a1 is like we need to first move our bishop
yeah,
on
first
d2.
bishop e3 and I
Uh-huh.
mean b4, b5.
Oh, by the way, bishop e3 now is a big mistake. Can you find out why? Black to
Oh,
play and win.
nice. Good question. All those think blindfold bishop e3 would have been a blunder because of
Rook e8 to
which is
R
how
of
to get
Jan.
FIDE rating. We have a nice video on ChessBiz India where we the arbiter explains everything. Sagar has taken the interview, so you can check that out. Yeah, go on, Harshit. Harshit, is your health not okay?
No, it's okay. I just I'm a bit jet lagged, I think.
Okay. Yeah, we will shift to Arjun's game. We have not been able to see that at all. This game looks, I mean, I think Gukesh finding king d8 move was very, very important to assess that the king is safe over there. And it can be easily missed to assess from white. So, nice game going on.
Mhm.
Sagar, just shift to Arjun's game and then you can do whatever you're doing.
Yeah.
So that
Oh wow, what a complex position.
just reverse, flip it.
And my first instinct is that black is doing really well. And even though he has the isolated pawn, which in general I love playing against, I think that black has gotten his positions in perfect squares. The queen on h4 and knight on f4 are going to try to launch an attack towards the white king. At some point, we are going to see this move king to h8 because right now the pawn on d5 is underpinned by the queen on b3. But जब भी ये king h8 पे जाएगा, Amruta, the rocket on c6 is waiting to be launched.
Wow. Good
So he
one.
takes
So
the
he
knight
takes
only.
the knight over there.
Yes.
And actually, is this just to quickly ask Harshit a question? The exchange, is it a good exchange or not?
Well, ideally, I would have loved to exchange these two bishops, but I just think that that's a bit too much to ask for from the white position because black has gotten very good coordination. Now, bishop d4, you can just take, take, and rook d4 runs into this very, very nasty rook e1 check. Your king is on the back rank, and this is not working. Knight f1, knight e2 just to continue, and white is getting mated on the next move. So in the game, takes queen f4, rook e4. Wow. Taking advantage of the fact that the king on g8 is pinned, black just comes back queen at 6, and it feels like black is quite comfortable.
Yeah, double bishop there. The g3 knight is slightly restricted, and white does have this pawn on, I mean, to fight against this isolated pawn.
Uh-huh.
But the two bishops look very strong, very
Yeah.
powerful. So Arjun is better.
Arjun
Arjun-
is slightly preferable for sure. And if you see his clock, he's also doing quite well on the clock. He's about 50 seconds up. And although it doesn't sound like a lot, in this time control, 50 seconds is a lot of time.
Mhm.
Yeah, true.
And so
Yeah,
Arjun is
H.
doing. What about Magnus?
Oh, Nepo
Vincent?
already won. Nepo already won his game against
Nepo
Washer.
beat MVL. Wow. That's a big result. Nepo beating MVL. Vidit is actually equal against Rapport, but this looks like a crazy position. He's just threatening a mate here.
Yeah. And the pawn on b7 is also hanging.
Can we flip the board? Nice.
But he can trade the queens here.
Mm-hmm.
And then
But takes,
queen
takes,
takes,
B7
rook
is hanging,
takes,
no?
Yeah, b7 is
takes,
hanging.
rook c8
F4.
perhaps.
But then e7 is also
A7.
hanging.
Yeah,
It's
F4
It's
is
a very
also
tough
hanging.
position.
actually for
Maybe it ends in a draw.
I mean, it
After
would
all
be a
takes
good
takes.
result for Vidit if it ends in a
if
draw.
Vidit is accurate. So the Gukesh versus Pragg game is the key one.
Yeah, Gukesh has played
Yeah.
really well. Look at this move, king to d8. on the 13th
Yeah, it was
move.
an epic
That
assessment
was
actually.
a very nice way to reroute his king to c7 and understand that these double pawns on f4 and f5 are actually hurting white.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like today, Gukesh will come as a beast.
Yeah, and your prediction seems to be
At least for now, he's doing well.
yes.
But you never
Also
know.
time, he has one
In
more
in
minute
in
extra.
this format, one bad move and all your
Everything.
everything is gone.
Or one very good move.
Yes, Amrita.
By the way, Arjun is really playing a commendable game because he's playing the leader right now, Nodirbek, and that too with the black pieces. It's not at all easy to do this.
You know, yesterday when Arjun was playing, it did feel like Arjun is the leader. Like that's how he started beating Magnus, and I think he was very good at it. He lost with Guki that game, and then some momentum got affected over there.
He
lost with Guki that game, right and then now
some
Arjun
momentum
versus
got affected
Nodirbek
over there.
doesn't seem like one is a leader and one is not. You know, the feeling is not that.
Yeah. I mean, whenever Arjun is playing against anyone, I always feel like he's
Yeah.
the favorite. But of course, that might be because I've kind of like seen him very closely and how incredible he is when it comes to finding creative, resourceful ideas. And I feel like this format can really give him a stage to show the world what he can do.
Absolutely. Let's go then to Arjun's game now after listening to Harshit also about him.
Yes.
Oh, but Vidit blundered. Did Vidit blunder or what?
Yeah, I'm just trying to look at it with it here. Oh my God, he's
Yeah.
lost here already. So queen takes d2 here, queen
Oh.
d4. He played f6. He didn't play queen c5, and then Richard Rapport just pushed forward, and now it's he's losing
Yeah.
this. If knight d4 attacking here, it looks like a very bad position.
Yeah, I mean, look,
Okay.
the pawns look too strong right now. Well, now queen takes e6, he's actually coming back.
Oh, rook c5 is
Knight
possible.
f4 or what?
No, rook c5. Amrita, take the pawn. He takes it. He's back. And looking at the game of Pragg and Gukesh, check. Yeah, we'll also go to Arjun, bishop d4. This is slightly better for black.
For Gukesh.
And Magnus is doing okay, equalish against Vincent.
Vincent is pushing. Vincent
Yeah.
is pushing, and Arjun is the one who's doing really well. There's an exchange up in this
Wow.
position.
Arjun is winning. He trapped the rook, huh?
He trapped the rook, yeah. Takes queen g7, queen c3, and now if he
I think
wants,
he should be able to.
yeah, he can simply just go rook a d8, I guess. At some point, push f4, exchange the queens, and
Actually, direct f4 is also possible. He went queen e5.
yeah, because white does not even have a pawn for compensation for the exchange, and once the queens are exchanged, I think that he's going to be able to convert his advantage.
Ajjubai is playing really well. And by the way, look at Vidit here. He has, after taking the pawn on c5, queen f7, he had to take on f5. He did it, d7. And Harshit Bhai, now very tough move. Rook b5
Oh my
had to
God.
be found. But knight f8
Rook
played.
b5, what is that move?
Just back crack.
Oh,
Taking care, no?
if rook takes b5, queen e1 is made.
Yes. It's
That
very
was a
cool.
nasty
Very cool
idea.
idea.
Uh-huh.
Knight f8, rook c8, and now he went rook c5, but it's a checkmate. So Vidit resigns here. It's a mate. He loses, and I think that with that, his chances of qualifying are effectively over.
Yep.
G5 played here by Arjun,
Uh-huh.
and Arjun is going strong. And we look at Gukesh's game. Wow, Pragg is back. Pragg is back.
He's equalized.
So bishop
What
d4,
happened?
bishop e4, knight e3, rook f2, and rook d6, rook e2. And now, I guess Gukesh was banking on knight takes pawn maybe here.
Oh, but why does that not work?
But some g4 business.
Oh my God, that's really hard to
Very
foresee.
tough. And I think Pragg has
Knight
seen it.
h4, what's the problem? One second.
You would not
G.
believe what the problem is. Some queen a3. I don't think this is human.
Oh, he takes on
Oh.
f5. He takes it.
What?
And now g4.
Pragg can
Because
win.
a queen a3 is something you can just miss. It's like a complete shift in the game.
Yeah.
Let's stick to this game because it's quite possible that Praggnanandhaa just wins this game now.
I mean, he'll be
16
better.
seconds. I think it's very hard to make a
14.
move like G4. 10
Richard
because he
won
will
his game
land up
against
in
Vidit.
5 seconds. Oh, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pragg, you have to play. Okay, he goes
went
G4.
G4 and Gukesh goes back 93. And now Harshit by B5. Some crazy stuff.
But
Rook
once
C1.
again,
Oh,
no, look at
oh.
the time. He had 3 seconds again.
Yeah, I
Very
mean,
tough position to play in time pressure.
definitely. But I think that White is the one who's attacking Black's king right now, and
I somehow feel like this position with less time is easier for Black to play.
you think so?
Because his
Really,
king
I
is
felt
weak.
the other way.
Really? I mean,
Yeah,
this king
because
looks
this
weak,
king
no?
on
And
C7 is
should
weak.
be one. And now
If I was Black, I would just exchange the queens with Queen D5.
and then you are pawn up.
And then my knight on E3, bishop on D4 look really good.
That's a good point. That's a good point.
40 seconds for Gukesh. He's trying to just make sure that he doesn't really allow any sort of counterplay against his king as well. Because if White gets B5 at some point, his king is also going to open up. Queen. Oh, he goes for
He
Queen
goes
D5.
for
Yes.
Please. Yeah.
Amruta, can you send me today's thumbnail by chance?
Yeah.
So bishop F2.
And Black is in control right now. So we have 3 results so far. Hikaru and Fabi drawing. Vidit losing to Richard. And Nepo beating Vashir.
Okay. It's a good one. And Vincent, Vincent was pushing, but now... Okay, he's still a pawn up.
He's a pawn up, but it's opposite colored and
Should be...
should
oh,
be great.
bhai, tactic. Bishop takes G5.
Oh my god, he
misses it.
blundered.
Magnus misses
Oh,
it.
it would have been so nice to see his reaction because that's a clear blunder.
Check and he's losing this pawn. And going back to Arjun game, Nodirbek is completely lost. Arjun is winning this.
Yeah.
Totally. Arjun Erigaisi on fire. Let's go back to Gukesh versus Pragg. This might be a very important game here.
Mm-hmm.
So bishop b1, queen d5 takes, rook d5, bishop f2, he goes back. And now rook e7. Do you think that this will be ending in a draw, Harshit bhai? Because he might just take this and then opposite colored bishops.
Yeah, I mean, White does have good drawing chances, but with the time situation, I actually think that all 3 results are on the table.
Wow. Oh, by the way, rook takes or bishop takes? That's a question.
That's a big question. And for some reason, bishop takes is not that good.
Yeah, bishop takes h7.
And the bishop cannot move because the rook on e7 is hanging.
So rook e3, rook e3, rook e3, bishop e3. Oh, he goes into the opposite colored bishop endgame.
Yeah.
But this is insane decision, yeah? How is this even winning? Take.
I don't know if it is winning.
No, but an engine shows is a great decision. And I was wondering, if you play f5, keeping the pawn, then you just block your bishop. So Pragg went and took the pawn. Gukesh took the pawn.
Biggest problem is that White's pawn is on b4. If
Yeah.
the White pawn was on b3, he would have been able to protect those pawns. With the White pawn being on b4, it's going to come under attack and it's very hard to defend it. So I think this is the biggest reason why Black has great winning chances in this endgame. 30 seconds for Pragg. He's
Wow.
fighting on b5, just fixes that pawn weakness on b4.
Man, this is incredible endgame play. Guys, this is really too good. Amruta, क्या कर रहे हो? Are you sending me? I can't hear you.
Yeah, I don't have it. It
Oh.
wasn't in the drive, so I'm
Okay.
just checking with Anmol.
B5.
Okay, he's sending. Yes.
G5 played. Harshit bhai, this endgame is really insane because if you now go and pick up this pawn, then maybe there was this chance of trying to create something here. He could have taken, but he decides to bring his king.
Well, he just wants to go king e7, make sure that he doesn't exchange more pawns, because
and then wins this.
the more pawns there are on the board in this opposite color endgame, the better chances Black would have to win the game. And now he also threatens king f8, g6, by the way. If White plays a3, A3 will run into king
Harshit
f8,
bhai,
bishop
you
h7,
are
g6.
dangerous. You know how to trap, yeah? Look at this bishop. Crazy. Amazing. But what a trap, no? Like king
Yes.
f8, bishop h7, g6.
Exactly. If
Beautiful.
A3 runs into king f8, here g6, there's
And
no
then
way to stop king
h5,
g7. It
you can
reminds
go
me of
king g7.
something, it reminds me of the second game between Spassky and Fischer,
Yes, yes.
where
Oh, it's
Fischer took the pawn
happened.
on h2 and
Oh,
this
it happened, bhai. It
What?
happened. It happened. He's trapped it.
Arre, I thought I was just illustrating something, but this has actually happened on the board.
Insane. Now king
King
g7.
g7, yeah.
Lost. Wow. Guys, we have been able to shoot the game inside. So we will be putting it up on the channel later. But yeah, it is unfortunate that we couldn't bring you the cameras. This
Yeah.
is a big issue.
But almost 4,000 of people still watching. Do like the stream because even without the cameras, the play is so exciting. Right now, Gukesh has won his second game.
Oh. And it all goes for this move king d8 and the assessment and the move, both of them together. So really, this is something I thought it will end in a draw, this game. But Gukesh winning his first game of the day and only the second game in the whole freestyle, events.
Yeah.
All events.
Arjun also won his game, by the way.
Wow. Arjun OP. And this means that Gukesh now is back on top with Pragg.
Yeah, I think
Actually, Gukesh has had a pretty good run with Pragg in general, but at Tata Steel, Pragg had managed to beat him in the playoffs. And here Gukesh managed to win. They both are trading wins against each other. It's nice to see their rivalry actually.
yeah.
And it's not predictable, like who will win. It's very difficult, in fact. Basar, you've got a thumbnail.
Yes, I'm, just that blank part up there is not looking
Absolutely.
great. So
Google Slide, I think, is the best generally, so that they can upload the standings and stuff like that. It can always change without you doing anything, so that you can look at chess. Okay, Vincent versus Magnus, going and look at the time difference. Magnus is having 2 minutes 23 seconds. Vincent down to 7 seconds. But it's a draw. But opposite colored bishop, and we have seen yesterday Magnus pushing with rook knight versus rook against Vidit.
And it's
So
good
he
to see
can-
that Vincent is also pushing this, but I think that this bishop on f1 is very powerful because it stops white's king from advancing to h4. Because whenever white's king advances to h4, the g2 pawn is going to hang.
जीतू भाई
जीतू भाई गया है तो फिर क्या ही जीतेंगे.
भाई आज तो मजा ही आ गया दोस्तों.
हाँ.
Basically nothing is working so well yet. Everything is working because we are all alive and together.
Yeah, of course. And
So-
we have the games in front of us, and that's all we need to commentate and enjoy the incredible resources and fighting spirit with which they're playing. This game, however,
This game in this round, would you say Arjun versus Nodirbek was a great game, or would you say Pragg versus Gukesh?
for sure, I would say Gukesh's game was special because of this idea of king d8, bishop d6, king c7.
Yeah, very good game.
That's definitely going to stand out in my mind.
Yeah. No, that was really good. It shows that we cannot just superficially think that a king is in the center and in a problem. We can get out of it because the piece placements are different.
Yeah.
So very important learning from Gukesh's
Guys,
game.
after this game ends, we will be showing you the standings. We will be showing you everything. So don't worry. Stay here.
Nobody looks very worried, Sagar, except for us. Everyone is chilled. So we'll also not worry. Ankit is like, wow, such positivity. Kya baat hai?
हाँ, positivity तो है.
And Sandeep also says, I like your positive attitude, guys. Love from Ireland. Array, nice. Can we take the videos from the official stream? I think उधर भी नहीं चल रहे थे, so that's the problem. Otherwise, yes.
चलने लगे, I think.
Where to view the live standings official website doesn't show that. Maybe 1 second. Let me check. Normally where I see it's over here. In 19 minutes, it shows that we have the next round, but it would obviously depend if all games are over. Yes, all games are over.
Yes.
And the standings
No,
right
this game
now
is still
are
going on,
not
no?
yet updated.
Magnus Vincent is still going on.
No, that's going on. Okay. That's why the standings are not updated. And in fact, Vincent's king has reached G6.
Yeah. But the G3 pawn, even though we have an extra pawn there, it doesn't really feel like it because the pawn on F5 and bishop on H3 completely makes sure that that pawn can never advance. And if our extra pawn cannot advance, then what's the advantage of having it? So
Yeah.
if that G3 pawn was rather on H2 or H4, white would have been completely winning. As things stand, I think this game is going to end in a draw.
Well, with Magnus,
Defending.
yeah, but you still have to conclude something like this. I think Vincent will defend.
No, Vincent is the one 2 pawns up.
Vincent will defend. Vincent is already trying
Yeah.
to push.
I mean, I think I see one way that white could have tried to push, but yeah, it's very hard to imagine that happening.
Mm. Oh, Aishar says standings are updated after every round on the chess results link in
Yes,
the
yes.
description.
Yes.
Okay, perfect. I will check that also very
हाँ
soon.
भाई बताओ कुछ.
Yeah, I thought that it would be quite cool to bring the king on G6 and then sacrifice the pawn with G4. And if white gets that, he would have very good chance. Let's say bishop D5, king G7, bishop C6, king G6. And now if you go something like bishop D5, you can already witness that G4 is very dangerous because F takes G4, I get a passed pawn. And even though I'm sacrificing a pawn, I get to push my pawn on F6 and at least create some chance. And this is how Magnus usually plays when he's if he would have been pushing with white in this position. But
But
let's
you
see
have
if,
to be ready, no? Like for example, when he goes king G6, you should be ready with bishop F3.
or bishop E4, one of the two moves.
Right.
And I think that Magnus wouldn't miss that small detail.
So basically, Magnus, suppose this game ends in a draw, which is very likely. Magnus goes to 5.5. Nodirbek stays on 5.
Uh-huh.
MVL on 4.5. Nepo on 4. Naka and Arjun on 3.5. Yeah, Arjun was on 3.5, right? Earlier, I thought. So it's not.
Arjun is on 4.5 now.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so no, even in chess results, it's not.
No, अभी
updated.
लास्ट गेम होगा फिर ही अपडेट होगा अमृता.
Mm-hmm.
After
हाँ,
ये
ठीक है.
खत्म होने के बाद.
Okay, that's fine. Then we'll wait. Sandeep says, when you guys are visiting Ireland, I am happy to host you. Sagar bhai,
अरे thank you.
लिफी रिवर पे आपका एक वीडियो बनाते हैं.
Oh,
Liffey River.
Liffey River. Wow.
Have you been?
No, I've never been to Ireland.
Today I was.
लिफी रिवर को wow क्यों
Today
बोल रहे
I
हो?
don't know, somehow I bumped into YouTube this video on Conor McGregor versus
Khabib
Khabib.
Nurmagomedov
Yes.
from Dagestan.
And this guy is from Ireland, Irish guy.
Yes.
And they both have like insane rivalry or something.
They used to have insane rivalry, but Khabib finally
He won.
came out on top and established himself as perhaps one of the best fighters.
I had read that Khabib used to fight with a bear when he was young. Did you read it?
Yes, it's it's very unclear how much truth there is to that,
Oh, really? But there is some video also of him.
yeah.
Oh my God! It looks like Harshit bhai knows something deep in this.
No, I just don't. I don't believe it. It's as simple
But
as
video
that.
is there, bhai.
Yeah, but I mean, it's
Just
for
made up.
yeah.
Also, then he used to swim in the same river where his friends had died or something.
Ah, okay. That I wasn't aware about. But I'm a big fan of Khabib.
You are a big fan, then why don't you believe it?
You mean you were saying about Khabib used to fight with the bear or?
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, Khabib is an absolute like.
So, who do you think I said?
I thought you were talking about Conor.
No.
And Khabib also. I mean, he's retired now. He's training, but for most of the fighters, he's one of the biggest inspirations.
Yeah. Yeah, baby bear, correct.
Mm-hmm.
Dhananya says, why is camera not available? Well, somehow the links are not working. We have it all set up here, but it's not working. So
They just want to test that where does chess stand right now without the cameras. Are people interested, not interested? So
अरे फिक्स गया मुझे.
right now it's an experiment
Draw हो
going
गया,
on,
draw हो
guys.
गया. Draw.
Yeah, this is a
Okay,
draw.
so last round is over. We don't have like yesterday, Rook Knight versus Rook and a long game. So games will begin on time, it seems like that. Sandeep says my 7-year-old says Sagar is so lucky. He gets a chance to meet all super GMs and especially Gukesh.
Yes,
Very
100%. This is
lucky.
a dream job for
Or
sure.
or are the players lucky to meet Sagar bhai?
नहीं भाई. If I look at the standings, we have it here. Now Magnus is the sole leader because Nodirbek lost.
Yeah.
So Nepo has joined Nodirbek at the top. Arjun has jumped up to 4th spot. MVL 5th. Hikaru 6th. Fabiano 7th. And Gukesh has changed places with Caruana.
Yeah.
With Praggnanandhaa. So Gukesh 8th, Pragg 9th, Vincent 10th, Rapport 11th, and Vidit 12th. So this is actually turning into a very interesting fight. I think Arjun is looking good with 4.5,
Uh-huh.
but Gukesh and Pragg are going to fight it out, it seems.
Yeah, I
Now-
mean, Gukesh, you were absolutely right when you said that you have a feeling that Gukesh is going to come in the top 8, and as things stand, he is currently making it.
I mean, the thing was, I just felt like he will come with everything he's got.
Uh-huh.
Yesterday also, he scored a very good win with Arjun, but then immediately collapsed against Magnus.
Yeah.
So let's see what happens today. Now the next round is very critical.
Uh-huh.
So we should look at the pairing of round number 8 and give our thoughts on what we think is going to happen here. And if you see, we have Fabi versus MVL. Important game for Fabi actually with white. Vidit plays Jan Nepomniachtchi. Arjun versus Rapport. I think Arjun might be able to win and extend his sort of the points that he has. He can increase it.
Uh-huh.
Carlsen versus Abdusattorov will be interesting,
Very
but not
interesting.
from qualification perspective. Gukesh Vincent, I would say the key game from qualification, and Hikaru Pragg. These two games
Yeah.
are super, super important.
I think Gukesh Vincent is a very important game because both those players are trying to make it, and they're both on 2.5 right now. And the winner of that matchup is going to have, in my opinion, a very, very good chance to
Yes.
make it.
And I think last time in Weisenhaus, Vincent beat Gukesh.
Vincent beat everyone.
Yeah, he was the winner. So yeah, so this time they'll play again. Vincent, who has been his second in the World Championship,
Mm-hmm.
would be interesting to see the game. And Pragg Nakamura, candidates, what was the result? I don't remember.
Pragg
Does anyone remember?
Nakamura, I think Nakamura had won with the black pieces, no?
One
I
game,
don't
yes.
Yes.
remember, but
Second. First
Yes.
was drawn.
First was draw
One
and
second,
second
I'll
he
just go
won.
back.
Is there any chance for VD? No, it does seem very difficult now because he
Yes.
lost the first round right now.
Yeah, I think he has to win all the remaining games to have any chance to make it right now.
Yeah.
Akash
Now,
asks-
do you think we'll get the cameras, Harshit?
Sorry?
Do you think we'll get the cameras now? Like they will be working for the next round?
I'm
We
actually,
should-
it's very hard to say. I hope that he gets it, but it's hard to say.
Acha.
Hopefully we'll get it though.
Okay. What were you saying? Akash was saying
Akash
what?
asked, Harshit bhai, do you agree? MJ, Gary, LeBron, Magnus, and Kobe Vishwakarma? I do not agree with that.
ये सब कहाँ के है? NBA.
Huh. So they were like making references and asking if this player means this, but I don't think so. The camera, the player's camera is what we are working on right now, and Sagar just went to see if we can get it, and hopefully we get it. But anyways, we can follow all the players' games and still see all the excitement because it's 4 more rounds today, Amruta, and 8 players qualifying. We already saw the standings, how Gukesh is currently in the 8th place, and if he does well in the 4 rounds, we can have 2 Indians in the quarterfinals.
Yeah. I think in this tournament, I think MVL has done really good. Because he's also playing for the first time freestyle, if I think.
Yeah,
But So
It-
he has managed to be on the top, tension free.
Yes, I mean, I think he's going to go, and also he's playing in his hometown. He's living at home. He's really enjoying the weather here, and he's playing very, very motivated chess. And it seems as if he's guaranteed himself a spot to qualify.
Akshit is asking, sir, how to outplay your opponent? Like any book or anything you would recommend for a 1600 rated player, how to outplay your opponent?
I feel that at that level, you should make every move with some purpose. Instead of just making a move to make a move, try to have some idea or plan behind every move of yours. And I've been saying this to until you reach 2000, solving as many puzzles as you can is the best way to improve. Just keep solving puzzles because most of the games are only going to be decided by someone making a one move tactic or a two move tactic or a three move tactic. And once you are very, very fundamentally strong for calculating those small tactics, you're going to improve very rapidly.
And a very interesting question by Ayman, who says that will these freestyle results have a moral effect on Indian players when they play classical next game?
That's a very good question, and something I was actually discussing with one of the top players today before the game. And it's hard to say because, on one hand, these are two completely different games. But on the other hand, if, for example, someone like Vincent defeats Gukesh, whom he's had a very bad score in classical against, he kind of feels that, oh, I beat him in freestyle, maybe I can also beat him in classical. So, in some ways, subconsciously, I do think that this will give them a psychological boost. But that was a
Yes,
very
and
good
the
question,
advantage
actually.
is, yes, very good. And the advantage is if you do well or if you have these good games, then that gives you a positive impact. But even if you do worse, then you think that okay, it was freestyle
Uh-huh.
and it's still fine. It still doesn't affect you that negatively. So it's a win-win situation.
Yes, on the other hand, players like Gukesh are super competitive. Like they really don't want to lose no matter what game they play. And I'm sure that that's why Gukesh comes in today being super motivated, wanting to qualify to top 8.
Jayashree says, do you have any chess training academy in Ghatkopar? No, Jayashree, we don't, but you definitely have a place which is called Temple of Chess. There are like 1,000 books over there. You can come, you can practice. It's a nice environment. And
Uh-huh.
every Saturday 5 to 7, you can go to Phoenix Mall and practice there. I mean, find opponents there. There's so many people. And every one Saturday in a month, you can play a tournament. So it can be a whole sort of plan.
Mm-hmm. Amruta, how are you feeling? What's next for you? When will people get to see you in person? You seem to be just enjoying at home, just making sure you're.
I went to Vidit's wedding. So,
Oh,
I
yes.
had to choose between one travel and then Paris or Vidit's
And
wedding.
you
So
had a
I
clear answer for
chose
that.
absolutely. So I chose Vidit's wedding. And next is obviously Grenke, where I and Sagar will be missing you very much.
Yes.
You'll be playing. So, but we will have an extra game as well, maybe of yours. So that's the one. Then after that, I don't know. I'm taking it tournament by tournament, you
Mhm.
can say. But you're playing chess after Grenke also, right?
Yes, I'm going to go to Sardinia. It's a very nice place in Italy. And I was planning that in that tournament, after every round of mine, I'll do a recap so that people can follow what's
Wow.
नहीं
happening.
करने वाले हो
अरे अरे
क्या
अरे
for
बात
sure.
है
सागर भाई आते
But
हैं.
नहीं,
either
नहीं
you are full
करना ही
support
है।
to do content, you are not doing. उधर अकेले जाके आप 100% लिख के लो. Harshit bhai is not.
Harshit will go to a nice
Harshit is not a
beach over
content
there.
creator at heart. That's what I have understood.
Then
He-
what is he?
he loves commentating. He loves chess, but to create content is not something that is.
The back end
Okay.
of the work, like content creation, is a lot of back end work. Yeah, that is something which he's not.
Could be.
But he can
could be.
analyze, he can comment, do
बट
commentary.
हर्षित भाई को मैं बहुत बार बोला है ये डालो यूट्यूब चैनल पे वो डालो ही नेवर पुट्स
अरे भाई भाई
सॉरी
बहुत ही फोर्स किया तब एवोकाडो टोस्ट डाला था
हाँ,
कैसे तो
that he
करके
had put.
बट वो भी chess studio has any chess coaches in Pune for my 3-year-old sister Sagar Bhai.
Yeah, you can write to us at chessbaseindia@gmail.com and we
I
will
don't think you
respond back.
have time to see chessbaseindia@gmail.com.
No,
We
people
have,
write. People write. I respond. Also at contact@chessbase.in you can
yeah,
write.
maybe over there because many more people
No,
will
I
also
see.
be
I
able
see.
to.
It's on my phone also.
But yeah, 3 years old, do check out also Chess Plus series. It's very cool and interesting.
What did they say, Sagar bhai?
I have no clue. मतलब भाग गए.
अरे अरे
वो नहीं दिख रहा है.
सागर सागर ये अभी है ना, अभी सब छोड़ दो तुम इधर का, तुम उधर ही जाके जिसको भी ढूंढना है उसको ढूंढो और उसका हेल्प ले सकते हो अंटिल वी स्टार्ट द कैमरा, बिकॉज वो तो बहुत ही इम्पोर्टेंट है ना, उससे क्या ही नहीं तो तुम यूट्यूब से ले लो इधर और से.
हाँ ठीक है.
बट लेट्स हैव अ कैमरा.
वो जोहानस को बुला
सात्विक
लेके
has
यहाँ पे.
asked
जोहानस is that tall person, right?
black screen.
हाँ, उनको बुलाना है क्या यहाँ पे?
नहीं वो नहीं है, मैं उनको ढूंढा. But actually, it's a very complicated issue, it seems, and I will see if there are other cams which are working. But meanwhile, I think we can keep talking.
Yeah, sure.
And I will try to fix.
Satvik has asked, what was your reaction when you became a GM, Harshit bhai? You know, even tigers' population on Earth is higher than total GMs. Tigers तो रहेंगे ना भाई, कितने सारे रहेंगे tigers.
Whenever you start chess, like that's like one thing that you are aiming towards, and I got it in 2021, and I remember like I called my mom and dad, and I think it felt more special when I could see the happiness and reaction from their end. But for sure, it was a very special feeling.
Oh, nice. When was it? Which tournament, Harshit?
It was in Biel, in Switzerland.
Oh, Switzerland.
Yeah.
Which year?
In 2021, right after like the pandemic kind of
Wow.
opened up.
Acha. So in pandemic, you were like practicing a lot?
Oh, for sure. I mean, so it was like I was doing chess a lot, like all these like Nihal, Arjun, Sankalp sometimes was there, Ronak was sometimes. We used to play some sort of chess variants. Srinath Divya also used to join. Like we used to play chess variants all the time online, and we always used to like talk about chess in some form or the other, and that for sure helped
Wow.
me a lot.
So cool. And then you became a GM. So in Switzerland, you had to make, by that time, you had 2 GM norms.
Yes,
And you had,
I already got 2 GM noms in 2019. Then the pandemic happened, and in BL I was playing quite well. I actually got my GM norm one round to spare, so it was very nice.
and what about your rating? When did you reach 25?
Also the same event.
Acha. Then it's cool.
Yeah.
दोनों मतलब छप्पड़ फाड़ के
Yes.
types.
So
And did you roam
Bill you will
Switzerland then?
always remember, yeah?
Yes, and right
Yeah,
after
Biel.
that, I remember Sagar Bhai I talked with Sagar Bhai immediately. It was very special.
Yes.
Oh.
And
Also,
I'm
your dad had joined, right?
yes,
In that.
yes,
And also your coach had joined.
yes. Christian
was-
joined. Abhijit Dada also had joined. Abhijit Kunte,
Yeah.
whom I was being trained by. It was amazing.
Yeah, I think the one thing which I have noticed recently in Indian chess is the number of GMs has not increased since almost a year now.
We only had one GM the last year.
Last year, one GM, and since 1 year, no GMs. So it's been a very slow journey somehow for Indian chess.
But I feel like 2025 might be a good year for us. We haven't had any GMs so far, but hopefully in the second half of the year that changes.
Right.
Nice stories
Oh,
there,
we are
guys.
getting some cameras now.
Yes, we have, I
Ooh,
think, few
चेहरे
angles.
दिखने वाले हैं. कोई गाना हर्षित which completely suits के एक बार कैमरा शुरू हो जाएगा तो तुम वो गा सकते हो और नाच सकते हो और एक रौनक ला सकते हो.
When I see your face, there's
कौन सा
not
गाना है?
a thing that I would change.
Wow.
'Cause you're amazing,
Wow.
just the way you are.
Wow.
वाह
क्या ही
क्या
गाता
बात है. सही है.
चल.
इस बार कैमरा शुरू हो जाएंगे तो हर्षित को ये गाने को बोलेंगे सागर.
हाँ, sure.
मैग्नस का चेहरा देखेगा और हर्षित ध्यान से गा रहा है.
Rare.
Yeah, chat is also suggesting. Jayashri says, ये आपका इंतजार था would be better.
Like I have this camera. We can see there are too many links, and some are working, some are not working, so it's all just trial and
Just
error.
also share all the OBS SRT with me so that if anything is working and you don't know, I will be able to tell you.
I have shared with you, no, or not?
When?
You
You
don't have,
haven't.
huh?
Mhm. Chess 24 is showing players discussing. Okay.
That was link 10, right?
Yeah. वो तो देखते हैं वो आ रहा है क्या? Media source existing.
थोड़ा tissue paper. 1 second.
Yes, yes. So the chat, there are going to be the 5 events in the Grand Slam of freestyle, and this one is the first one was in Germany, Weisenhaus, which happened in February, which Vincent won. And then there is this one. After this, there's one in New York. Then there is one in India, supposed to be, I mean, and the last one in South Africa. So 3 more to go, and this is the second one. So very cool format, in fact. Is freestyle the IPL of chess? No, it won't be because it's a completely, I mean, the chess variant, yeah, it's different. Kimaya says, hello, I see the sunlight is dim now. Yes, they have some prophylactic measures. What should I do to better my game in the end game? Face some problems. Pushkar, I think you can maybe try this very, very nice book, Silman's Endgame course, and it has all endgames. So when you're very confident about the basic endgames, that really helps to even start with some advanced endgames. So check that out. And it's a thick book, so don't get scared. It has rating wise also recommendations. So just today, one of the important thing about Anish Sarkar was that he really loves chess. You know, it's important. Oh, and the games have started. We see Caruana over there. With whom is he playing, guys?
Yeah, just putting it in.
Yeah. I'm asking the chat. Oh, Hikaru said that he would have offered a draw in 5 to 6 moves, but he could not because of the 40 move rule against Gukesh. Oh, there we have Gukesh. Wow, it's such a. This camera looks really beautiful. I mean, look at the whole color combination. The chair with his red jacket. He's between the king and the queen, and the lights over there in the background. Very cool. Very, very cool.
It's Gukesh versus Vincent, no, Amruta? This round.
Oh, wait, just a second, I'll let you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, Gukesh versus Vincent. Yeah, we
Okay.
discussed also about
So
it.
let's go.
Perfect.
I think we are getting the cams on this angle actually.
Okay, that's fine.
Yeah. So I will.
mean,
I'll try to.
oh, even this is good. Naka
Yeah.
versus Pragg.
I think it's working now.
Maybe all have started working
Yeah.
then.
Yeah.
It's possible. Chalo, that's a great news. And chat, thank you for all your patience. We have something right now and we'll have more later because everybody is trying their best.
चल रहा है सब चालू हो गए.
Yay.
Okay. Let's go. So Amruta, which one? Which game should we go to? Tell me.
Let's go first one. Nakamura and pairing, I would say that Naka versus Pragg. Yeah, we
Okay,
can
let's
see this.
look at
Start
Naka
with it.
Pragg first.
Yes.
Okay. We have it on our
We're already
screen.
there.
And once again, so we have this now.
Yeah.
And I'm
Don't
just
worry.
trying to
And
get
guys,
the...
if you look at the position right now on the board, the bishops are separated, we can say. Knights to the knight from the corner is jumping out. F4, as we usually see in freestyle, once again happening over here because there is a bishop on G1. So normally, I think when the bishops are separated, F4 is kind of a bishop on G1 पे तो F4 आ ही रहा है, as we are learning. C6, I like that because whenever the bishops are closed, I think the players are facing problem in their positions. So it's very important to open up the bishops. So C6 and F6 are both the moves, which you can see from black side, from Vincent's side. And even Guki has done the same thing. B1 bishop is completely open there, eyeing that H7 weakness which the G8 bishop is defending. I hope that most of you are able to understand what I'm saying without arrows. And if you're not, do try to develop this skill because it will really help your chess. Slow and steady. Okay. So who C6 has been played. White to play, guys. What's your suggestion? Yeah, I think one of the things freestyle can definitely help in classical chess is I think it's the maneuvering because here the pieces are placed so differently that you're constantly seeing how I can get the pieces in the center because principle can be similar, though the castling
Amruta,
rules are very different.
look at these two bishops open and these two bishops open. It's a very interesting position.
Totally, Sagar.
And let's look at Praggnanandhaa's game with Hikaru.
Wait. I had asked question to the chat. Don't ignore.
Sorry. What was the question?
No, what are they thinking here from white? And the move they suggested was d4, knight b3, e4.
A4 was
and
played.
Gukesh
Wow.
played a4. This is cool because you see the knight on b6, you want to kick it away with a5 as well. Okay,
Yeah.
so good opening. Let's go to Hikaru's game and Arjun's game.
Very important game for Pragg actually.
Yeah, let's flip the board.
F4, D5, knight G3, knight comes out, D3, F6, plays C6, bishop comes up, A5 by Praggnanandhaa, and Hikaru goes back with his knight. Already it feels like black seems to be gaining space because if black can push E5, can get a lot of space in the center, he plays it. Pragg pushes his pawn into the center of the board and looks like Praggnanandhaa has a good position against Hikaru Nakmaura. And now it's getting very intense. Meanwhile, let's go to Richard Rapport versus Arjun Erigaisi. Amruta.
Okay, the G file is already open. Let's check it from the top.
Yeah, f4 by Arjun, f5, bishop d4, bishop d5, bishop g7, rook f7, bishop comes back.
Nice exchanges. Rook f2, bishop goes back.
Wow.
b3. Knight g6, knight g3. I think they will all play symmetrical. And now c4. Bishop went back to c6. Okay, all the development on the king side, which right now looks like the queen side because of queen on e1. But anyway, it's done. And the white pieces on the, what should we say, Sagar? King side kaun si hai, queen side kaun si hai
I
idhar?
think H side and A side, like short side and long side, something like this it said. No, you say letters only, like G side and so on.
Not so clear, guys. We'll make it. We'll make up something. Right and left sounds good. Right side and left side for now.
So we have the camera of Hikaru and Pragg.
Yes. Some are working now.
So do you want to
And
go
we
to
will-
the
Gukesh is winning. Hey, 1 second. Gukesh
Gukesh
is
is
winning.
also-
Chat is saying that, and it's a little early. Like, if he's winning, it would be crazy already.
Yeah, it would be huge.
Is that true?
Let's look at Gukesh versus Vincent
I-
Keymer.
No,
Wow.
not winning.
He's
Not winning.
made a very interesting pawn chain on the queen side with pawns on d2, c3, b4, and a5. Usually we see this pawn structure in the center, but I feel like he's kind of doing this preparing against black castling. Whenever black castles on the queen side, white is already ready with his attack on the queen side with the pawn storm. The bishop is also looking on this pawn on a7, which makes it very hard for black to castle.
Also, do you think like Gukesh has a small edge over Vincent because of being his they work together and Vincent was his second?
That's a very good point. That Vincent was kind of working for him, so psychology kind of feels like, oh, Gukesh is a better player than me. But on the other hand, he must be very motivated. He's like, yes, I was working for him, but I want to prove that I can fight on equal terms with him. And because when he does this, that's when he's ready for the next step. The next step being from going from working to him to playing on equal terms with him. And I think it will be very interesting to see if Vincent manages to do well against Gukesh, whom historically he's always struggled against.
Yeah, true. It's actually quite a interesting position. Also, this check here.
It almost feels like it's checkmate. Imagine the bishop was a.
Imagine the pawn was back here. It's a mate. But then you go king c2 and knight c4. And has black actually benefited by these two moves by breaking the castling? I doubt.
Because I can immediately push you back with d3, the knight goes back to d6, and then I can push my pawn to e4. So matlab my pawns have really been advanced in this position. So matlab aaj to matlab bhai
Balle balle.
balle balle kar raha hai Gukesh.
So he takes fe, fe is on the board.
Uh-huh. And now, well, can he simply just take on f8 and go d3, or that's too primitive?
Because you don't. Can you go directly or?
Yeah, directly
Why
is
do you
also
want
okay.
to block the bishop on b1? 1 second.
You want
you
it to
want
go.
to develop, no?
Okay. That's a good point. We don't need to go d3. He goes knight f5. That's the best move in the position. He has a big threat now of queen to h4 check. And Gukesh already has a
Nice.
2-minute time advantage in this position. Queen h4 check
Hey,
is
and
his.
queen h4, king c8, knight e7, then knight g8 and queen c4.
Yeah.
Sagar, it's a very powerful threat actually, queen h4.
Absolutely.
Very quickly spotted by.
Very cool. Very cool. Epic stuff, guys. Epic stuff.
Yeah, I
Sir,
think Gukesh.
you're saying like Anish, no? Like Anish again and again says epic epic stuff.
Yes, we are all
Spending a
missing
lot of
Anish.
time with him.
Actually,
I think
Anish, if he comes to Paris, would be so incredible. Yeah, like it's something which we spent so much time at Vidit's wedding together that we are now missing him.
I'm actually really waiting for Anish to participate in one of these freestyle events.
Yeah.
He's
yes,
someone.
me too.
Yeah, because he's someone, who is obviously his fundamentals are really good. Like he's someone who really knows where the pieces belong. I've always looked at Anish as someone who knows like what the best squares for the pieces are. So whenever I want to analyze an opening, I usually see if Anish has some games, because usually like right after the opening ends, we don't know what to do and we want to find the right plans and ideas. And since Anish works so hard on his openings, he kind of knows where the pieces belong. And in this format, it's all about piece placement. So it would be interesting to see if Anish does well in this freestyle chess tournaments.
Yeah, he very much
Nice.
likely that he might do well. Meanwhile, Vidit is now looking for. Vidit will have an outside chance to qualify if he wins 4 out of 4.
Yes, and that too, even with 4 out of 4, it's unclear
it's
whether.
very outside chance. But yeah, it's an outside chance. You have to try.
Yeah.
Any journey of 1,000 steps begin with the first step.
With a single step. And
Yeah.
that's what he should do. It's so right that instead of thinking of it as I have to win 4 games, he should just think that, oh, I need to do well in this game. Take it one step at a time, because as the Japanese saying goes, the most important step is the next step.
But they say in English or in Japanese?
But it's a wrong saying, no Japanese.
Bye, bye, bye.
हाँ ना हर्षित भाई
हर्षित
जापानीज
भाई
में बोलो
ने-
या फ्रेंच में
हर्षित
बोलो
भाई सब कुछ बोल रहे विच आर द बेस्ट ब्यूटी प्रोडक्ट्स कोरिया से जापानीज सेइंग भाई से गिव इंडियन सेइंग मैंने पहले बोला था मेरा सेइंग इंडियन कोई सेइंग बताओ भाई let's also look at Fabi
नहीं but I don't even agree with the next step is not important. This step is important right now.
wow Amruta very deep also. Amruta in very much present moment, so now
Well,
this step.
Okay, yeah, it's
No, I mean Sagar नहीं
Debatable.
सिखा है ना. Sagar, you only keep
नहीं
saying
नहीं
that.
अमृता ये सब मेरा नाम मत लो इधर तुम
सागर कुछ भी रहता है तो बोले प्रेजेंट मोमेंट यही तो बोलते हो ना मेरे को, तो अभी मैं प्रेजेंट मोमेंट ही सोच रही हूँ.
बात सही है प्रेजेंट मोमेंट में there are 6 games
6 games going on.
Yes, let's go guys.
Oh,
Let's
Gukesh
go.
can win a pawn on g7. Will he take it? Or
So-
will he just go for a positional grind instead?
knight f5 knight g6 this is the position.
Mhm.
And we also have Harshit bhai, now thanks to these cameras going away I tried many more cameras.
Mhm.
So because of that we now have some new angles.
Oh,
Yeah,
Sagar bhai OP हो जाए भाई
know,
chat
this is
में.
what
Sagar bhai has been
मैं-
trying to do so many
मैंने कुछ नहीं किया भाई.
technical मतलब यहाँ पे OBS में कि मतलब मैं देख के ही I have been so impressed.
Bhai, but think about it, no? Like if these cameras never went away, we would have never explored because the long shot was good.
Yeah.
So sometimes कुछ बुरा में भी कुछ अच्छा हो जाता है.
That's wow.
Wow.
सागर भाई अभी आप तो मतलब
Indian saying भाई.
वाह. ये तो
कुछ पाने के लिए कुछ खोना पड़ता है.
So right now knight takes g7. Will he take it or not? Is the big question.
Yeah, I
Okay,
feel like
what happens for take after you take, Harshit?
Knight G7, I think Black is just saying that I am losing a pawn, but in compensation, I'm going to develop my queen on e7 and quickly castle as well. So I think that in freestyle, like piece activity can be very, 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 very dangerous. That's why I would even not think of capturing the pawn. Instead, just play e4, keep things under control.
You know, Harshit, I was thinking I want to really develop the pieces and knight d3 because knight b3 would be a big blunder, I believe. at
Knight
some
b3 would run
point.
into some knight e3 business. I feel.
Yes, absolutely. Or even, yeah, many options there.
Oh, he
So
took
knight
it.
d3.
He
Took it.
No, he played
Oh, so
knight
he's not
d3.
worried
Knight
about.
d3. That's
Yeah,
what
this
you
is the
said.
what I was
Yeah.
saying.
Oh my God, Amruta Bokal, what's wrong with you? You're
What's right with you?
amazing.
Amruta,
So
what
knight
did you eat
d3.
today?
Dirida.
Huh?
It's hard to explain in
It's like
yeah,
dosa.
Oh.
something like that. But d6, he controls the c5 square, and now is the question: what do you do?
I think if Gukesh wins this game, we need to do that South Indian song. Idli, dosa, sambar, chutney, chutney.
Acha.
Do you know that?
No, I don't know. But you know step? for
Yes,
it?
yes.
Okay. Like this?
Exactly. Idli, dosa, Sambar, something like this. Chutney.
But maybe at the end of the day, no? Why
Yeah,
not
okay.
this
End of
one?
the day.
Like,
Yeah.
this win has not
True,
that
true,
much
true.
significance if he can't qualify.
True.
Okay. But what did he play? 97.
97.
Now he takes
I
the
think
point.
the dream scenario, ultimate dream is all four qualifying.
But that's already
That
impossible.
seems very tough because Vidit here is already slightly worse
Yeah.
and he's on the last position.
Mm-hmm.
So that doesn't seem very likely that that Vidit might be able to qualify.
Mm-hmm.
Then our hope for sure is that 3 qualify. And then you have Praggnanandhaa here who is playing against Hikaru Nakmaura. And it doesn't look very likely that Pragg might win this, no?
Why? What are you saying? He has 5 minutes over there. Hikaru has 3.5 minutes. Pragg has such an amazing
But Amrita,
center.
it's just like
and-
very
Yeah.
lot of material is off the board and then some trades might happen and
But it's still too complicated to say that like black can't win. I think that
Yeah.
anything can
Because
happen in
look
this
at the
position.
weaknesses. No, E3, C3, and I find overall king on C1 weaker if at all black queens get inside, queen gets inside, then the black king. Or am I wrong?
yeah.
Whose king will you say will be weaker?
I think right now
White's king for sure, right? I mean, black's king is happily being surrounded by the bishop on c7, knight on d6, whereas knight e1 can really be posing problems on the d3 pawn for white. I can already imagine something like knight e1, and if you just casually make a move, I don't know, like something
Bishop
like
E2.
queen
Let's say
g6,
bishop E2.
already bishop to f5 and your pawn on d3 is going to come under fire from both the bishop on f5 and the knight on e1, and this is going to mean trouble. So knight h5, Praggnanandhaa has a time advantage and he's utilizing that time advantage in this position because he realizes that it's a critical moment. Whether to go knight e1, which he does, and bishop
Yeah,
e2
but what if
blitzed
queen
out.
G7? 1 second. What if queen G7?
Queen g7, I just pick up this pawn on d3, right?
so he defends
But you're
it.
not worried about the H passer.
No, but Amrita, look at this. Bishop e2, he first defends.
Mm-hmm.
Now if Harshit by idea bishop
का क्या
f5,
problem है?
queen g7, check, bishop takes,
And black has two bishops. Like black has two bishops and the
Looks
pawn on
good, no?
e3 can be weak. This does look quite good for black.
Wow.
Even if I
Yeah.
did not have the evaluation bar with me, I would definitely choose black. Bishop d8, bishop g5 is a plan that sticks out to me. Excuse me.
The pieces look more active also, like 1 or 2. The bishop on G1 looks very passive for now.
This happened by
Oh,
the way.
knockout
Bishop
try.
f5, queen takes g7 was happened.
Ooh. No, I think Pragg definitely has some chances. If anybody, then it would be Pragg.
Oh, he does it.
He
This
does.
is
Oh, it's
happening.
going in the same thing.
Okay, we'll come back here very quickly. Let's go to Gukesh's
Ar-
game.
Yeah.
And
also
then
Arjun, I want to
Arjun
check.
next, yes. Right now, oh, so after knight d3, d6, he did pick up the pawn. Rook f1, queen f1, queen e7. He came back. Queen g5.
There was a mate on D2.
Yeah, but he comes back and Amrita, now he's a pawn up, clean pawn up. Take here, and it's not even like black has super activity here.
Yeah.
So
Yeah,
I
no, what if he long castles now? Let's say black.
no, this is hanging.
No, not hanging. Bishop takes.
a7 is hanging in the end there.
Ooh, that rook is tied down. Arey.
Takes and maybe we can just chop the pawn, yeah?
Chop.
Yeah.
It's possible. And
Wow,
then
you don't really worry about your rook on a1 and king not connected. They are all good in their own space.
Oh, by the way, e4 was chosen by Vincent. Knight e3, e4 was played.
He did not take.
Yeah.
that makes Gukesh's position even better.
Excuse me.
Wow. And he just goes knight takes c4, bishop takes c4, and he's going to come back knight b2. So Gukesh actually about to win his second game today,
Yeah.
which is more than what he has won in the full year.
Yeah, and also with these two wins, even if he draws the rest of the games, I think he is in very good contention to qualify.
Yeah.
So winning these two games was very important for him. I mean, this game is not even nearly over yet. Still a lot to play for from both the sides. so he still needs to be accurate, but
But
he's on the
playing
right
well.
track. He's on
And
the right track.
also the focus with which he's playing is quite high.
Well, yes.
I don't know. I just feel it. Like, you can see it in his body language.
Focus is always there, I
Mhm.
think, but today the determination seems different.
Yeah. And
That is
sometimes,
usually also when you're lost, when you lose a lot, or when you're not you feel that you're not able to strike, then it happens. You bring your fierceness from within.
Mhm. And sometimes things just flow. I think that, there are some days when you can just, your intuition is just really, really good, and you are just able to somehow sense what the best move is.
Yes. Meanwhile, Arjun Erigaisi's position is quite crazy, like it is always.
Yeah.
He has a knight.
But he was better. He
I
was
still
much
think he's
better
no, I
earlier.
still think he's much better. Forget about the engine evaluation. This position looks really good for white. I mean, the bishop on c2 looks really powerful on that diagonal. The king on e8 looks vulnerable. White is ready to long castle next. I don't see any reason why white is not much better.
Yes, because this A4 and this attack, which Richard is, very creative about generally. Nowhere he will sacrifice something. So
Mhm.
their styles, I think, are very similar, Arjun and Richard. And that is the reason both the kings are weak, and I think he has to be careful.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys noticed, but Arjun loves grabbing material. He loves to take pawns and kind of uh, defend his extra material. But right now, of course, you cannot take this rook on f7, which everyone must be asking, कि ये pawn rook क्यों नहीं मर रहा है? Guys, queen takes d4 check, hits the king and also the rook on a1, and the things are completely going to shift in black's favor. You cannot allow this to happen. I think it might be a smart idea to just put our king on the corner, get a rook in the game, so that potentially when knight
So
e5,
long castle.
d takes e5, this rook can also open up.
Now, what about bishop
Isn't
takes
long
knight,
castle a good idea?
pawn
Really?
takes, and queen takes, spinning here, trying to win this? Also possible.
Also possible.
AB.
Yeah, that's what I was worried about actually. A takes b3.
Pin. Oh, not the best idea. C5?
Yeah, but it's.
All right,
I mean,
knight
very,
C4,
very crazy.
queen
it's
F7 check.
I don't think.
Very crazy.
Yeah.
So let's see if we are not able to get Arjun on the camera, but we have Pragg. So let's quickly head over to Pragg. And
Yeah,
here we
Pragg
see
versus Nakamura. That endgame was cool. But
this
it's,
one. It seems
settled.
like there have been some exchanges even after that.
Yes, so they went into this position
did
which
play
we
this.
were looking at.
Oh,
But.
maybe
What
he
happened?
should have.
Same. But let's go to the live. I mean,
Takes,
what
takes,
happened?
knight takes g7. e4 was very strong. Look at how quickly Nakamura realizes that he cannot afford to allow e4 for black, because then the pawn on e3 is going to be a long-term weakness, because black is simply going to round that pawn up, knight f5, bishop b6. He goes e4.
yeah, very
fixes-
important moment, Harshit, which Harshit pointed out. Your piece is becoming active on G1, and opponent's piece, you're kind of restricting him.
Exactly.
So yeah, E4.
e4, king d7. He's trying to, I mean, the king is a very important piece in the endgame, so black tries to bring his king close to the center. King c2, white does the same. a4, just gaining some space on the king side, queen side. But not only that, he's stopping white from going a4, which would again force your pawn on a5, which could be a long-term weakness. So a4, b3, captures, and I think that after c4, d4, we might be heading towards some sort of a draw in this position after c5, b5.
Which is not a
Okay,
bad
so this game is
result
heading
for
towards
Pragg.
a draw majorly. What about Arjun's game is also kind of, maybe you think he's better. Gukesh is clearly better. Can we look at that game? What happened later?
Gukesh is a pawn up, and
They are saying he's winning. Is it
and
winning?
black, it's very unclear whether black has any sort of compensation for it. The pawn on a7 is also hanging right now, which white can capture if he would like to.
It feels like black has compensation, no?
Does it?
Yeah, it feels like it somehow.
Well, your knight on e5 is stopped by this pawn on e5. The knight on e5 cannot even come to c4 because of this knight on b2. So I'm not sure if black actually has, like, now I can take this and I'm 2 pawns up. Like,
I think the compensation might be that the rook on a1 cannot move because of queen a2 ideas. You have to be careful about it. only that until that thing exists, Sagar,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, now let's say I just chop this pawn, and if you go rook f7, I just go queen e3. I'm also threatening the pawn on e4. If you go d5, you no longer have this idea of going queen a2, and I can
Hmm.
now just go a6 maybe because I'm not afraid of your
Ooh.
queen posing problems on my king. So I think that bishop
So
a7
he
was
takes the
played.
pawn. He
No,
takes the
and
second
with
pawn.
6 seconds on Vincent's clock, I think that Gukesh is on track to win this game.
That will be a huge result for Gukesh beating
Yeah,
last year's
because even
champion.
back
I
to
mean, the
back
last edition's
2 games
Yes.
he has won is for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
And also remember, Harshit Bhai, that Vincent, although amazing at freestyle chess, that was classical that he was really doing well. This is rapid, and rapid is different from classical. Time is really less here to think.
And he was the one who's pointed out that the time control can really change the character of one's performance, because 15 plus 10 was the time control that Vidit was playing online in the qualifiers, and here it's 10 plus 5. So maybe having those not having those 5 minutes gives him less time to get a good start, like good position from the opening.
Guys, very
Yes.
sorry to interrupt, but
Yes.
Arjun has made a big blunder. We have to go there.
What happened?
Yeah, not a big one, Amruta. It's a
No,
small one.
earlier it was a big one. See?
Check. King d1.
And black is better now.
Still fighting position
And
here.
10 seconds on the clock. Can we go to that camera actually?
No, we don't have.
Oh, we don't have that, so we'll
Oh
just...
God, this blunder, Pragg also blunders. Chat,
Oh my God,
what is
what?
happening?
Pragg?
I cannot believe Pragg can blunder in that position because... But maybe
what?
Naka had
Over?
this outside
Pragg won?
pawn.
What?
No.
No, sorry,
Pragg
Naka
didn't
won.
win. Pragg blundered.
What?
Look at Naka. It's over.
Oh, it's over. No, it's a draw. It's a draw. The result is updated. It's a draw. What happened?
Oh my God.
Maybe they were analyzing
Why
that.
the final
Okay.
position where Naka accepted a draw is better
Much
for
better
him.
for him.
It's a draw, but what was the problem? Like, why should Naka have played?
H4
Okay,
is the
we can
best
do.
move.
Ah. He can press over here with his outside pawn and that good bishop actually.
Yeah.
Well,
But
that's
Naka wasn't ambitious because he just wants to get
He
in
just
the
wants to
thing.
qualify and
Take
doesn't
it.
want to risk it. So
Yeah.
let's go to
Quickly
the
shift.
key game. And by the way, Abdusattorov Magnus is winning.
Oh my God, what is this
Okay.
position? Rook c4.
Wow.
So
If rook takes
we'll
c4, knight d5 check and knight takes c3.
Beautiful.
Hi, Magnus is
Magnus
so
is,
sharp.
Magnus is great. Once again, let's have Magnus on the screen. We
We-
have Magnus.
And although this doesn't impact the standings that much in terms of qualification, obviously winning the tournament gives you the right to choose your opponent, and that can potentially be a big advantage.
Yeah. Because he will have the first shot at
Yep.
whom to choose.
chat is very confused. Chat, we are very confused which game you want to see. You want to see Gukesh, you want to see Arjun, you want to see Magnus.
People
Please
are
let
saying
us know.
Magnus is Magnusing. Oh, by the way, look at this. Gukesh totally in driver's seat. I don't think he can watch this up by.
Yeah, this is completely winning.
Bhai,
39 seconds, 5.
Gukesh.
Yeah, I mean, you were so right in predicting that he is going to do really well today.
अभी देखते
सागर
हैं
भाई,
भाई,
कुछ
अभी तक खत्म नहीं हुआ.
insider information था क्या?
नहीं भाई, I just know him a little bit that if this is not going well, he would definitely feel like giving his everything, like
Mhm.
because chess means so much,
Yeah.
and I think it means so much to
Thanks
everyone.
yeah, exactly. All the players.
But
Like
somehow,
sometimes
you know, Amruta,
feel-
that when you become a world champion, and even like you have a little bit of a different confidence only at some point. And for Gukesh, it's so fresh, this title.
And all eyes are on you. Like, everyone wants you to do well.
Yeah.
So you also have that external pressure on your shoulder, which I definitely want you guys to be easy on, because these players love positive energy. They love to get that positive messages from all of you. So even though he does not perform well, even if someone loses or is having a bad event, keep spamming good messages and positive messages, because even if they don't read them, it goes into the world. And it at some, like, you know, in some way or the other, it helps those players.
Bhai, he's winning a
He's
piece.
winning now.
He's
He's up
winning
to
a
mate
full
ho gaya,
piece.
bhai.
Resign there.
Resign.
Gukesh wins his second game in freestyle.
Yeah.
For the first
Big
time.
win, big
2
win.
in a row.
Wow, that's insane.
Wow. Never easy to make a comeback, but Gukesh is also a like comebacker, as we call him. really seen his epic comebacks, and this seems like one.
And always, he pays respect to the chess game after it finishes. Wonderful to see that quality is still with him.
Yeah. And it doesn't depend on any result. Yeah,
Yeah,
that's the best
regardless
part.
of the result.
Yeah.
Okay, so Gukesh
Okay,
won.
let's go to.
What about other games? How about Arjun's game?
Let's
Because
go to Arjun's game,
yes,
Sagar. That's
very
now
important
quickly.
game.
Gaya Arjun bhi?
No, Arjun is fighting. I mean, I think Arjun is going to hold this.
Ooh, the king is so weak. My goodness. 7th rank, absolute. Also, he's a pawn down. No, how are you so sure? 2 pawns down. Weak king.
Looks bad, bhai.
Yeah,
Richard Rapport.
but
Maybe he's also coming back. No, he beat
Oh,
Vidit.
look at this resource though. He's giving up his rook because he found a perpetual. I mean,
But by d5 move is crazy, yeah, here.
yeah, but that's the thing. Like, we look at these moves like d5, but
No,
they are
but
inhuman.
because queen c2, queen d3 then
Well,
works.
d5, rook h3, and you're about to get mated. Like, it's very hard to judge this. I don't think d5 will happen.
Oh my.
I don't think d5 will happen. Yeah. I think that Gukesh, Arjun. Oh, what? Wow. This just goes to show how strong these players are. I mean, I really was not expecting d5 to happen.
And now this move by check and queen h5.
If this happens, then we have to say that Richard Rapport, who was on the bottom of the leaderboard before this event, and for him to find this sequence d5 queen
No,
and queen
not bottom. He beat Vidit, no, last round.
before the start of the
Camera
day.
Yes, but
Lagan.
now he will win
Camera.
this.
Yeah,
He might have chance to qualify.
for sure.
Everyone going full on by कौन qualify होगा?
But it's still, he has not found it yet. It's not an easy thing to
Yeah.
find, this concept of queen d1, queen h5. It's very difficult.
And Sagar, where is the camera? Because
Yeah, somehow only two were working, that two critical ones.
He goes king f7. He doesn't find it, which still gives some chances for Arjun. That queen d1, queen h5 was really too much.
Queen h7, queen g7 he wants.
Yeah. That's how, and he's obviously 2 pawns up, so if the queens are exchanged, he's going to be completely winning. By the way, one more result: Jan Nepomniachtchi defeats Vidit, so the event continues to be very difficult for Vidit.
Yeah. It's not easy. There you have Vidit.
Yeah.
Just to catch a glimpse of what happened at the end. Okay, he was
maybe we
just...
can check it later, no? Apni
Yeah.
live game.
Whose game you
we
want to see,
have a
Amrita?
break.
Huh?
Oh, sorry. Arjun's game, of course.
Yeah.
Magnus Nodirbek is also there. I
But
think
Magnus is going to win.
Arjun,
Magnus is
Arjun.
completely winning.
But Arjun might not.
Yeah, this is definitely, this should be piquing our interest right now, because although it seems completely lost, I do think that I just have a feeling that Arjun won't lose.
Also, Sagar, do
And-
we have Magnus's camera so that any camera which is working we keep?
Yeah, I'm
Or we
trying
don't
to
even have that
find
one.
it.
Guys, do you agree with me? Do you think Gandhium will save it, or do you think that I'm being too optimistic?
No, I agree with you. I think I want to.
Guys,
We have
Gandhium,
hope.
bhai, come on. Let's do it. Let's save this,
Save,
because
save.
losing this is also, kind of going to put his qualification, like guaranteed qualification, in jeopardy. Like, of course, he has good chances, but he would much rather draw this to secure his spot
What
than
happened in the morning round for him? Like first round
Arjun won, right?
against?
One sec.
Huh.
Yes, Nodirbek.
Nodirbek, yeah.
And no, and I just have a feeling he'll save this. Dennis says I'm too optimistic.
Yeah, many people think so.
Many people think so, but guys, I'm a believer. I'm a believer. I think that Arjun will save this.
This is Arjun.
Okay, we do have Richard on the
Yeah.
screen, which is cool. Oh, Richard, who has been a second to Ding Liren.
Guys, how's the Josh? Let's go. This is the third round today. And this is the third round already.
Yeah, no, second.
Second round, bye.
Digitalogy says being optimistic is important.
Yes.
क्या बात है, perfect.
Look at Arjun, no?
Hope dies last.
Amruta, look at Arjun's expression.
Oh. But look at his eyes,
No, he's
they
super
are saying
focused.
so
20
much.
seconds.
But
Oh my god. He has to somehow find a way to put pressure towards the Black King. 15 seconds right now for him. Has to make Queen H4.
Queen H4.
Very nice move. Trying to invade towards the Black King. Queen H8 is a threat. Richard about to make a move, but he's a little hesitant.
Look at this.
But
He's a
Queen
little
D1,
hesitant.
Queen H5 is always there, right? For him, like that idea stays like a continuous one.
Yes, but somehow it's not that easy to find that concept of going Queen. And look, he's nervous. Richard is nervous.
Check. Which one?
Queen D1.
C1?
Queen D2.
Oh.
He's repeating. He's not able to find the win.
Maybe he can get a photography
And you know,
draw. Is it there?
His hands are shaking, Amruta. I think that Arjun is going to save it. They did it twice already. One more time will be a draw.
No.
Yes,
he's not
one more
gonna
time will
do
be a
it.
King H8. Big mistake.
Oh my
Big
God.
mistake by Richard.
What was the big mistake?
King E8 was a big mistake. Let's stick to the live position. Only 50 seconds.
But
Queen.
it looks like a good idea, no? To come here.
But actually, Queen H8, Queen E5, and who's better? Suddenly.
Oh my god, now he wants to mate like
Exactly. Queen E5, very
this.
important
But Queen E5
move.
just perpetual.
Practical ideas.
Yes, but that's
ए
a great
सागर
save.
बोर्ड दिखा या zoom कर
Queen
रहे
E5
हैं?
played. Bhai.
Wow.
Who was saying too optimistic? Let's go. Gandhi.
Perpetual. Wow. Wow, amazing. Ooh.
Let's go. And now Queen D6 check, and I think now the pressure is on Rapport because he is the one who has to give a perpetual.
So the evaluation change at King E8, Sagar, or after Queen E5? Where exactly?
No, King E8. This
King
was a
E8 was a big mistake.
Exactly.
Okay.
No, but he's too resourceful, yaar, in this time control. I've played and lost with him endless times in Blitz and Bullet to know how resourceful he is.
Hmm. Also, if you look at him, he feels
Look
like
at the
as if
focus.
he's just so calm.
ऐसा
Like,
लग रहा है कि कैमरा पॉज हो गया क्या भाई?
super calm, guys. This is something really is worth learning from Ajjubai.
And you know, the person who can be so calm in such a tense moment is the one who is going to perform well. Because
Agreed.
he's not thinking about the result. He's just focused on finding the best move.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's clear that Richard just has to come to reality right now and agree to a draw. Otherwise,
draw.
yeah.
Guys, this is ending in a draw. You can see the Richard Rapport looking here and there.
Yes, draw. What a save.
Wow.
What a save.
Ajjubai OP, guys.
Ajjubai OP bhai. Those positive, he gives a small smile there. He knows he dodged a bullet right there.
Even Richard is smiling, which is interesting. I don't think they kind of knew that he's for sure winning because
Yes.
at least practically it was very tough.
Guys, almost 5,000 if you're watching. Do like the stream because this is the exciting chess that we are
Here for, and it's
Yes.
actually so exciting to see Arjun really doing well, beating Nodirbek, now drawing with Rapport, Gukesh winning both his games, Praggnanandhaa still in with a chance. This is actually getting very exciting, and we have only one more game left for today, and that is this game between Fabi and MVL, which has also ended in a draw. So we can see, Amruta, all the games have been completed, and with that, the most exciting part for all our viewers is how has that impacted the standings of the tournament and who is going to make it to the top 8. This is a question on everyone's mind, and we are going to answer it right away. Guys, here we have the standings of the tournament, and tell us,
Magnus
what do you
Carlsen.
think? Magnus 6.5. Nepo is now in sole second position.
Ooh.
Nodirbek actually losing against Arjun in the morning round, like in the first.
The voice is gone.
Again, he has lost another game. Nodirbek is, I think he today lost both his games by once to Magnus, once to Arjun. So not an easy
Bad
one
start.
for Nodirbek. He's come
But
down to
Arjun has
fourth.
climbed to third position. Very important.
Yes, Amruta. And then we also have Nakmaura on 6th, Caruana is on 7th, Gukesh has moved up to 8th position, Praggnanandhaa fighting for qualification on 9th. And Vincent and Rapport are on 10th and 11th. Vidit is on 12th. He lost to Nepo right now. This is how things stand. Wow, what a day of chess we are witnessing.
Too crazy.
Incredible.
Amazing, and also the sunlight seems to be in control right now. Yes.
Are in control, but maybe we should tell them.
नहीं
It's
आएगा भाई
starting?
आज
नहीं
आज नहीं
आएगा।
आएगा गुकेश भाई इज ऑन फॉर्म
Yeah. आज नहीं आएगा भाई। आज और हम थोड़ा लगा के भी आए चेहरे पे।
अरे हर्षित अकेले अकेले क्या लगा के आ रहे हो? इसका क्या फिर ये क्या करेगा?
नहीं भाई वो
सागर भाई का इतना अच्छा स्किन है कि
he
मतलब
is
कुछ
only shielding me, no, Amruta? So he's taking the fire. We have actually 3 games left
yes.
for today, guys.
And those 3 games are very, very important for Praggnanandhaa, Vincent, and Richard. Because if they somehow manage to win a few, like 2 games, they can Praggnanandhaa can also qualify. I mean, he's on the 9th spot right now, but he's just trailing Gukesh and Fabi by half a point.
Yeah, here we have the standings, and the question is who are Praggnanandha's next opponents? That's very important to know.
Oh,
He has Fabi, Vincent, and Nodirbek. So a tough, actually,
But he has
Fabi
2
versus
whites.
Pragg.
He has 2 whites.
But Harshit bhai, Fabi versus Pragg, super important for the 8th spot game.
If Pragg wins, Fabi loses. That means that Pragg will going to overtake Fabi and take his spot.
And we have the big event now, big game, which is Gukesh versus. Let's have a look at the pairings, no, of the next round.
Yes.
I think that will give a lot of clarity to all of us as to who is going to play whom. This is the 9th round, guys. There are 11 rounds in all, and in this round we have an incredible pairing that is coming up.
Nodirbek, who just lost 2 games, is going to play against Gukesh, who just won 2 games. So let's see if Gukesh can keep his momentum up, because if he wins this game, maza aa jayega yaar.
Yes, we have Pragg Caruana. I'm really looking forward to that one. We have Vincent Hikaru. We have Nodirbek Gukesh. Again, a very important one. Rapport Carlsen. Nepo versus Arjun. I think to finish second in this tournament. Who will be that? And MVL versus Vidit Gujrathi.
Yeah. I mean, I think right now Vidit just wants to play freely and enjoy his chess, because in terms of qualification, he doesn't have a chance, but he can still, end the tournament on a high.
Yeah.
And whenever you finish the tournament with a few wins, you kind of leave the tournament with a sweet taste in your mouth.
100%. Talking of sweet taste in the mouth, are we going to get ice cream today or not?
सागर भाई, मैं तो आज नहीं लेने वाला हूँ.
अरे भाई हर्षित भाई
आप लो
आप
भाई.
तैयारी कर लो भाई. इफ वी हैव 3 इंडियंस क्वालिफाइंग तो बड़ा स्टेप चाहिए भाई.
अच्छा, डांस का. ओके, डन. डांस करने को तो रेडी हो.
बड़ा, लेकिन एक ही स्टेप रे भाई.
ओके.
Abhiruk says Sagar bhai already married, but Harshit bhai yet to marry. So it's more important for Harshit bhai for sunscreen.
Yes, 100%.
अरे
100%.
अच्छा, okay.
Harshit
But
bhai-
hmm, bolo.
No, Harshit bhai also looks very good. So even if I put sunscreen,
ये क्या हो गया भाई ये?
हाँ, but Harshit bhai actually should not put sunscreen so that जो भी लड़की फिर हाँ बोलेगी या चूज करेगी आपको, मतलब she will look within for you, चेहरे पे नहीं जाना है, समझे?
Yes.
दिल पे जाना है ना, दिल पे भाई.
नहीं ना, बात करो भाई.
जो भी है. Amruta, round
Hanji.
8 starts, round 9 starts in about 10 minutes. We have 11 rounds today. Now that we are getting closer and closer to the finish line of the qualifying stage, what do you think? Will Praggnanandhaa make it? And will there be 3 Indians who qualify in the top 8? Or do you think it's only going to be Arjun and Gukesh?
Right now, you can't even say about Gukesh or Pragg, like anything, like because one round is changing the standings in a crazy way. So I am definitely hoping 3, definitely, because Vidit right now practically looks very difficult.
Yeah.
That's the reason maybe we cannot consider him. But I am hoping Pragg, Gukesh, and Arjun. I'm
Pragg,
hoping
yeah.
for that.
Yeah. And I
But
think
you know, today I think for what matters is like today's momentum. Today's momentum is there with Gukesh. It's also there with
अरे
Arjun.
भाई अभी ब्रेक है.
ब्रेक नहीं है भाई, शुरू हो रहा है.
Oh,
और अपने पास वो कैमरा भी है भाई,
and
प्लेयर
oh,
एनालिसिस
player
वाला.
analysis
हाँ, इधर
camera.
आएगा वो, सिर्फ उधर उधर दबा देना ऊपर ट्रांजिशन पे. एक
क्या
मिनट
आइसक्रीम खा रहे हैं क्या वापस?
हाँ.
उधर आ जा. क्या हुआ?
नहीं अभी पता नहीं. Let's see.
क्या हुआ?
कुछ नहीं भाई. आप आइसक्रीम खा के हो भाई.
नहीं भाई.
खाना खाया? What food did you have over there today?
No, today we are waiting. Maybe when there will be a break, we will eat something.
Oh, you guys have not eaten, and what's the time?
It's about 3 p.m. now.
Hey, but you should have lunch before the stream, no? Maybe like a brunch kind of a
Yeah,
thing.
yeah. No, it's okay. We feel good here.
Hmm.
And we see some players, like the weather is so good outside that after the game finishes, I see Magnus here just in front of us. I see Richard walking. Hikaru is also here. Sub players are just like coming in the sun, just de-stressing, because these games are super stressful and they have to give their best in the last 3 rounds, because even the players with 4.5 points, it's unclear whether they'll qualify.
Yeah. No, last 3 rounds are very, very important. In fact, my sir Arun Vaidya at that point of time used to say, okay, whatever happens, however your tournament is, let's say, going bad, last 3 rounds you win. And it is a drastic change in the whole chart.
Who
And
was your
that was
maybe we
very
had the same
motivating.
coach, Amruta.
Arun Vaidya.
Okay, no, but yes, I've also heard it's very true that you need to
Yeah.
finish the event on a high, because you take that. I've said this in previous tournaments as well, because you carry that momentum in your next event,
Yes. Oh, next event also. Okay, that's very
because
interesting.
they're playing.
That's
Most
true.
of the players will also go to Grenke from here, so it's quite
Nice.
important that they finish this event on a high.
And are you going to Grand K for the first time?
No, I actually played the open event there.
Oh, you've already been.
And it's really nice. They have a huge chess festival, about 1,500 to 2,000 players participating in a huge playing hall, and they've also historically had an invitational tournament where Magnus, Fabi, and all these top players play. And this time they have combined freestyle along with Grenke. So I think after this event,
Yeah.
the next thing that Chessbase India does, where you and Sagar Bhai will be commenting, will be the Grenke Chess Freestyle
Yeah.
Open.
Yes, absolutely. No, it was so exciting that you can even play such an event, because if ever I play, then I will play freestyle chess.
And you are
Definitely.
dangerous, Amruta. You are very tricky.
Yes, but there is also this, nerves right now, the age, solving tactics are the same finally. So सब इधर बहुत दूर दूर से होता है, पिन इधर से, डिस्को उधर से. बट आज डिस्को हो जाए हर्षित भाई एंड में तो मजा ही आ जाएगा.
हाँ, I mean, last round mein also, I think they have a rule that you cannot offer draws, if I'm not wrong, or they have some
Oh,
interesting rule so that we get to see fighting chess and no one makes a quick draw just to secure their qualification. So will be very interesting. And the
that's
players
cool.
just walked in right now, so I think
Do we
soon.
have the camera? Like, are you able to see them?
Yes, we have the
Maybe we can
camera.
show that.
The players are about to.
Yeah.
I'll transition.
Jenish
players
says,
are
I'm from
going to-
Nepal and I'm supporting all Indian players because of our country friendship. Arey, thank you so much, Jenish. अरे इतना हाँ ठीक है, डिलीट हो गया. कुंडली क्यों भेज रहे हो भाई? भविष्य तो आप ही बनाओगे ना. Oh, there we have the hall, and Nakamura is standing like as if right now.
Yeah, they're
You
just
know, he's
waiting,
so
and Fiona.
serious.
And you see, just maybe. Yeah, Fiona is there. She's about to choose the starting position, and then we'll see the players analyzing. So we're just waiting for the position to be picked.
We will start in 1 minute, so for the players who are already here, you can take your seats. Thank you.
Standings. We will get the standings also after this.
Wait, one moment. I'll just
Yes.
switch on the light here. अभी अंधेरा हो गया.
Guys, Any questions? Any interesting things that you noticed from these rounds? What do you think about this freestyle event in Paris? Let us know.
Der Typ, kommt von links. So, das.
Everyone is looking forward to Gukesh's game, Amruta, because Gukesh is playing against Nodirbek in this round. He's playing with the black pieces, but he's won 2 games in a row. I think that's going to be the game कि वहाँ पे हम देखेंगे, वो game देखेंगे यार इस बार. Crazy
Yes,
होगा
because
वो.
you know, 3 out of like hat trick is never easy, and Gukesh has a chance to win the 3rd game in a row.
Yeah.
Welcome
And
back.
Keymer makes a
So
very
after
interesting
8 rounds,
comment
we
that
have
the
a
first
sole
clues are
leader in
almost the
Magnus
same in all
Carlsen.
the games.
Meanwhile, the fight for the
Very
top
true,
8
because they're
places
analyzing
rages
together. I
on.
think
We are
that
ready now for
they are
the
like a
next,
pack of bulls.
draw.
Yeah? Whatever
And
they
in order
analyze
to
together,
help me, I
they
would
are
like
playing
to
it.
welcome France's first ever Grandmaster, as well as the owner of this magazine, Nodirbek, which I'm sure you all know. Please give him a warm round of applause.
Very less
Bashar
draws,
Qureshi.
in very few draws in the tournament. One per Anushka says, very true. We are getting so much fighting chess in this event. Almost no draws. And look at that. The balls are falling in the bowl right now, and he will randomly choose a ball which will have the position number that will be used to play in this round.
6, 6, 7.
And you just told me that Nodirbek is 66 years old, so that is a funny
Yeah,
coincidence.
66.6, yeah. Which is
66.
good, yeah.
And
Thank you very much, Bashar. The players
Yes,
will
and
have
that's the
10
position.
minutes
That is the
to
position
prepare.
that,
We're
they are
gonna
going to have.
listen in. Have fun.
Who is the, you know who's the guest?
No.
His name is Grandmaster Bachar Kotley.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, he's very famous. He lives in Paris only.
Okay.
667.
But I will just tell, maybe I'll just try to open this, yeah?
Oh, yes. अच्छा आ रहा है क्या?
हाँ, वो sun आ रहा है भाई.
हाँ, आराम से. Amruta, actually there is audio here. Can you hear the stream? When you say audio आ रहा है.
I can't. But it's fine. And
No, I mean not you can. मतलब YouTube पे जाके सुनना पड़ेगा. क्या हुआ? ऐसे क्यों देख रही हो?
we let them hear, na?
No, can people hear? Can you ask them? Ah, we can hear. We can hear. Oh, bhari. We can. We can. Oh, nice.
इसकी बात मत करो.
क्या हुआ भाई? Guys, here we can see amazing players: Vidit, Magnus, Arjun, Gukesh. You can see Gukesh is now fully zoned in. In this round, Gukesh is facing Nodirbek.
Brian, white kind of has to play g4, right? What do you mean g4, g5? You can play no the same way. But at the end, there's probably a bishop h4, like knight c3, takes 6, and takes bishop h4. Maybe not. Yeah.
Knight is coming too far there.
Yeah, yeah. That's good.
But isn't it the G4?
Knight c3, bishop h4. Ah, knight g6, yeah.
Okay, so there's knight e3 there. So there's bishop h4.
Which may be a bit impressive. Maybe not a big deal. Bishop g6, bishop h4. Knight d5, knight c6.
Knight b5, knight c6.
Can you go d5? Can you play d5?
Guys, they are actually
Like this. I don't know if it's any good.
just discussing the opening position here.
I mean,
Hope I'm not
yeah,
disturbing the
that's
sound.
better.
Is me talking better or is me keeping quiet better? Let me know in the chat. चुप बोल रहे लोग चुप ठीक है दोस्तों चुप बैठता हूँ Thank you Adityan for your super chat. We'll read it in a bit.
Even that one. Yeah, maybe that's okay too.
It's interesting that Gukesh and Fabi are discussing.
Maybe not so good.
But why don't we start with d5 and let's just see what his intentions are.
But I might have to go d4, g3.
Ajju Bhai has joined in, guys. Actually, Fabi is taking on Pragg, and they're discussing. So it's very interesting how the entire team is being built. So Adityan says, "Hello, I think this is the best chess channel, and I really enjoyed your World Cup coverage." Arey, thank you, bhai. You all OP. Where is this happening in Paris? I live here and would love to swing by and say hello. Actually, the venue is not open to people, Adityan. We would love to have you here, but unfortunately, it's not open. I think it's called Chesnai Du Roy. This place.
I'm afraid like we will be soon take you out the bishop.
Amrita, you're
But
muted.
it's
If we can win on the
No,
and
it's-
g3, but I can only 7 twice, yeah. And we're forcing like f6, but f6
Okay, maybe
kills our
it's
bishop forever.
important to
He
consider
plays
this
bishop 7, bishop
also,
e6.
because
take and
you
go
can
g6, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's not that big of a deal. Like,
Yeah, or
knight
maybe
c6 first,
yeah.
Why do we need to take it? Yeah, like, I mean, we can take it later.
No.
If we white.
Who
No,
is
like,
the
I mean,
spy?
it's
इस बार कोई spy नहीं है कि मैं यार. There is no spy.
But it's like, whatever, like, we'll be superior in the center. No? Okay, we can, maybe it's more.
Guys, we
more
will
important.
try to see if we can make a meet and greet with the players in Paris. That would be epic in some park here, but looks unlikely.
No, this is a completely new court. Looks super good, yeah. Yeah, I mean, okay, it's better, okay. King's bishop belongs to like to g3, g2, and fucking d4.
I mean,
Normally,
it's-
what if you reply d4 here? Yeah, we just sit up.
It's pleasant, but it's
Keeping
not.
the bishop. Bishop, the bishop shot maybe e3, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, because we have a problem with this knight.
Maybe 96 d4 with this
Yeah.
strategy. d4 as soon as possible.
Maybe even now, though, yeah. Who knows?
Why not d4 after 96? Because we
No,
first
These are the
Yeah.
players with the.
Guys, they can hear their analysis. Don't talk.
Okay.
What did you go? What did you go? G5? And then g4? Bishop a4. g3 f6. Because in the end, his bishop is worse.
थोड़ा ज्यादा तो डिस्कशन नहीं हो गया अमृता. अभी शुरू कर रहा है राउंड. थैंक यू आदित्यान.
Gentlemen, round 9 will start in 2 minutes.
Actually, full school wala vibes है पता है. Players are sitting outside here. Then the arbiter comes and says, "Come on, everyone, it's going to start." फिर players अंदर जाते हैं.
We have a super chat by Cricket Outlook with it. हारता है तो sad हो जाता हूँ, नासा वालों को बोलता हूँ धूप भेज दे वापस.
Let's go, guys! Exciting moments now. Very important round. Last 3 rounds of the day. Nepo is coming in. He's facing. Very important game for him as well. Arjun Erigaisi. Amruta. बहुत important game between the players who are currently on top. Nepo is right now on position number 2 and Arjun is on position number 3. Nepo is on
Wow.
6, Arjun is on 5. So if Nepo manages to right now, I mean, if Arjun manages to beat Nepo, he will tie him at the top. And the games are about to begin. So let's get it cracking, Amruta. What do you say?
Oh, there's a handshake. What's that screen, Sagar, on the right? They have?
Just for the move number.
So they don't have to write. Amazing. Neelodi, thank you for your contribution. Very cool. And Sagar, Gukesh, Arjun, Pragg. I think Pragg and Arjun are more important, no, in this game. No, Arjun is qualified. I think Gukesh and Pragg's game are very critical for us in this round for the qualification.
Yeah.
Oh, Magnus Rapport is generally a very insane game. So
I
देखते हैं क्या हो रहा है. हर्षित भाई is गायब.
No, Harshit bhai will come. Don't worry, Amruta.
No, I'm not worried at all. I'm worried if he comes. Oh, I will not tell this joke to Harshit. But look at this G4, G5, F4, D5. Maybe it started with F4 because that's how generally it begins.
Yeah.
And then Magnus has gone F5. This time I'll find
Amruta,
an interesting minor
this
piece
is Nodirbek
placement.
Gukesh. Nodirbek Gukesh. F4, D5.
Oh, can we flip it?
G4, G5.
I like this move G5 very much.
Actually, this position is insane, huh? You play this.
I love this position, Sagar, because it's like not very clear. The knights are, there is some distance. Bishop's also on E8 and not like the queen on E8, which makes it easier now. So, thoda interesting hai. Oh, he has given the whole diagonal to that H1 guy. Look at that diagonal.
True.
Very scary.
Very dangerous play by
But-
Gukesh.
No, you know what he wants? He wants to go bishop c6 and exchange that. But at the end of it, the light square bishop might later turn into a bad bishop. So white will place his pawns on e4 and d3.
Yeah.
Okay. What is the development scene? Black has yet to remove his pieces. What about Pragg Caruana? Can we check the opening there? Because they were all discussing together. So is it similar? Is it different?
Yeah. Let's have a look
And
at
we need...
Praggnanandhaa versus Caruana here.
you're getting the bars.
I got it. Bars are up.
Okay. Oh, Neil Modi, thank you for becoming the pillar of Indian chess. Hi, बहुत दिन बाद pillar of Indian chess. So thank you.
Thank you, Neil.
मजा आ गया. Same opening, even in Pragg Caruana.
Really? Wow.
I mean, until d4. Can we take it from the first move?
Yeah. I'm just
हाँ, तुम कर लो
I'm
आराम से कर
actually
लो.
trying to see, Amruta. Some cameras are not working only.
ठीक है. We are happy if when our
Look at
players are
Pragg.
winning.
Look at
चलेगा.
Pragg. Pragg आ गया.
Camera
Pragg आ गया.
चले,
Pragg आ गया.
Player
Amruta.
चले तो बस.
Amruta, Pragg आ गया.
Oh, nice. I love this green jacket, brown chessboard, purple background. It's like so colorful. Looks very elegant.
So F4, G6. Sorry, D5. Then he played G4, G5. Same opening like.
That's what I said. Until d4, by the way. Huh? So they discussed this, all of it, and they were very confident to go with this. a4, a5, knight a3, bishop c6 हो ही गया.
And yeah, this is interesting. Oh, by the way, people are saying
Arjun is losing?
How? So soon.
What? He's in a very difficult position.
Nepo is on fire, yeah, in this tournament. He's beating everyone. He's just half a point behind. He went. So F4, Arjun went D5, G4, G5. Same, Amruta, same opening. सब लोग सेम खेल रहे. D3. I think what has really gone wrong here for Arjun is the fact that his pieces are all very passive. But the most important thing, guys, can anyone tell in the chat what is the biggest problem in Black's position?
Good question. That's absolutely good.
Sam, thank you for your super chat. And I do that regularly.
Yes, the guys have got it. The bishop is stuck in the corner.
They
Sorry.
joined the dinner today?
Absolutely right.
So he makes the pairings. This
Oh,
is,
it will happen there?
yeah,
At what time?
one after the games.
But in Gustav, there, right?
This is Gustav.
Okay.
This is pick up 1 to 5.
I will come. I want to see that, yeah.
Okay. Thank
Did people say the bishop? Yes, the bishop
Yes.
on H8. Terrible piece. Terrible. Terrible.
So yes, that was a good question, and that's the main
That's the
reason.
main
So
reason.
which
Actually,
means F6 became a
Amrita,
very bad move then.
Here, that means, yeah, exactly. You will see that till F6, the bar really went down. So, Arjun really making a big error of judgment. But Arjun is very, very good. So, at some point, he'll go bishop G7. He'll try to get his bishop out. But it already looks like his position is very, very difficult. Let's move to
G4
the...
it's-
Yeah, it's looking very bad, Amrita. You are saying anything?
No, that's what I'm saying. Whenever the bishops are out of the game, no, here, then your eval bar is changing drastically. It seems like a bishop game.
Yeah, 100%. It's very
Yeah.
important. Meanwhile, Vidit Gujrathi is playing well against MVL. He hasn't really got going today, but he's doing well here. He seems to have equalized one of the few positions where Black is doing fine. Let's go to Gukesh
That's the
versus
key matchup.
Abdusattorov. And it's a, yeah, as Harshit Bhai said, it's a key matchup here.
Because
So what
not-
happened after bishop c6, Sagar? Like we left over there.
Yeah. So it was this one. A5, knight e4, knight f6, takes. I think Black is doing quite okay here. I like Gukesh's position. Seems fine for him.
Yeah.
What would you
He can.
say what would you say the plan for Black would be in this position? Do you think he wants to go knight a6, knight b4? Do you think he wants to push f6
Yes.
at some point?
Yes.
Yeah, I
Everything
think
yes.
knight
Harshit.
a6, f6 is also correct. Maybe rook
And maybe not knight
d7
a6,
and long
maybe
castle.
knight d7, knight b6, knight d5, knight e3. I love that square.
Ooh, that's a nice, very nice, like vision by Amruta there, that she spots that the e3 square is weak and wants to put her knight there.
Fantastic.
I kind of wanted the knight on a6 because I can go rook d7 and long castle there.
Right.
Oh.
But I let's see if Nodirbek, what he does and what Gukesh does. I was very keen to have even Gukesh on screen, guys. But we are trying. There is perhaps.
Harshit bhai, there we were cracking a joke. Somebody in the chat made sure that Harshit ke paas information jati hai. When
What?
you were not here, like, where is Harshit? Where is Harshit? And Sagar is like, don't worry. And I'm like, no, I'm not worried. I'm worried that if he comes.
Arre.
Bye.
हर्षित भाई इज अ स्पोर्ट तो स्पोर्ट्स फैन के साथ ऐसे सब रोस्ट जोक्स चलते हैं गाइस
Yeah, of
दे
course.
डोंट टेक इट पर्सनली
Yeah, I mean, I think that if Gukesh wins this, would you even say that like he's a favorite to qualify because he already won 2 games?
Yeah.
And I think if he wins this game with the black pieces, he definitely puts himself as a favorite to qualify now.
100%.
And I'm saying this about qualifying repetitively because in the qualifying stage in the 2 rounds, it's all about that top 8 में आना है.
हाँ और कुछ नहीं है. There's no other thing that they are aiming for.
ये मिनी कैंडिडेट्स है नहीं कैंडिडेट्स भी नहीं है ये तो चेन्नई ग्रैंड मास्टर्स हो गया ना टॉप 8 में आना है मेरे ग्रैंड स्लैम
Correct. No, I mean clearly, if they don't make it to top 8, then they cannot fight for the top prize of $200,000 and so on. So it's very difficult actually.
By the way, look at this very nice move by Nodirbek. E3, making sure that that square doesn't remain a permanent weakness.
And the only thing which is working really good for Gukesh is that he has about 2 minutes of time edge.
Oh.
So perhaps he can try to capitalize on that and keep playing quickly. Because if you have if you can make decent moves without thinking a lot, that actually is a very, very interesting strategy in this format.
By the way, Tushar says, is the amount-wise prize pool bigger than candidates? No, I think candidates is bigger. No?
I don't think so.
No? I think first prize for candidates was $500,000.
What? No way.
No?
But maybe we can weak
तुम
someone.
तुम अपन गेम देखेंगे.
Candidates 2024 prize pool.
सागर की क्यूरियोसिटी कभी कभी.
The total prize was 500,000 euros. Sorry, yeah, that number was there. Oh, first place was only 48,000.
Yeah.
No, but there was also 3,500 per point, per every half point.
Yeah.
Which means that if you scored like Gukesh scored 9 points, so that's 3.5 times
18. 7 times 9. 63,000. So yeah.
8, yeah.
Yeah.
So 63
plus
48.
Yeah,
That's
111.
so this is bigger than candidates.
Yeah.
Wow.
What?
Crazy. Insane.
Yeah. I mean, no, freestyle chess, this is why all the players are like agreeing to play this without any hesitation.
No, there are 2 players who pulled out.
Too much money problem.
The dark squares bishop is exchanged now, and even the light square bishops are getting exchanged. So we are landing in major piece and knight endgame.
Okay, what about Arjun's game? Is there anything
He is in
happening?
trouble, but slowly I think it should be okay with him.
Arjun is playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi, and Jan is putting real pressure on Arjun. Rook a3 was his final move. Wow.
Yeah. But
No,
you know
I
what?
think the
Pragg
main thing
Caruana
is
is a very critical game. I think right now for
that.
this round we
Yeah.
need to focus on these 2 games.
Let's
Pragg
go to
and
Pragg, Caruana.
Gukesh.
And Pragg sacrificed an exchange. Look at that.
What? Where?
Even I don't see it. He's seeing something long term.
Oh no, he just took a, sorry.
You thought the rook was an h1,
Yeah.
Bhai, ये तो freestyle chess. But Pragg has given a positional pawn sack, yeah? With d3. It's amazing. Look at where Pragg, let's have Pragg on the screen, guys. There you have Praggnanandhaa. And the thing is, so Harshit bhai, c3 played. And somehow, I don't know how he came to this conclusion that he has to go d3. Like, can you explain,
Caruana.
like,
I don't think I would ever play d3. So
Yeah.
it's very hard for me to.
it's just insane decision. It's like giving up a pawn.
And it was the best resource. I mean, it
I
was
mean,
the
he
best.
wanted to trap the knight.
Yeah.
That's the main thing. Because c6, knight d4, you can take and triple the pawns.
Yeah.
So
So
he
he
went
went d4 and sacrificing a piece right now because bishop takes g3, knight takes g3, Pragg gives up a piece. A takes b, c takes b5. He just wants to take back and say that his pawn cluster in the center is going to give him great compensation. I love how Pragg is playing this position so far.
Yeah.
Wow.
This door is open.
भाई इसको अपन हिलाते हैं थोड़ा ऐसा ये साइड पे है ना
आ गया लू. Okay, let's focus here. Takes ab5 has happened.
हाँ बेटर है
The a5 pawn does look like a thing which white is attacking. I like the rook on a3. I also like that black cannot defend it with b6 because the queen on h1 is there looking at the a8 rook. And white's king
Amrita, it has
100%
happened.
looks safer. 100%.
it has happened this thing where they have traded.
Actually, you like the position for white, but why is black giving this initiative for black? Is my question. I really like it for
I
white.
mean, computers will definitely prefer material, yeah?
But I prefer white.
Yeah?
I think I'll make another bold prediction that Pragg will win this.
Hmm.
How
Okay,
many of you
G4 is
agree with
attacked
this?
now. I'm hoping that. But G4 is attacked for now. Do you simply go H3 or do you play Queen F3? What do you do?
I think I will. I mean, I don't know. I don't know even know if that giving up that pawn is such a big deal.
It is, no? Otherwise, what
Yeah,
else
maybe
do
Queen
you
F3
have?
or H. Yeah, Queen F3 maybe simply.
Oh, maybe you wanted to go Rook E1,
Oh, he
Harshit.
plays Rook E1.
Oh,
Wow.
counter attack.
So if take,
So giving up the pawn
boom.
Boom,
actually
and
is
B7
fine.
is mate now. No, I think Pragg will take this. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean, Fabi is very strong in general in such positions. So my feeling is that Pragg might not be able to uh, hold it. Like, I would really want Pragg to win this.
Oh,
But
bhai.
yeah,
Do you know Black's idea now? He wants to do a switcheroo, bhai.
no, he can't.
Why
He has
not?
to remove the rook.
Why does he have to remove it? On the
Acha, he
other
wants to go
side.
there. Oh,
Oh, short
but you can't do
castle.
now.
Bhai.
Wow, that's
You
a
can't do.
powerful
No, acha,
one.
after rook is, I can't do it.
But imagine if I go like king c2,
Bhai. Switcheroo.
you can
Crazy.
just go that side. Wow, amazing. Let's see how
But why
this
was
goes.
Rook E7 a mistake? Knight G4, right?
Queen f8 and just queen comes into the game. Queen d6.
Ah,
It's
got
playable.
it.
It's playable. And
Yeah,
Hikaru
very tough
versus
position.
Vincent is roundabout even. Gukesh versus Nodirbek. I think Gukesh is in trouble slightly. Although the position is
I mean, he's down a pawn right
yeah.
now.
Yeah.
He's threatening to capture the pawn on g4, but white can simply defend it with h3. And then black is the one who needs to show where his compensation
Yeah,
lies.
because he needs to get his queen out. And right now, if he goes Queen F8, he's not happy with the exchange. So it's an important
Guys,
question.
let me please highlight the importance of this match. Gukesh has to survive this game somehow because his qualifications is on the line.
Yeah, I agree. A draw would also
Hmm.
work for him, but a loss definitely not.
Yeah.
And that's the nature. When you play your day one not so well, you are under more and more pressure.
Mm-hmm.
And that is what has happened to Gukesh. You can see Nodirbek on the screen, really intensely thinking. He pushed his pawn to h3. Gukesh now has to decide what to do. Why h5 seems like the move. Create
Yeah,
play.
he needs to somehow create counterplay before white castles. And he plays it, of course. Gukesh is
Oh.
no stranger to this concept. Quickly goes for h5.
Yeah. Now, if GH5, let's say I don't care about the doubled pawns or the weak pawns. Are you going to go G4? GH5 go G4?
Yeah, maybe Amrita. GH5, G4, just open up
H4,
stuff.
H4.
H4,
Hmm.
yeah. Nice
Amrita, you are
analysis.
really finding all the best moves. Really good. Because it was very important to stop that check queen g5 and your move h4 stopped that. So gh5, g4, h4 was a very nice sequence of moves that can potentially even happen in the game. By the way, the bar of Arjun has really shot up.
What? He's losing?
Yes.
Oh.
By the way, guys, we have now Gukesh on your screen. There he is. Completely focused there.
Guys, do
Arjun,
subscribe. 2614. Let's make it 2615. Let's go.
Okay, huh. And also Tushar has asked switcheroo ka matlab. Switcheroo ka matlab, like let's say you plan to edit a reel, but then you say कि यार नींद आ रही है, I'm sleeping. So short castle के बदले, I mean some long. Maybe Harshit should explain.
The switcheroo is basically you switch the position of your kings. You go from one side of the board to the other side of the board in an unexpected fashion. Just like a kangaroo, you jump on the other side. Yeah, this is a really tough position for Arjun right now. And the reason for that is because of his bishop on f8. bishop on g7, which is looked upon by his own pawn on f6.
Yeah.
Right, Amruta? There's no way it can go anywhere.
Yeah, no, absolutely. No, I was looking at, sir, you are adjusting, no?
Yeah,
I was
it's fine.
confused what's happening. Yeah, go on. Harshit, what did you say? Sorry, I missed it.
I just said that the reason that white's position is so overwhelming is because of that bishop on g7, which is currently
Wow.
completely stuck because of the pawns on f6 and g5. And I think that this is the
Totally.
reason why white has not only a big advantage, but maybe
Hmm.
even a winning advantage.
True. Agreed, 100%. Wow. But Arjun saved something like this in the last game against Richard.
Yeah.
So there is some slight hope because this position is way different and Nepo is not going to let this go.
And the game is not over until it's over. Arjun is a big fighter. We saw in the last round how he managed to salvage half a point in that position. So he'll keep fighting. I think we should go back to Gukesh versus Nodirbek's game
Yeah.
because that's the game that's really going to affect the standings in this game.
Agreed. So if I go back to Gukesh's game here, you can see Nodirbek completely focused. I think he's fighting hard here, Gukesh. He did play h5. There was long castle. He took the pawn. Knight takes.
So the material is equal now, but perhaps the knight on e4 gives white an extra bit of advantage because the knight in the central controls the maximum amount of squares, which is 8.
Yeah, the knight is amazing here
Yeah.
on e4.
Yeah, I mean, the knight is amazing. You cannot move. You have to think twice about moving this knight because suddenly then the f6 square becomes weak. Right now, white wants to go rook g1 next, attacking the knight on g4. Knight hila, to g5 ka pawn hangs. And
But guys, you're forgetting one thing, that if black gets his rook on e2 and then rook c6, like the c2 weakness can be more dangerous than black's c7 weakness, which white cannot easily attack.
that's a good point, Amruta. Look
Ooh,
at that
what?
move. Rook takes e4 was played by
What?
Gukesh. He's down to his last 1 minute, and I think that made him kind of want to change the nature. Rook e4, d takes e4.
Knight f2. He wants to go knight f2, but he has assisted wrongly.
Yeah.
What happens, Agar? Knight f2. Let's say the rook.
Knight
Queen
f2, and now
e7
it's very important move for white. It's, I mean, if white finds the next move, pawn to e5, white actually has an overwhelming advantage.
You can find, because that's one of the first moves, like queen e7, e5. They come to your mind very easily.
And why? And you know why it's super important to go e5, Amruta? Because we want to sterilize the rook on a6 from coming to d6 and get this open file. And I think e5 does just that. And after this, it's also at some point going to go e6, fe6, f6 and create
Oh my god,
its
he
own
finds
pass
it.
pawn.
He finds it.
Oh my god, Nodirbek finds it. Amruta, he was doing a training camp right before coming here. He took a flight in 6 hours, I would imagine. I'm not sure, but I would imagine with Carlsen. So he's completely in shape, finds e5. This is trouble for Gukesh. Knight h1. Oh my god. No way he will find it.
Queen e7.
No my god.
No my god.
Why not?
Oh
Why
la
not?
la.
Because if you
Queen
play rook
e7.
h1,
Queen e7.
there is a problem, no, with g4.
That is completely nuts. Amruta, idea is queen e7. If knight f2, we can simply go
check.
e6 now.
No, you first check.
I like e6 and fe6
But he has
just f6.
time.
But why do it with queen trade? No, put the king away. So queen d7,
Check.
king b8, queen d8, queen d8, king d8, rook d8,
Now
king
you don't
a7,
have e6.
e6.
Oh my god.
fe.
Oh, you still have
f6. This is
E5.
crazy line.
e5, f7, rook f6. Wait, let's go on. But the knight is too far and the coordination is zero.
Take and
Yeah.
then one
is
of the
better.
pawn and rook f5 next, and white is almost winning. He
he
finds
finds
it.
it.
Bhai.
Oh
Nodirbek
my.
OP yaar. I mean, that was
Too good.
I mean, we have to give credit where it's due. I think
Tremendous.
I haven't seen such a crazy calculation in this event so far.
No, he's too good. He's too good.
This is a combination of the day for sure. This
Oh,
one.
perhaps the event knight f2 e5, giving up the rook on h1 and then just leaving the knight there, coming queen e7,
I know they're
promoting his own pawns.
Dude,
Brilliant.
hats off.
He keeps
Brilliant.
impressing us in every tournament he plays. Yeah, that's how good he is. And by the way, guys, looking at Magnus Carlsen, how is he doing? Magnus is
He's
black.
going down against Richard Rapport.
Oh my God. Richard Rapport, who started today at the bottom of the table, seems to have
No, but
got his
I think
footing.
Magnus will manage. Magnus will manage to hold. Though Richard always carries this extra motivation
Look,
against
I-
him.
I
dangerous
think that,
position.
you know,
These two rooks,
and
queen.
Richard has nothing to lose. He basically is just, playing the party spoiler right now because he can just have fun and pose problems on his opponent's play freely. I think he's going to win.
Okay, but let's continue now the combination of Nodirbek Sagar because it is something very
Yeah.
beautiful. It would be nice to
We should
see
stick
how
to that
it's
game for
going.
sure because
And
like,
also Pragg. Let's not deviate too much.
It happened, guys. The game went queen e7, knight g3 by Gukesh.
e6, of course.
e6,
Check,
knight
just
check.
king b1 and f6. There's no way to stop that pawn now.
Crazy.
The
So
pawn
it's
is
like
going
lost.
to
You
promote.
have nothing to fight.
Nothing.
Oh no, it's one miss and gone as in freestyle. But Nodirbek's alertness, OP.
And it's not
literally
about
OP.
Gukesh losing this, but it's actually about
Yeah.
Nodirbek. In this whole story in this game is about not this combination. Amruta was
Oh,
super
resign.
tough and resigned.
Resign.
Yes, because the
Resign.
form of Gukesh, if Nodirbek wouldn't have found this, then it would have, I would say a draw, yeah? Probably a draw.
I think we have to have
But-
Abdusattorov in the studio with us today at some point and ask him how he found this insane idea of going queen e7 with 30 seconds on his clock, because many of us would need hours to find this combination.
I agree. Yeah. He's just so good and reminds us of his calculation with Jordan in Tata Steel. And he is doing this over and over again, just proving that he's the best calculator in the world.
Mhm.
Going now to Praggnanandhaa's
Pragg's
game.
game. Let's go.
50 seconds each. This is very exciting. Let's stick to this game until the end. 1 minute each approximately for both sides. Rook c4. Praggnanandhaa has a pawn down, but in compensation for that, he currently has 3 pawns.
Yeah. Do you think that Pragg might be able to trick Fabi here?
I mean,
or
I
who
already
with
gave my
that-
prediction.
Ah,
I'm
you-
going to
you
stick
are-
with
you're
it.
Going sticking, yeah.
I'm
Don't you think Fabi has kind of stabilized?
once a Barca fan, always a Barca fan.
Nice. I thought you were Real Madrid fan.
Arey Sagar bhai, you're hurting many people's hearts right now.
No, you're a.
No bhai, always Barca fan bhai.
Oh, Sachi.
Oh my God, the pressure is on because he was very nervous while making this move. Queen to h1, was that the move he played? What did he play?
No, he didn't play it.
कैमरा एक्सपैंड कर लो उनका थोड़ा बहुत छोटे दिख रहे हैं. This is the penultimate round, guys, of today, and there
No,
will
no,
be
not
one more
penultimate.
round.
No.
Then, oh, third last.
हाँ, इसके बाद और दो है.
Oh, okay.
But Fabi is coming back. Bhai, look at this. He plays his queen, then brings his
Oh,
queen,
yes, so
and then
that's
brings
all.
his queen, improves it. It seems like Pragg is
Can you
in
not
su-
go rook c6 and queen
You can.
f4? Yeah.
Yeah, you can. Rook c6
Queen
looks
f4.
very natural, but yes, queen f4.
And if you trade the queens, of course,
If
that's
you trade
going
a
to be.
g5, let's say, takes. No, you lose a piece. Takes.
I mean, no,
cannot.
queen ही बन रहा है ना pawn.
जीतू हो रहा है.
Queen f4 happened.
Oh, rook c6, queen f4 on
Oh
the board.
no, this is
But
really
then he
bad
has
news.
to go back. Queen e2. Oh, but rook e8. Oh, yeah, very difficult position now.
Yeah, oh my God, this
But
allows.
g4 is gone.
Oh no, this
Fork,
allows
fork.
knight e5. Oh.
Fork.
Oh, it's a clear blunder.
Which means that Fabi now cements his position with this win, and Pragg might have to win both the rounds if he has to have any chances of qualifying. But with
Oh, he
Gukesh
doesn't mind.
losing,
He plays queen g4. It's equally
It's
good,
also
or
good.
maybe better.
it's good.
Same idea on the board.
Keeps everything
95.
under control. Queen c4. I mean, Pragg still, has some chances. It's not utterly lost in this position because he still has this pawn on f5, rook on c6, which can give him some counterplay. But of course, like a piece deficit is too much.
Too much. Yeah.
By the way,
H5.
just to give you an idea, Magnus game is going super crazy, and this one now Caruana is winning. So do you want to shift? Because
No,
Magnus game is, in case you want to, then you can.
wow,
What is
what a
happening
play.
here?
Just 2 moves ago, Rook C7 was played.
Oh, he just sacked, huh? Look at this, bhai.
Yeah, this
Queen
one
takes
was
c7
important.
and queen takes a7. Oh, bye. You cannot take ab3, of course, because your queen on a3 will be hanging. 20 seconds for Magnus, 23 seconds for Richard. The last time Richard had a great position, he got a bit nervous and was unable to convert his advantage. Will he be able to strike this time against Magnus? Magnus is also a bit nervous. Queen beat. What was the move? Queen a2, rook c1.
Anything can happen. By AB3 is coming.
ab3 and then maybe queen takes b3 played.
He's now a piece down.
Oh, queen c5, rook d7, queen c5 back. I think that
Oh,
they're
draw.
repeating the position. That was an insane finish.
Maybe
One
Magnus
second, let's
goes
just
queen C3 and tries
no
to play on.
no, that's too much.
Bhai, look at Magnus. He's not making his move. He played
What?
it. He played it. He wants it. Bhai. He wants to win. You don't know Magnus, bhai.
That's so risky.
Bhai, but Magnus is risky, no? He's right now says I have qualified. मैं क्या draw करके करूँगा?
Oh my God.
I did not even consider giving up my queen on c3 like that, but Magnus, recognizing that he has this powerful pawn on a4, rook d5 played, bye, and he's coming. He's putting pressure on this pawn. d4 खेले तो this bishop becomes weak.
What about bishop b6?
This pawn is hanging.
Acha, हाँ, depends. Oh, Joy Datta, thank you so much for gifting 10 memberships. Let's go.
Hi, Magnus is...
Yeah, Magnus just completely crazy here. He's given up his queen.
Given
he's
up his
fighting
queen. And one might ask why. And
to
I
have
think...
fun.
No, he wants to win. I mean, he has this very strong pawn on a4, which might feel like the point being that after a move like queen 4, we never want to give this pawn. Obviously, b5 will be played. And the point is that this bishop can never attack this pawn. So that's why these pawns on b5 and a4 are going to be very powerful if they go to a3 before the game is over.
Yeah, agreed.
Just to give you an update, Nepo has beaten Arjun. Nodirbek has beaten Gukesh.
Yes.
Fabi is
Can we go to
beating Pragg, but yeah, Pragg is still trying to fight. And
He's
here
down
we
a
have
rook.
Magnus's game.
No, this is definitely ending in a win for Fabi's
This one
rook
is,
up.
yeah. I mean, if Pragg saves it, it would be incredible. But yeah, let's stick with Magnus's game because that one is.
Oh, sorry, each one.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he might win it.
yeah, Bishop f8 is his threat right now.
Vidit is winning, just in any case
Oh,
to
really?
update you because that
Wow.
would be his important victory, you know, at least
Can we look at it? Oh, this is the
something.
one.
Yeah.
Wow. Incredible. Vidit is winning here, guys.
Wow.
Maybe let's see if we can have Vidit on the screen.
We have another 20 memberships gifted by Joy. Arey,
Oh,
Joy, you're
thanks a lot,
giving
Joy.
joy to so many people.
Thank you,
Ravi
Joy bhai.
Kiran Super Chats. Thanks for great content prediction for the event. Prediction for the
क्या
event.
लगता है भाई?
Bhai, I
B3.
think Magnus will win the event.
पूरा?
Yes.
Pura.
Oh,
Acha, pura. Oh.
देखते हैं भाई. Maybe Gukesh also, no? क्या लगता है? Today Gukesh will qualify, then maybe some chances.
I mean, he lost right now, so he still has some work to
A
do.
lot of work actually, not some. And there you see Vidit
Oh,
actually
rook
winning
h8.
this.
Yes, he's...
Nice. That's a good win for Vidit, but let's go back to
H2.
Pragg is losing. But we have to go to Magnus's game.
Yeah, Magnus, I think most.
Bhai, Magnus is
interesting
winning.
He gave up a rook
Rook भी दे दिया.
and a2
क्या
now.
चल रहा है?
What a
रुक ही नहीं रहा है
combination.
वो.
I wanted to say combo and then I also wanted to say combination, so I said combination.
Harshit going to write a dictionary now.
I think this...
He made a queen.
We need to analyze
He's
this
now
and
piece up.
we need to analyze this game in deeper depth because he just gave up a rook.
भाई
You know,
ये देखा
freestyle
क्या?
is the style जो बोलता है कि कुछ deep
A2
whip में मत
can't
करो
stop, the
analysis.
queen can't take.
Too good,
Insane.
man. Too good.
Queen e1 now. I mean, white still has some pawns for it. d5 played. He's going to complicate it. Like ed5, e6. He's saying, okay, I'm down a piece, but I'm trying to find some counterplay, and he still needs to be accurate. e6 perhaps. Then bishop g3, putting pressure on this knight. e6 played. Still needs to be slightly accurate, but I think that he found the most difficult moves, and now it's all
Queen
about
G5 now, Queen
converging.
G5.
That's the best
You
move,
stop
Amrita.
E7
Well done.
and D. Yeah, definitely.
That's amazing spot by you, Queen G5. You can even think of exchanging the queens by going Queen G7. That's the best move in the position. Let's see if he finds it.
Amazing खेल रहा है Magnus.
I think ये game तो भाई analyze करना ही पड़ेगा.
Game of the day.
You should try to get him today, if at all he.
Yeah.
Oh, Queen F4. But
Yeah,
what?
threatening the pawn on
E7 ko?
G4, and
Check.
after that you can even go Queen E4 check. He just goes Queen E4 immediately. Goes for the end game.
Piece up.
Yep.
It's I think completely winning. But okay, some chances with these 2 pawns.
Yeah, some work to do still, but
Yeah, perfect play is required. So if Magnus is at perfection, then fine.
He'll do it. He'll do it.
maybe G5, H5, H6. He'll try to somehow promote. I mean, it is very possible to see a scenario where white gets these pawns on the 6th rank and suddenly it's white who's winning.
But you know the most amazing thing about these two players, whenever they play, they create a beauty. Like it's Richard versus Magnus, and you want to see the game.
Yeah, very true. Even in classical normal chess, they are always have a very, very fighting games, and this was no less. It was Rapport who was winning in the beginning, and after that it's Magnus who has showcased some brilliance. He's sacrificing his queen, then sacrificing his rook. Now still complex h6 perhaps. If the bishop goes to e5, suddenly it's a draw. Like it's very complex position.
Chance to hai.
By the way, while
Chance to
Magnus
banda
is
hai.
converting this, Vidit has missed his chance.
Oh my god.
And now it's equal. MVL is back. MVL is always very tricky. And although 2 pawns down, he seems to have
Three.
good
He was
drawing chance.
completely lost, no?
3. It has to be perpetual only.
Oh my god. Can we see this? Like, how is it possible? 3 pawns down, like.
We'll see it in a bit. Let's first
We'll
finish this
focus
game
on
of
one.
Magnus.
Yeah.
And meanwhile, Pragg has lost. This we expected.
Pragg lost to Fabi. Fabi played a fantastic game
And
there.
Vincent is beating Hikaru Nakamura.
So, bhai, it will be very interesting to see the standings after this
Yeah.
because
Yeah.
we've seen a lot of upsets in this game. Nepo beating Arjun, Vincent defeating Hikaru, Fabi also, winning a game against Pragg with the black pieces. And what to do now? G6 played.
Bhai, look at these pawns. Yeah, they are looking very dangerous.
Yeah, I mean, next move G7 and then Queen.
Maybe to G7, I'll just take twice, no? And then that.
Bhai,
bishop and-
bhai. What is happening in Vidit's game?
Oh, Vidit lost.
What? Oh, did he not take the draw?
He wanted to win and now he's busted. He's getting mated.
Optional decision.
Oh my
Going
God.
for a win over there.
Can we go full screen? I mean, that is just really tough, yeah?
Ah, look at him. He's so sad. But whether you tried, that's great.
Yeah, well
Because
fought.
in such a scenario, you generally go for a draw knowing your form, but at least you still fought.
But a big win for MVL now. He's just
Yeah.
made sure that he will
Yeah.
qualify for
Can we
sure.
go back to Magnus's game, see how does that end?
Yeah.
Oof, that's tough though. That's tough. He was completely winning that game. Of course, one has to feel for him, having a really tough event here, but I'm sure he'll be back.
Yeah. But also, as we know that it's not easy to play such an event after so many things. So I still appreciate his decision to try in some way the mental strength it shows is insane.
भाई मैग्नस कार्लसन छोड़ता नहीं है ऐसे पोजीशन को विनिंग आया तो छोड़ता ही नहीं है like now if you think about it if I can win this pawn it's a draw but it's impossible he'll not
Yeah,
push
he's not
B2.
going to give that pawn. He'll make sure that that pawn stays with him.
Crazy.
How he understands, no?
Vincent
chess,
won.
it's-
Vincent beat Hikaru.
Yes.
Oh, that throws open the
Why?
tournament.
Again, all 6 results in this round.
Why? But this throws open the
Totally.
tournament because now Vincent and so Rapport and Vidit are out with the chance, but Vincent and Gukesh are in with a chance.
Yeah.
So 10 players are fighting for 8 spots. भाई 10 लोग जब 8 स्पॉट के लिए फाइट कर रहे हैं तो क्या होगा?
ओ भाई धूम धमाका होगा भाई क्योंकि
दो
someone
जन
has
तो
to
दुखी
go out.
होगा ना?
हाँ, I mean of course.
We have a Dinkachika today.
Oh, by the way, here Bishop and Knight
Oh.
mate can also
Yeah,
come.
Gigi said.
No, I don't
just
think
said
that he will allow it.
Oh, but if that happens, it's after a long time on top level. We have a Bishop Knight meet.
I think he
and
will resign though.
Magnus-
I don't really think Rapport is going
No,
to
I think he
continue.
will play. Rapport will play.
No
because
way, Amruta. No way.
50 moves के लिए तो he will try. He should try. I mean, 50 move rule. Why not?
I think he will resign now. Because what Black will do is he will not even take this pawn. He'll go king d5, king c4, go b2, king b3 and then just reroute his knight to c3.
Arjun, if you are playing a tournament and if you're playing against Bishop and Knight, will you resign or will you
Depends
play?
whom I'm
your
playing.
Yes, you know your opponent is super strong.
Yeah, I'll resign.
You'll resign.
Yeah,
No,
of course.
Harshit. You
What?
have to play.
Yeah, keep trying.
I mean nowadays even 1800 can do it in 1 minute, Amruta.
yeah, but still, trying is good. Trying is good.
Yeah, I just feel like I show.
Like
I mean,
the Rook Knight versus Rook, Magnus versus Vidit. That kind of a thing.
yeah. No, I mean if I had Rook, Knight, Rook, I would 100% try. No matter
Oh.
whom I'm playing. Oh, look at this move. Bishop e7. Guys, free piece maar doge na.
Last
stalemate.
trick.
Last minute trick
Nice.
by Richard and now just king d5, king c4, b2. By the way,
you may not even have to go into Bishop Knight and
just to show a cool trick, if king f7, bishop f6, bishop takes f6 is going to be a very bad move because h8 queen, bishop takes h8 is a draw.
Wow.
However, you can take with the king. And now white has this square king on a1 and again this is completely winning.
That's amazing.
Bishop a5, okay, now just take the pawn. Oh! Bishop c3, so tricky.
But just don't touch it.
Yeah, don't touch it. Oh, I see, ladder is incoming.
Ladder.
Okay, he's like, okay, no, ladder nahi dekhna hai, pehle resign kar diya.
Wow.
Yeah, crazy. So all 6
See,
results
both
right
of them
now.
are
And
happy.
Magnus, I think this is the game of the day.
Yeah.
He sacrificed his queen.
Then rook. Then he
Wow.
avoided all stalemate tricks and finally he was able to draw this. We'll quickly keep the standings, Sagar bhai, and then we can take a small break because the last 2 rounds ke liye na, Sagar bhai,
Absolutely.
we need to
Energy.
see with full focus ki who's gonna qualify.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and if
right.
today, end of the day, we can get Magnus to analyze this game, it would be epic.
And or Abdusattorov to analyze that piece sacrifice. दोनों में से एक
Yeah,
would
but
be-
this game is game of the day. Like it cannot be even like that one moment was a
We can
brilliance. But if
argue,
you talk
Amrita.
about the whole,
I think
no,
both
it
were
was a
nice. no?
moment of brilliance.
Don't argue,
in that
bhai.
game.
Time to enjoy now.
Yes,
भाई आर्ग्यूमेंट में जो मजा है वो भी
we enjoy while arguing. Harshit,
अरे bye,
you
bye,
have to
bye.
experience it,
Argument में।
Harshit. मजा आता है.
आप-
डिबेट
आपने
बोलते हैं
कभी
उसको.
किया
हर
है
चीज
मजा
आर्ग्यूमेंट
argue
नहीं
करके?
रहती.
अरे
Debate,
bye,
debate.
bye.
नहीं किया
Have you been
Of
to a
course.
debate competition?
Me and my sister fight so much, like and it's of course. I mean, like it's very in a fun way. Like at the end of the day, we of course still come come back and are good in good terms. But of course, there's
Right.
friendly quarrels are. By standings aa gaye, bhai.
Standings.
Magnus 7.5, Jan Nepomniachtchi second position with 7 points. Fantastic performance by him. Nodirbek was sure on 6 points. Arjun 5 points, cementing himself a very nice spot.
He lost
There-
by the way this round.
Yes, but he's still on 5.4th position. Fabi Nakmaura 4.5. So they have also kind of gotten that 1 point advantage over Gukesh and Vincent. Praggnanandhaa also on 3 points. So actually, between Gukesh, Vincent, and Keymer, anyone can get that 8th spot.
Yeah.
It's
Seems like that's
50-50.
what's going to happen.
Yeah.
So only one Indian might qualify,
Mhm.
and that could also happen like Keymer. Has Keymer played with both Pragg and Gukesh? Because if he's going to play, I think he lost to Gukesh today. And Pragg, oh, it's Pragg Keymer
Oh,
now.
Pragg Keymer.
Pragg
Oh, bhai, bhai,
Keymer,
bhai,
भाई सारी दुखों की दवा अभी होने वाली है. सारे सवालों का जवाब भी अभी है. Every when did Amrita?
No, I think we'll just put the standings and
No, we'll put outside का video. And also Gukesh is now facing Rapport. Oh, that's going to be an important one.
yes.
Okay. Guys, we are going to leave you with some footages here.
And we'll be right back in a few minutes for that penultimate round of today.
Yes.
Les joueurs, ils seront tous là, tu seras la star. Peut-être de ce côté-là.
Tu m'appelles, c'est ça, mais c'est quand?
Dans Raphaël. Dans quelques minutes.
Hallo, liebe Virginie.
Tu veux venir avec moi comme ça je monte vite fait. Puis quand je t'appelle, tu viens ici à côté de notre caméra, c'est ça. Donc pendant que toi tu montes sur scène, moi je vais derrière, puis de ces côtés-là je vais tirer.
Non, mais je vais rappeler comment tu fais.
Moi je retire ce niveau-là. En fait,
mais je sais pas ce que tu dis.
oui, mais ça.
Ah, mais moi, c'est ce que je veux.
Laurent wollte den Tisch ziehen, nicht den...
Oh, lass das leben.
Der fliegt auf ein Pierre-Trikot. Si tu veux... Non, là, tu touches rien, mais tu mets que 2 secondes.
I think it's too dangerous for you to make the drawing of lots.
Je t'aide.
Make some extra efforts for us.
Yeah, it's not so complicated. Anyway, you wait until et tu mélanges. Tu peux l'enlever même, je pense. Et ça, je vais comme tu veux. Tu mélanges sans regarder. Donc tu mélanges.
D'accord, sans regarder.
Ouais, sans regarder. Puis tu le sors. Moi, je serai à côté de toi. À ce moment-là, quand tu prends, toi, tu seras tourné vers cette caméra. Puis je te prends le...
D'accord.
Si tu veux, tu peux...
D'accord. Ah,
Voilà, tu peux avancer comme ça.
je me rapproche?
Non,
Non,
tu restes. Et puis tu m'avales. Puis tu m'avales.
Super.
Ja.
Ist das live?
Jo. Nee, das ist gerade vor 5 Minuten.
We will start in 1 minute, so if the players are already here, you can take your seats. Thank you. Je peux pas faire tout en panneau.
Hello. Welcome back, everyone. It's going to be a very interesting day because top 8 qualify to the playoffs and we are having an intense finale now. There are 12 players. I think 10 are in the running for the top spot, and this is how it looks. You can see here that Pragg and Vincent are taking on each other, while Gukesh is taking on Rapport. And one out of those three players is going to qualify. I doubt if Hikaru or Fabiano will be eliminated. I mean, that looks unlikely. What do you think, guys? Who will make it? Two rounds are remaining, guys. 2 rounds. Sachin says if Hikaru loses 2, he might not qualify. Yeah, true. अभी से सागर भाई चेस बोर्ड की तरह स्कोर बोर्ड घुमा दो. Vidit will come on top. Vidit, actually had a very tough round, but we all know that tough times makes you a skilled sailor, or how do you say, the rough sea makes you a skilled sailor, and that's how it is for Vidit. It's going to be very, very tough. Meanwhile, the players have all gathered together to analyze. Let's hear it from them.
Why is G4 so special if I play like G6 or something? This doesn't feel very special. Might get a bit dull in that case.
Usually, F4, F5, knight D3. How do you actually?
Ah, you want to go knight A5 or something? Or knight C6?
You can just castle. Yeah, E4. Also D4 is reasonable. Very dull. Yeah, D4 F5 also. Which one? C5?
Also knight B6.
The queen on G1. Yeah, the queen on G1 feels odd.
Maybe E4 then. E4 and F3 is no sound.
F5 is not much. I don't think so.
G4 is it?
G4, G6?
These are queen B2, knight C3.
I want to play this.
Knight C3, knight B6.
Yeah, knight B6.
Ah, knight. Yeah, that's
Knight C3.
yeah. Yeah, so
Okay, what's your something? Okay. Bishop F7. Okay, so you don't even get everything.
Yeah, here knight B6 is. So let's take E2 and then go bishop. Alright, knight C3. Yeah, I mean, I thought yeah, that's right.
Why is this such a big deal?
maybe black is much better. Knight B6. No, I mean, it's too risky for white to go for this.
Knight b5.
Rook a1. Queen d6.
No, but
Knight
now
b5.
knight c6, right? Knight c6.
Yeah, probably this.
So this is probably too risky.
Eh.
Although knight b6, knight b5, queen a2 is also possible.
Sure.
So. And knight b6 is probably also.
We could also start with we could also start with f6. We could also start with f6 technically. Yeah? We could also here play f6. Maybe let's. Okay, so let's say if you eject it, then d4.
And knight b6.
Anyway, yeah.
No, yeah, also here, yeah.
No, I just don't want to give away.
But I mean,
center.
also take always in bishop h1, yeah, like after d4.
Yeah, technically even after f4, I have bishop h1. Bishop h2. But if d5 is
Yeah, I mean,
But even after you have, because if you have to play d5 to avoid
so
d4.
f5, nothing. Yeah. Okay, I think this check is a bit annoying, but maybe check at the first move. So that's reason why I think. So I think we
Yeah.
checked it. Yeah. I think f4 is super principle. Okay, if knight b3, what we do? Knight b3 first. Yeah, I mean that's
Here we have Gukesh analyzing with Fabiano, Arjun, Naka.
I like e4 actually. Yeah, e4 is a bit annoying. So if knight is the first move, f4 you really like f5. But e4 I like f5.
You like f5?
I like f5.
Queen g6.
Also, yeah.
And then I can take on h5.
So take, yeah.
Here I can take, yeah.
Knight c3.
Okay,
Take.
not really anymore.
But maybe after f bishop g6 also.
Vidit is in a tough spot today because he has lost all his games, 3 out of 3. And yesterday he lost 4 in a row, so he has had a streak of 7 losses. And in this round he will be facing
And here g6 already.
Caruana. So very
I'm
tough
missing g6 looks much
task.
This is good.
And also here, by the way, knight a4 is annoying because it's important because with knight on a4 and f4 plate,
knight a4.
castle never works because a2 is hanging.
Oh, yeah.
So here like knight a4.
No,
No, here knight
Queen
a4.
d4.
Queen d4, knight queen a2.
No, here is like very unpleasant.
Yeah.
Dangerous, yeah. Oh,
So
queen
here,
d4,
this
bishop
is
h5
body
also, yeah?
coming in.
Yeah, but knight a4 maybe b3.
Bishop b5, bishop b2, queen c4.
Бишь g4.
Gentlemen,
No,
2 minutes to
ну как,
start
ферзь
the
d4,
round.
слон c5, слон c4, ферзь c4. Knight b2 is not gonna... Shit. Sure it's mate. Yeah.
Welcome back everyone to the game, and we have Jan Nepomniachtchi here on our screen. He's actually going to take on Magnus Carlsen. It's a big fight here between two of the best players in the world, and a game to look forward to. Harshit bhai, it is going to be very exciting.
It's going to be very exciting. I mean, it's the last 2 games, and there was already a shift of dynamics. Some players were analyzing together, as we saw in that camera, and some players preferred to be alone and were trying to just calculate the moves by themselves. Praggnanandhaa was someone who was thinking by himself, which I found to be very interesting because usually he's always analyzing with the players.
Yes, because for Pragg, it's a big encounter right now with Vincent Keymer. It's everything to play for him. And if he doesn't manage to do that, it is not going to be easy if he doesn't win here.
And the handshake between Magnus and Nepomniachtchi, both these players have put themselves on the top of the leaderboard, so not really afraid of uh, the qualification spot right now. But I think the two games that we were talking about, Gukesh versus Rapport and Vincent versus Pragg, are going to be the key games to follow, and we already have moves.
Yes.
Can we quickly go to the game of Pragg versus Vincent?
Yeah, let's go here. Vincent versus Pragg. We have a very, very important battle here. And Amruta is missing.
Yes.
She will join us very shortly, guys.
So G4 was chosen by Praggnanandhaa. Very interesting. And it kind of reminds me of that fact that it opens your bishop and your queen, which is what Nepo said is a good way to think about developing your pawns. So G4, F6, played by Vincent, and knight B3, quickly played by Praggnanandhaa. He's now threatening the vicious knight C5.
Right, absolutely. There we have both the players on our screen. G4,
F6, knight B3, and I suspect that E5 was played by Vincent.
But knight A5.
Knight A5? And what can black do? Guys, can you spot the best move for black after knight A5?
Of course, we can just win the pawn.
No, then B7 is hanging. There is a very cool move right now for black.
I was just thinking it's a mate, but no, there's
Yeah. Very cool move for black. He can actually long castle.
Switcheroo.
The switcheroo, a small switcheroo there protecting the pawn on B7. And now the knight on A5, of course, looks like it's out of position right now. So knight B3, E5 played, and Pragg is thinking, did he make a move? Not yet.
He's thinking here.
It's crucial that he gets a good position from the beginning, because he can then put pressure on Vincent, who usually is someone who loves getting a good position right from the opening and putting pressure on their opponent's big game right now.
Yeah, this is a huge one actually. Everything will depend on this one.
Guys, like the stream, last two games for today, so that more and more people can join in for the final round, even this round, which is super exciting and breathtaking, क्योंकि कौन qualify होगा कौन नहीं होगा पता ही नहीं है सागर भाई.
Yeah, I think this one is really very difficult to determine. कि भाई, will it be Pragg, will it be Vincent, or will it be Gukesh? And we have to look at Gukesh versus Rapport as well.
Yes.
Because that one, I think, is a very important battle.
Absolutely. By the way, G5 was just played by Praggnanandhaa, trying to already put pressure on those, on that pawn structure from G7 and F6. Because if F takes G5, Queen takes G5, and the E5 pawn is already hanging, so you cannot do that. And I think so far it looks like a great position for Pragg, but of course the game just started, early stage of the game. Do you want to quickly check the starting moves of Gukesh Rapport?
Yeah, absolutely. I want to look at that. So I want to.
Guys, the bars will be updated in just a moment. The games have just started. Just a few moves have happened in the game, and we will soon be updating the bars as well.
Yeah. So should we go to which one?
Yes, Gukesh Rapport, just to check what has transpired. And look at this. A completely different approach chosen by Gukesh, because as I said, Praggnanandhaa was the only one sitting on the board analyzing. So instead of going for the unanimous F4, which all the players went for, he goes for G4, finding his own path in this freestyle position.
No, but it's Gukesh, no? He was actually analyzing with everyone.
So that's why he played F4.
So Pragg went for something different. That's what you're saying. Wow. Sometimes sitting alone gives you good ideas, yeah?
Yes.
There we have Gukesh on our screen. We're also going to get the bars in. And Harshit bhai, what is your sense? You went inside. Like, did you feel like some players felt...
There is tension. There is definitely tension. I saw that some players were also unhappy with their previous rounds, so they just wanted to get this over with. I also saw some players having this attitude. Some other players who were very close, they were very anxious to analyze, because they really wanted to make sure that they play the best starting moves and get an advantage from the opening. So I saw different mindsets of people going into the final 2 rounds of today. But one thing is clear, everyone is out for blood right now.
Everyone wants to get into that top 8 spot. And how has this position transpired? I think it is looking pretty good for Gukesh, isn't it, with white pieces? Or is it like this knight has sat down very strongly?
Well, the knight is, as you said, the knight was a very powerful piece on d4, and Gukesh is like, I understand that, and that's why I want to chop it off from my knight. Imagine in this position, if you could say that ye knight se ye knight trade ho gaya. It's basically like, getting rid of your worst piece to your opponent's best piece, which is obviously a great success for White's position. Gukesh, of course,
Why not
quite.
knight c2, by the way?
I think
Why knight b3 is such a good move by a huge...
because no, the reason is because knight b3, knight takes a takes, your c4 pawn is protected, which is currently under attack. Don't forget that once the pawn moves to f6, the c4 pawn is going to come under fire, which is why knight to b3, very, very nice move. After knight takes a takes, d4 is also going to be a potential idea in White's position. Gukesh,
Yeah, looking
great
good.
start.
Good start, at least in this crucial round for Gukesh. And now for Praggnanandhaa, let's see if he manages to also score a win here. By the way, there will be tie breaks. Do you know this?
Yes, there might be tie breaks. I completely forgot about that.
Yeah.
But if both
if you
players
have the same points,
yes,
there's a tie break.
And I think it's quite likely that there will be a tie break.
Actually, think about it. If Pragg, Gukesh, and Keymer end with the same score, but it looks unlikely actually, because right now Gukesh is half a point ahead of them. I mean, if Gukesh wins, he'll really get moving ahead.
I mean, imagine if that's a three-way tie break. That would be crazy.
Yeah.
I mean, it's and we're definitely talking about very likely scenarios right now, because all the players are very closely tied in terms of their score right now.
By the way, Vidit is playing against Fabiano. It's a very normal, calm position. White has some more space.
And I think it might be Fabi's game plan right now to just keep a simple position and let Vidit do something aggressive, because obviously after having such a tough day, Vidit wants to do something aggressive and wants to strike back. So I think going into this game, Fabi's mindset might be, let's just keep the game calm and simple and see what transpires.
Yeah, I agree. If Fabi just keeps this going for good enough time, he will be the favorite in this game, because Vidit has had such a tough day today. And he has lost from positions where he's better, close to winning. And we could see him in the last round when he was just passing from here. He was very upset.
Yeah, I mean, Sagar bhai, he has 1 point out of 9.
Yeah.
Or 1.5. 1.
1-1.
Yeah, that's really tough.
Yeah,
that's really
easy.
tough.
Not easy. And so this one, and then we have the other battle between Arjun Erigaisi
and MVL,
who is taking on MVL. And this one, what are your thoughts about this position?
Time to put on my shades to figure out what's happening in the position.
Bye. Harshit bhai coming fully prepared. Amazing, Harshit bhai. Please prepare well for Grenke also.
What? They're repeating. Is this a draw already?
Yes, bhai.
What?
Draw. Incoming.
Arjun is drawing his game in the first 5 minutes against MVL.
But I think they both are happy with the draw. They both are going to qualify.
Yeah, I think it's a good result for Arjun and Vashir both, because they just want to qualify right now and let the last few, let the other people fight for the last 2 spots. I think with this draw, Arjun is in a very, very good position to qualify.
Yeah.
So that's a smart, practical decision to just make a draw, I think. I hope he doesn't get ambitious in this position, because if he does, then he's going to be in trouble. Yeah.
He's losing.
Okay, so this game seems to be heading towards a draw. Did Gukesh get a big advantage? Okay, by the way, why is this a draw? Just quickly to show the viewers.
Did he play a move? Oh, they called the arbiter. It's a draw.
It's going to be a
Can we
a
go
draw.
full screen once again?
Yes.
Let's see if we can.
And they're just making, because there might be a 20 move rule or something, but
No,
they're saying that
threefold is okay.
yeah, 3-fold repetition. Knight attacked the queen went back. Knight attacked the queen.
Yeah.
MVL could have played on, but of course with the black pieces,
yeah, cracking. So
yeah,
let's spare our viewers from this. Oh my God, what is happening?
Bye. So this game was a draw. Okay. Can we quickly check Gukesh's game?
Whoa, Gukesh is crushing it.
He's much
After
better.
knight b3, knight b3, a b3, knight went back to d7, trying to come here.
King c2.
King c2 played by Guki.
Wow.
b6. We have some updates coming in. d4, h5. Yes.
In the case, do you want to make a join? Kaila Zhao, who has written a book.
Later. अभी
She was just leaving this.
हाँ
ठीक है.
उसको कल आएंगे ना तो
She's leaving.
हाँ ओके
Wanted to come and meet you.
ओ आ जाएंगे.
Yes. So as we were saying, King c2. How do we explain to the viewers why King c2 is such a powerful move, Sagar bhai?
It's an amazing decision by Gukesh just to keep an eye on that b3 pawn in case if it gets weakened with knight c5 and attacking the b3 pawn. So maybe it's just a move that keeps things together,
Yeah. And now the next move he just pushed after b6. He immediately pushed d4, and he's gotten very good control of the center.
Yeah. Gukesh is in great position here. b6. If you would like to, b6.
No, maybe
d4.
you can go and quickly say hi.
Yeah, d takes c. h5.
Yeah. Rook a1 could be interesting, no? Trying to shift the dynamic of the position and attack the weak a7 pawn.
Let's see how this game pans out. Bhai, the sun is getting intense.
Yes, the sun is getting intense. I have my shades prepared.
Yes, I think, isn't it coming from this door?
It's
If we
hard to-
close the door. Guys, we are trying to get back the audio.
Yes,
Don't
it's back.
worry. No, it's not. Main वाला नहीं है. माइक को थोड़ा और अच्छा लाता हूँ next time भाई. Yeah, now it's better. Okay. By the way, this has not happened in the game. He took bishop c3, bc3. Actually, instead of b takes c3, king takes c3 was possible, but he took here, and now knight e5. Guys trying to.
And can I not take bishop takes c5 now? Isn't that... Oh! The knight on e5 opens up the bishop on e8, which means that bishop a4 is a big threat now. I have
So
to be very
Rapport
mindful
actually
about that.
getting some threats of his own in the position, no?
Yes. Rook a1 maybe.
Could be.
Yes, he goes for rook a1, attacking the pawn on a7. Bishop c6 quickly played. Rapport is getting control of this position now. Bishop takes e4 is a big threat. कैसे बचाएंगे?
Yeah, Rapport showing that he is the man in form here, and
But for Gukesh, this is a must-win situation, no? I mean,
yeah, he has
he
to.
he
He
lost
cannot.
the last game, and if he doesn't manage to win or draw this game, I think he's maybe even out of contention.
Yeah, he needs to draw at least. He's
Yeah.
half a point ahead.
Yeah.
So if he manages to continue this, if he draws, he'll be in there.
Uh-huh.
If he loses or if someone wins, they'll go half a point ahead. So it's a very tense moment, bhai.
Very tense moment, bhai.
So who else do you think? Which other game should we
I think
look at?
Vincent's game is also going to be very interesting because he was also right up the alley with 3.5 points, I think. So he also very in close, very much in close contention to qualify. So maybe that could be a game that we could follow.
Yep. See if we can get that game.
Bishop to c6, and now Gukesh is thinking. I think bishop d3 might be the only move, but it's very hard to play bishop d3 because after knight d3, king d3, it kind of feels like your king is very weak on d3. So practically, I think that Rapport actually might be in a good position right now against Gukesh.
Yeah. He goes bishop g3. Ooh, given up the e4 pawn with a check.
Yeah,
Oh my God.
this is actually turning out to be quite a difficult position for Gukesh. The king on c2, which we thought was a very nice piece protecting the pawn on b3, has suddenly come under fire. Now bishop takes e4. That pawn falls. King b3. Black's king is still in the center, so there is some
Richard
compensation.
Rapport is a dangerous guy. He was almost beating Magnus Carlsen last round.
Yes, that's true.
By the way, very quick look at Abdusattorov versus Nakmaura.
Uh-huh.
We see Abdusattorov having a better position against Hikaru slightly.
Mm-hmm.
And that means that Hikaru has to be careful, no? Slightly, because he is a little bit on the edge. If we look at the standings here, Hikaru is right now at number 7 position. If he loses this game and if someone wins, he could be pushed back.
Yes, absolutely. Because he lost the first 2 games, but in the third game he did defeat.
No, today actually Hikaru has had a tough day. You see, he is actually
-1.
had 2 draws and 1 loss to
okay.
Vincent.
So if he
And
loses
talking
this,
about Vincent, let's quickly check what is happening.
oh my God!
Oh,
What?
Pragg is losing.
What?
Crazy.
What?
Vincent is going like in 15 moves. He has just gotten complete control over Pragg.
What's the point? If b takes, oh my God, this is just over.
Yeah.
Can we have that camera? Oh my God, this is insane.
Amruta, are you back?
Yes.
Amruta, can you see this position?
Yeah.
What
it's
happened?
in-
I think instead of
Bishop pick 3 last move. Oh, it's getting checkmate, yeah.
yeah, I think
Pragg's
you just
pieces are
forgot
so
about this
passive.
bishop a3 idea, Amruta.
Really?
Yeah, because look at this. After queen b1, knight a4.
Well, just showing from here. Takes, long castle, queen f8, a5, good move, a4.
Bishop f7, putting more pressure there. Chops that knight off and gives white doubled pawn, which is obviously a great position for black. Queen b3, queen f5, knight to d4, queen b1,
I mean, there are
knight
so
a4.
many ways to
oh
win,
my
no?
God,
Like,
bishop
I don't
a3.
think bishop a3 is the one. Like,
It
even
was
if you
just
feel-
completely lost for him.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
Mate
mate
in
in
one.
one.
Oh, he mated him this way. What is this?
He didn't go queen. Yeah, okay.
This one.
Knight.
Oh, he's just trying to do something in style or what?
Okay, but the game is over. Vincent
Yeah.
beats.
Vincent
Pragg
won. It's
resigns.
0-1.
Wow.
That's a really tough loss for Pragg and a great win for Vincent because now how many points does Vincent have?
Yeah, this was the standings where
He
you
had
can
4
see
and a
Okay.
half.
Vincent moves to 4
4
and a
and a
half.
half.
No.
Wow.
Queen
And
moves.
And Pragg is out, I think, now with this loss.
Pragg is
cannot.
out with this. That
And
was
if Gukesh wins,
Can we go to Gukesh? Because everything is on Gukesh's game now. I think we should
Yeah.
just focus on that game because if Gukesh does not win, he is also out.
true.
No, I think last round there will be one of them who will be out. No, like out of 4.
I mean, I think with Vincent winning, he kind of puts himself in a great position
No,
to.
no, not good, great. Because if Gukesh wins, he will be also on 4
Yes,
and up.
if Gukesh wins. Yes.
Yeah.
So, let's see.
Okay, so what's the position for Gukesh? Ooh, what is that king on B3?
It's well protected, Amruta.
Because it's G5 H4 attack, but you don't have the king on H1 like usually you have in the classical game. Very funny position actually.
2.5 minutes for Gukesh, 3.5 minutes for Richard Rapport. The excitement is building up.
Take on E4, guys. Take on E4.
Yeah, I mean, if bishop takes E5, queen takes E5. A quick question for all the chat. Bishop E5, queen takes E5. What happens if you capture this pawn on A7? Why is black winning?
Good one.
Disco
But
Divane.
our chat is strong.
Boom, boom, boom.
Exactly.
Arnav Agarwal, well done.
अरे
पता नहीं है कि नहीं, but
Rohan Wadhwani, Sachin Kumar, Shaurya, Abhinav Agrawal. Great job, guys. Bishop C2 completely winning. So, okay. Bishop E5. What? This happened?
he played BD3.
You won't let it happen.
But
What?
But
now,
bishop D3
now
is not a
bishop
good idea,
G2
yeah?
is winning for black. Like, clearly
Winning?
better. Clearly,
Why
because
will he give a pawn? There will be some reason, no? Takes. Rook A7, Rook G1 first, yeah.
H3 and yeah, it's just completely better. Like Rook
Oh,
is
And now G4, G3. This idea is going to be recurring.
Crazy. Arre baapre.
Kaushik says this event has become my addiction right now. I mean, what a insane and
Why?
dramatic finish we are witnessing.
But this is Gukesh is going down. I don't think he can save this.
I mean, the point is that with Vincent winning his own game, Gukesh actually has to win his game to match him. And even if he draws this game, he's going to be half a point behind. If he loses, he's almost out.
Yeah. This is a big problem now for Gukesh.
But what would he miss in general to allow Bishop G2? Maybe the G4 H3 and G4 G3 is too strong. Maybe he missed that.
Yeah,
Or
could
what?
be. But now also just F6, no?
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Magnus Carlsen is playing against Jan Nepomniachtchi and it's an even position here. But they are fighting. Magnus wants no draw. You remember the discussions that happened in the technical meet. Magnus was like, please remove the draw offer.
Yeah.
I don't want. So Magnus is just completely against any sort of draw offers.
Although this doesn't impact the standings that much, he still wants to do well and for the knockout stage of the tournament, have a psychological statement on their opponents that even though he's qualified, he still wants to win every game.
Absolutely.
Can you quickly check Fabi's game as well, because he's also someone who is trying to win and qualify.
Yeah, you are right.
What a move!
Fabi is actually.
What is this move? Knight takes e5. Crazy.
He just took a bishop.
And now e4 knight is hanging, but the f4 pawn is loose after that bishop goes away.
Yeah, no, I think Fabi will really be able to switch it on here unless Vidit finds f3 and all. Like,
in this kind of a tournament, you need some sort of a break. Like in table tennis or in tennis, when you lose like 4 or 5 games in a row, some players want to take a break or something like this just to somehow change. But here there is no break, Sagar bhai. One game right after the other amongst all the top players. It's very unforgiving.
Break you. There is no break.
Yeah, it's very unforgiving.
I would want to not play such a tournament ever.
Yeah, I mean, one can say that it's a very, very good opportunity, but on the other hand,
if
like
you are in bad form, you can just completely get destroyed.
Exactly.
It's good, no? Like even that has such a positive side, because when you've gone through and stayed with your strength, it helps you in your life.
Amrita,
Yeah.
I have
Helps you
one
much
question
more.
for you. If I give you a check, what will you play? Now, Rook 8.
No, before, no?
Rook 8 checking B7, no?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry,
Look,
Bishop
Yes,
8,
yes,
Bishop 8,
yes.
Bishop 8.
Yay!
Yay!
Shit.
Goal!
ये तो ऐसे नहीं कर सकते
गोला
यार.
दो.
This is
वो रहता है ना वो
unfair.
reel में
Amrita,
bishop.
Abhi, I
bishop,
went
where
for
is that
dinner
bishop?
and
Hey, यहाँ पे है bishop.
खा के आई हूँ. थोड़ी relaxed हूँ, chilled हूँ.
And Messi with the ball. Ankara Messi. Messi. Goal.
भाई गोल तो
अरे
इधर
भाई हर्षित भाई तो एकदम ये होना ही
Harshit
है
bhai
एक
is
बार
in
हर्षित
great
भाई
form right now. There are a lot of people here who have come to meet him
अरे
outside.
bye.
I think Harshit bhai is going
दाल
to
में कुछ काला है
meet all of them later.
ठीक है but Harshit bhai was going to wear a pink jacket and I see Sagar you wearing a pink
Sagar bhai ne pink ले लिया, so I gave him his stage, you know, like.
You gave me the stage, but there are no actors to act with.
अरे
I'm alone.
भाई यहाँ पे है ना actress.
That's what I'm with her for sure.
सागर भाई.
What? भाई रुक जी, what? Pin. Don't pin me.
जीवन के बारे में बात करो जीवन.
My friend has a huge crush on Harshit bhai. Rakshit Singh is saying.
अरे भाई.
Congrats.
Congrats क्या है भाई?
You are the heartthrob of India, bhai. Rook takes G2 now.
साहिल रावल पूछ रहा है भाई दोस्त लड़का तो नहीं है ना? अरे भाई. Okay.
पढ़ क्यों रहा है वो? Oh, by the way, a good Shadow Eagle says 1 year ago I was 1300 rapid and now with the help of ChessBase India I am now 2150
Oh, wow.
rapid online.
Great improvement.
भाई बढ़िया. I hope ये सब करते
You
करते
wanted
कोई
to
एग्जाम
write
में फेल नहीं हो चुके होगा.
2150 और 1150.
अरे जोक था हंसना था पहले तो.
हाँ sorry.
अभी तो हंसो.
By the way, on first instinct, it feels like white is better, you know,
With that-
B6, king coming in.
But I think this G5 pawn is going to be very, very hard to stop. Once black gets G4, G3, the H pawn is just going to
Hey,
roll
but
over.
how do you get G4 by the way? Because the
Maybe
bishop on
E4,
E2 is
bishop F3.
control.
Let's say.
Oh, by the way, look at this. If I go here,
Got it.
you come here, and then there is no B6, and somehow मेरा सब अटक गया.
Yeah, everything is trapped, yeah. And black is also up kitna? Black is also up 1 pawn, and these 2 pawns of yours are doubled. So effectively, black is completely dominating this position.
Yeah.
Which is a tough loss for Gukesh, all jokes aside.
This one Richard cannot mess up, yeah? You think?
I doubt.
Yeah, I mean, also
It's
look at
too
the clock.
one-sided position.
Yeah.
That means that Vincent is going to make it. No?
Yes.
Like imagine that here, Vincent is now on 4.5. Gukesh is on 3.5.
Pragg lost.
Pragg lost. So only chance is if Vincent loses the last
Next round, and then there will be some tie
and
break, but
Gukesh
it's a very
wins the
outside
last
chance.
round.
Yeah.
So Vincent is playing
Fabi,
Fabiano.
but they might be happy with a draw.
Who knows?
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, they might. There's no. That's what they were fighting. No 40 more rule.
Mhm.
And Gukesh has Nepo.
Oh,
Tough opponent.
That's a
very
tough pairing. So 2 results so far. Just to update, Vashiyar and Arjun was a quick draw, and Vincent defeated Praggnanandhaa in a miniature whites where Pragg's king was just way too weak.
Yeah, it was a crazy victory for
Yeah.
Vincent. You can see him outside, very happy. He's chilling.
For sure,
there.
he's smiling there. He's got his support system.
Oh, you can
Um,
see them? See the
yes.
players, yeah?
पूरा ट्रांसपेरेंट है अमृता यहाँ पे, और सन भी दिख रहा है एकदम तड़कता हुआ.
अरे आज वापस आ गया धूप.
आज पर we are ready. Look at this.
Why Vidit is holding Fabi?
सही है, सही है.
Maybe Vidit gets a draw here.
Okay, let's actually. This is also an important game in
Does
terms
that
of
impact
standing.
if Vidit gets a
If
draw with
Vidit
Fabi?
wins, it helps Gukesh.
Oh. And draw? What about a draw?
No, draw does not really help
I don't know. How does this win help Gukesh?
because Fabi is on 4.5.
Yeah.
So if he loses this game, it means that Gukesh, he still has some outside
No,
chance.
because then 4.5, then Fabi and Vincent are playing each other anyway.
Exactly. So
So
that
they're-
means that if anyone who loses, Gukesh can catch up. So
Oh,
this actually does impact the standings in a way.
You are
interesting. Yeah, good calculation, Harshit.
Rook F1, 40 seconds for Vidit.
And what about Arjun? He's through, yeah. Arjun will be
Arjun is
Yeah,
through.
he drew.
Arjun is
He
really
drew with
ahead.
MVL.
Yeah.
very
So smart,
initially.
Arjun, making a quick draw, conserving his energy, just making sure that he qualifies for the knockouts.
Yeah. And Nakamura is also playing with Nodirbek. So it's
And I think this will also be a draw. They won't really take big risks in this round because they just want to get over with the qualifying section.
Look at this position. It's such a dangerous position. I feel black is the one who is trying, here.
Yeah, I also agree with you.
Look at this. Knight, here rook, here rook.
I mean, if you look at the position, you don't even realize that black is down a pawn because of how active his pieces are.
But black is not down a pawn.
He can take this pawn if he wants and then it will be equal.
नहीं भाई, black is not down a pawn.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई?
Count करो भाई.
Oh, this e6 pawn is there. Oh, bhai.
भाई चश्मा नहीं करो भाई.
यार नहीं, but no, it feels like that, no? Because
बिल्कुल नहीं भाई.
सिर्फ चश्मा. अगर फीलिंग क्या है इसमें?
अरे
वो है या नहीं है? Oh God, it's so funny.
Oh, Nepo winning.
People are saying
Why-
what's
what
the
was the
point
mean?
of showing Gukesh game, Magnus game when Gukesh's game is there, but Gukesh is completely lost, guys.
Yeah, this is
What is there to even see here?
Oh, bishop is trapped there
He's
because
just
rook g3,
completely lost.
rook g3, rook takes g4, Sagar bhai. Look at this. This is just over, yeah, because this is completely lost. Rook h4, I think we'll see resignation, which is actually, this completely almost kills Gukesh's chances to qualify. Like now he has to rely on other results to work in his favor for him to qualify. Like him winning the next round is solely not enough to guarantee a spot. He has to hope that other results also work in his favor for him to qualify, which
True.
already
Even Vidit is winning. That's what people are saying. Is it
What?
true?
What?
Is it true?
Oh my
Yes.
god.
Whoa!
Guys, let's
Harshit bhai's prediction coming
Guys,
true or
oh,
what?
it's a mate or what?
Oh, bhai.
Why
Rook
is the
h7,
two-
knight g4.
We need Vidit's camera here, but all cameras are done.
I think we are going to see a fist bump by Vidit. I think we might show some emotions after this win. What do you think?
No, I think he'll just smile. Oh, we have
And he'll
Fabi.
just feel relieved. Yeah. Okay. But Gukesh's game is over. By the way, he lost.
He
So
was
this
losing.
one. Vidit actually was winning in number of games, no? Which
Yeah.
he couldn't
The
convert.
number
Yeah,
of
it's not
games he
like
was
his
winning and he
points-
did not convert was huge in this tournament.
Yeah, the points so do not make justice.
Oh, there we have Vidit.
Oh wow, let's see this.
Oh,
I think
nice.
yeah, I think Fabi will resign now. Can we have full screen on Vidit, yaar? I really want to see how his expression will
भाई
be
पर
after
board
this.
board देखते हैं ना.
Board is
Board
निकल
तो हो
जाएगा
गया
ना,
अभी
moves
पूरा
तो
piece
चाहिए.
down, everything down.
नहीं. Everyone is like, because it's always messed up in the end.
Oh, resigns.
Want
He
to-
won.
Oh, Vidit wins.
No
Man.
expressions by him.
No expression. भाई इतना he lost so many games that he's now lost his happiness. But still, it's
Not that way. Still to fight and to beat Fabi is not easy with
It's
black
commendable.
pieces or white doesn't
It's
matter. He
commendable what
fought
he's
there.
achieved.
Yeah, he didn't give up.
No, it's
Amazing.
commendable. It's just that there was no emotion.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, but होना तो ऐसे ही चाहिए. तुम 7 हारने के बाद he won his 8th game, correct? After
Correct.
7 losses in a row. Firstly, 7 losses in a row is such a rare kind
tough,
of a situation. I would say last year when Ding was playing,
It's
maybe
tough.
he went through something like this, and it can really shatter you. But with it, managed to
Yeah.
win.
Magnus is still playing by Magnus is still trying to win this position somehow against Nepo. And the other game remaining is Abdusattorov versus Hikaru. So those are the 2 games remaining right now. Both of those games which don't really impact the standings that much. So they're just playing freely.
Yeah. No, but Abdusattorov Hikaru impacts the standings a bit because Hikaru is on 4.5. But this will be a draw.
Yeah, this will be a draw.
Let's stick with the Magnus battle.
What a battery. Rook, queen, rook.
Alekhines battery.
Draw. or what?
Ah, draw. They're repeating.
Ah, it's done. He's
Yeah.
looking at arbiter, I think.
So this is how it happened.
Yeah, and they agreed. They agreed to a draw as well. The shake hands and that game has ended in a draw, which means that Abdu versus Hikaru is the last game effectively going on in the penultimate round right now.
Yeah.
With opposite colors and
Brave, thank you so much for gifting 1 membership.
yes, thank you.
No.
By the way,
Himang says
Himang.
Arjun seems the only Indian, but there is a technical chance for Gukesh to go through. How?
Yeah.
If actually now the chance has grown.
How?
I mean, firstly, he needs to win
No,
the
actually,
next game.
It's a huge
Yeah.
thing. If he beats Nepo and Vincent versus Fabi,
Ends in a
whoever
result.
loses,
No, if it ends in a result,
yeah, if it's draw, he's out.
he's out. So,
But by the way, beating Nepo, like Nepo is in a huge form right now. So
Yeah.
that's another thing. First step.
I mean, the thing is like, yeah, as I said, a lot of things need
By
to
the way,
go in his
Abdusattorov
favor.
is better. If Abdusattorov beats Hikaru also ends on 4.5.
That will actually give him a big chance. That
And
will actually give him a big
Rakshit
chance.
says even Rapport and Guki both on the same point. So,
so
there is a tie break if for 8.
Actually,
if
4.5
they
is
share.
going to be the golden score. It could be. Actually, I'm very interested to see how Gukesh approaches the game against Nepo.
I mean, he has to go for the kill.
No, but how he approaches in the sense like how will he play?
Ah, okay. Okay, standings, guys. Jaydev bhai, after this game finishes, we'll get all the results updated and then we'll be able to show you the
भाई, मारा
standings.
उसने.
He takes. That's a bold decision.
He King
That is
इधर
a
भी
very
जा रहा है,
bold
King इधर भी
decision.
जा रहा है. Pawn भी push हो रहा है. I think it's a dangerous position now.
Yeah.
Think about it. Takes King D4, Bishop B4.
Yeah, and at any point if E2 comes, you can resign the game. He's taking his time. D takes, yes, of course. Like, undoubling the pawns right now. And Bishop D7 played. I think this is objectively drawn because of the
Really?
opposite colored bishops. However,
No, but can black go King D4, King E5, King E... Oh, he's going this side. I thought King...
but now just Bishop C8, Bishop B7 guarantees a draw maybe.
Yeah. And also the King has no entry, real entry anywhere. So E2, King D2, at some point E2 will happen, no? Because
Yeah,
he
so
will
the
try to
point
win
is,
the B3
Amruta,
pawn.
let's say you go Bishop C8, B6, E, let's say I make a move Bishop
Bishop
B7,
B7.
King C5, I wait. Waiting is tricky, but like the point is that even
No,
if you
King
get this
D4
B3
I
pawn,
think
the
first.
B6 pawn is going to be blockaded by a pawn on A4 and Bishop on B5. Okay,
No, but I will go King D4 first. You know why? Bishop B4 ideas are there with E2.
He
You
goes
have to be very
B5 by the
careful.
way. Bishop
Oh,
D7.
this is not easy, for white, because anytime Bishop H4, E2, E1 are things to be careful about.
Travel with Nikhil Roshan, member for 30 months. Hi chat wale dosto, please hit that like button
Yeah.
so that more people can watch that exciting finale and realize who qualifies for the quarterfinals. Yeah, look at Hikaru's expression. He's like, yeah, I know this is a draw now. B takes. He's just like, okay, let's make a draw. Look at his expression. He's so nonchalant. Yeah, he's like, okay, bye.
Ruk ja.
Okay. Okay, handshake and draw.
Draw.
Which is actually not the best result for Gukesh's chance because now Hikaru moves on to 5 points and the results have been updated right now.
By the way, thank you, Namaste, for being member for 1 month. Supporter of Indian chess. That's amazing.
Ford says I want at least 2 Indians in top 8.
Yeah,
That's
actually, it's
practically not easy, but it would be
very
so
tough.
such unexpected that out of 4, if at all 3 are out, then it's something you
Yeah,
would never
it's huge
predict.
actually because 4 players were out, and out of that, if you think about it, 3 are Indians.
Yeah. No one expected this, of course.
Yeah.
But Arjun will be the only one, most likely, who carries the Indian flag in the knockout stage of this tournament.
Bhai, but Gukesh can make it still,
Yeah, yeah.
technically. Actually, if Vincent and Fabi both look at each other and say, oh, draws means both of us qualify, then maybe it's possible for them.
Yeah, exactly. Just hope that Vincent and Caruana don't draw, but bigger than that is to
Beat Nepo.
beat Nepo. That's more difficult.
Let's look at the standings. They are out now,
Yeah.
finally. So we'll get a better analysis. We'll also look at the pairings next to it.
Oh, look at that, Atusa and Nakamura analyzing.
Yeah, it's Hikaru's better half there. She's a WGM, multiple time national champion of Iran.
Yeah.
So
I'll open the door, Sagar bhai.
हाँ,
ठंडी नहीं लग रहा है आपको?
नहीं ठंडी लग रहा है।
नहीं, गर्मी हो रहा है भाई।
भाई, आप खोल दो जरा। Guys, here we have the pairings now. Let's have a look at it. So, if we look at the pairings of last round and the standings, so let's imagine this scenario. Magnus is going to play against MVL. They might draw. So MVL ends with 7, Magnus 8.5. Both are safe. Then we have the next pairing, Nodirbek versus Praggnanandhaa. Imagine that Pragg manages to beat Nodirbek. He reaches 4 points. Suppose. I mean, it's going to be very tough, but suppose. Then Rapport versus Hikaru. I think Hikaru has good chances to beat Rapport because he's playing well. Although Rapport has also moved up. So let's say Hikaru.
But Hikaru
beats-
is, I think he'll go for a draw. Will not play
Yeah.
much.
He will be 5.5. Then we have the most important pairings, I think, Amruta.
Yeah, Nepo Gukesh.
Nepo Gukesh.
MVL Carlsen, they will go ahead, like either they'll play or a draw, whatever. And then Vidit Arjun.
Vidit
No,
Arjun is also not
Arjun
that
is-
important.
So Nepo
from
Gukesh is the game of this round
Nepo
and
Gukesh
Pragg
and Vincent
Nodirbek.
Caruana, right? Because imagine
Yeah.
Vincent Caruana, if someone loses, they are on 4.5. And if Gukesh wins, he moves to 4.5. So then there will be a tie break for the 8th spot. Correct, bhai?
True, correct. Perfect.
I think that's a very important thing here. Because Gukesh has to beat Nepo. And if Vincent and Fabi draw, then they make it. Both are through actually. Amruta, think about it. They will be on 5 points. And they will both be through because then Rapport, Gukesh, Pragg and Vidit cannot reach 5 points.
Oh, then they will draw, no?
Yeah.
Normally.
Yeah.
Oh, it will be a draw. So it doesn't remain. Then in that case, no game will actually be critical in that way.
Yeah.
If they draw.
Yeah, if they draw, then there's no fun. But I think the real fun will be if there's no draw.
No, but they will draw. I'm predicting that.
I mean,
Because Fabi is getting in and Vincent is getting in and they were at the edge. So why will they play?
that's true. I mean, they will because they have to play 40 move rule.
That's
There is
true.
no draw for allowed.
That's good. 40 move, finally. Oh, so cool. Yeah, they can even make it 60.
Actually, Magnus was saying in the technical meeting that no draw offers at all.
Yes, this is how it should be. He's absolutely right.
Correct.
Then they didn't listen to Magnus?
No, it didn't
ऐसे
happen.
कैसे?
There were many. You have to see Chess with India video. to see what happened.
बट चेस विद इंडिया में बहुत सारा दूसरा काम भी रहता है ना. इफ आई सी द वीडियो देन आई वोंट
नहीं,
बी
ये वाला
एबल
देख
टू.
लो अभी, अब तुमको पता चला ना,
हाँ
इम्पोर्टेंट था.
हाँ, ये वाला इम्पोर्टेंट है. आई हैव ऑलवेज बीन आर्ग्यूइंग देयर शुडंट बी ड्रॉ इवन इन क्लासिकल. Okay, we have a super chat by Travel with Nikhil Roshan who says, Eiffel Tower कब जा रहे हो सागर भाई? सुना है वहाँ का रेस्टोरेंट बहुत अच्छा है टावर के ऊपर.
अच्छा,
रिव्यू बनाओगे? आपकी वर्थ है कि नहीं मेरे लिए? अच्छा, he wants you to go, he wants you to have food over there, spend a lot of money, make a review, then YouTube revenue शायद से. सागर कुछ नहीं करेगा. ट्रैवल विद निखिल रोशन उसका टूर्नामेंट में बिजी होएगा, यहाँ से वहां तक जाएगा.
पर मेरे को
फिर वो
एक्चुअली एक
नेक्स्ट
बार एफिल
ग्रीन
टावर देखने को मन है. आई एम वेरी कीन टू सी इट बिकॉज
देखा
it's
ना दूर से
something.
अपन ने.
Yeah, we saw it, but it was very
पास से
little.
अरे नीचे बहुत लाइन रहता है, बहुत टाइम जाता है. इट्स नॉट नो फन इन दैट स्टैंडिंग इन द क्यू. 2 hours you stand in the queue to go on the top. Like then you should have time. Like let's say you have 2-3 days. It's good. खड़ा रहना है लाइन में.
देखते हैं हम लोग. विल सी.
हाँ, तुम देखो. रक्षित ने पूछा है सागर भाई, आफ्टर मैरिंग अ चेस प्लेयर डिड योर चेस improve or worsen?
Improved for some time. I was doing very well, but then at some point, I mean, it depends. I'll tell you the
Some point
truth.
chess with India started.
Yeah, I'll
At
tell you
some-
the truth. It's all about how much time you give. Like even at the highest level, the moment Magnus started to give less time to chess, his results suffered. It's all about like at your level, how much time you can give to chess.
Yeah.
And
Absolutely.
I think at some point,
Actually, Sagar, when we got married, no, we started working on chess
A lot.
much more.
A
I
lot.
mean, firstly, I was very strict. That was
no,
also
and also
important.
it's strict, no strict. Just time देना है और practice करना है. Generally, it works if you put in the effort. But I guess at some point everyone wants different experiences in life and they cannot completely switch off from other things. So, and
True. अरे नहीं भाई, ये आईफिल टावर जाओ सागर. तुम अकेले जाओगे तो मेरा तो हो गया है वैसे भी आईफिल टावर देख के. मैं तो वो लाइन में नहीं खड़ी रह रही हूँ. तो प्लीज गो इफ यू गेट अ चांस, बिकॉज एनीवे आई डोंट थिंक आई विल बी कमिंग विद यू टू आईफिल टावर. सागर भाई, आप सीए हो क्या? लग तो नहीं रहा है चेहरे से.
ये किस टाइप का कमेंट था?
हाँ, पर सवाल जवाब तो दे दो. आप सीए हो क्या?
सीए मतलब मैं सीता हूँ कभी कभी.
हाँ, सीता तो राम कौन है?
नहीं, वो है ना, आप सीए हो क्या? मतलब हैव यू तो टेलर का काम सिया है क्या?
अच्छा, नहीं, तुम्हारा जोक it will depend whether that Hindi word exists or not, but good try.
Guys, यहाँ से we'll be soon going in now for the last round to begin. Very, very important round. Yeah, Vincent actually today made a comeback, huh? Amruta.
Yeah.
After
yeah.
losing to Gukesh today, he did win his 2 rounds with Hikaru and Pragg. It's amazing, incredible.
Totally. No, it's never easy, and comebacks we always remember. You know, even otherwise, I think the way I look at things is like, let's say you go through something very, very tough. Like, let's say Vidit's moment is very, very tough. But that is what he is gaining something out of it. Like sometimes they say, na, like you are getting some success, but you are not learning something else out of it. With this, he is able to learn something which otherwise is not possible if you are getting success. तो इन लाइफ क्या इम्पोर्टेंट है, यू नेवर नो. सो ठीक है, ये भी है, इसका भी है ये अच्छा कुछ.
True.
Maybe I always thought that.
Guys,
for
what is
myself.
your let's put a poll. I think as Pragg has no chance anymore. I think there's only one more Indian player who has a technical chance apart from Gukesh. I'm going to
How
start a
much
poll.
percentage out of 100? That is very
Do
less,
you
no,
think
Sagar,
Gukesh will reach top 8?
that.
I've put up a poll, guys. Do put in your answer. Actually, the people who think no, Amruta, are more in the chat than yes. That's interesting.
Because it is not dependent only on Gukesh's game, no, even as Harshit mentioned, it's dependent
Yeah.
on other games. I think that is something which really impacts the belief.
True. लगी जो दिल की प्यास है 60% think no, 40% think yes. And we now have Harshit Bhai, whom we are going to ask.
Has super chatted.
Harshit Bhai.
तोड़फोड़ पे क्या
Yes.
news है? WC stream हुआ था
Yes.
यहाँ से, that's why asking.
My opinion is that we cannot have violence cannot be the answer to anything.
What?
It was different topic. Habitat में तोड़फोड़ हुआ था उसके
Oh.
ऊपर. But Harshit Bhai, can you tell me one question that I had? What are your chances for Gukesh qualifying?
Objectively.
Objectively, you think that he has to beat Nepo, Fabi and Keymer में से किसी को तो हारना है. And then there will be a tie break.
So when you say it like that, it's not
Impossible.
that unlikely. Like I would say that 1 out of 15 times, 1 out of 10 times, like 10%, I would say that is what I would give. Like because it's quite likely that there will be a result between Fabi and Vincent because they cannot agree to a draw, right?
They can if they repeat 3 times.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like if they both mutually decide that they want to make a draw, who can stop them, right?
True. But they can't talk about it. They just have to sort of come prepared. Let's
To
just
round
go down to the
robin,
venue.
we saw the standings there. 5 players are sure to be through the quarterfinals. The rest really
Yes.
decided in this final round. In order to help me draw the final position of the round robin, I would like to welcome to the stage the founder and CEO of Freestyle Chess, Jan-Henrik Budler. And Jan, just before we do the draw, I think you just have some short information about the dinner tonight.
Yes, I just want to remind everybody that tonight at the dinner we are doing the pairings, so that the winner of today's round robin will select first and then second and so on. So that's happening at the dinner, and also for the players who are not qualifying for the top 8, it's important because the player in position number 9 will select also his opponent out of the other 3. Thank you.
Perfect, thank you. So let's get started.
All right, we do have 384.
Thank you very much, Jan. For the last time, the players have 10 minutes, so please enjoy to the players. Good luck.
D4, D5, C4.
Yeah, D4 is not going to turn, right? Because like C4, C5 is just going to turn to some normal D4, D5. It's probably just dangerous. No, it's just going to turn to Knight's Castle, D4, D5. Yeah, I guess, yeah, you don't need to win either. So.
But see, I think objectively, like c5, d5, how can on c4?
I thought c5, d5, c4 with b5. But again, yeah, why do you want to go for
No, but
the
that makes sense. I mean, also.
But b3 maybe? I don't know. Yeah, maybe this is too much. Because e4, knight e3. It's coming in very fast. No, this is probably too much, right?
I don't know. b5.
e4.
G6.
Knight e3. Actually, yeah, you're right. You're right. That's a good point. Yeah,
probably d4 is not the way.
But then, I mean, because c4, c5 is just boring. e4 looks strange.
Because you can't play c3 without killing your bishop.
Yeah, exactly.
Like e4, b5 also.
Yeah, so. Yeah, so I mean, c4, c5, there's nothing, right? It's just boring. Just actually very boring. So basically 4, c5. But I mean, is there anything wrong with just d5?
No, just don't think people will play d4 because of c5.
Ah, okay.
I mean, make c4 here is at least
c5 is or is not?
We could have played e5 instead of c5.
Yeah, true. Yeah, so that's good.
Looks.
Yeah, knight d6, knight e6, and it's very fast. And just b6. Looks fine.
You can also start with b6.
Yeah, this looks completely fine. Here e4. Here e4, c5. And d5, e6.
Yeah, there's bishop e, not bishop e5.
No, I mean, I think this should be just fine though, right? What's wrong? Knight e3.
Knight g6 or something.
And if I take, this is so great for white. Is there no bishop? Bishop e5. I thought bishop e5 was just completely fine. With knight d6.
Maybe.
You were on take the knight here.
But maybe bishop d5.
Yeah, bishop d5 and bishop e5 and just kill the diagonal. No, this is probably more than fine for black. If you get bishop e5. But this one also. It's diagonals. Oh, sorry, yeah, this diagonal. Knight f3, knight d6. Queen a4 maybe? H6? Bishop f6. Queen a4, knight d6.
And also, like, it doesn't solve the C4 problem.
Yeah. Yeah,
So
knight
another
is
thing.
knight is C4, yeah.
Okay, so what else? These other numbers of D4, are they just not existent here? Oh, it's B5.
Yeah, B5.
Maybe B3 maybe, yeah?
But now you can do knight g3.
B3, C5.
But I can go C3, I think, yeah? C3. Go C5, I go D5, I think I can call it.
Can I do knight g3, e4?
Ah, no, C3.
Also, what was C4? C5, D5? knight
The structure is.
Yeah, no.
That should be kind of more present.
Maybe you like B3.
Where's
B
how?
to C5. Where you take.
You also start with C5.
Yeah, we can.
Yeah, but the same. Just
Can we
E6.
go A4? The A4 is meaningless.
A5 or
B6,
B6.
B4, what's the problem?
I mean, B5, B4.
Looks normal. Yeah, looks
B4, C4. Okay, like just plays like E6, knight F6, what's your like knight F6?
Like a B3, knight G3, knight F3, castles, B3.
Let's say like another try.
Maybe
goes
we
like
can
C4, C5,
play
B3.
bishop D5, C6.
Or D5, knight D7, something like this. B6. Can we like.
This does not feel correct.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? No, I think this is.
Knight F6, knight F6.
This
If you
is
want, you
like-
can play it.
This is usual position.
I think black is better. Yeah.
No, maybe not better. Yeah, but it's a nice piece better. Yeah, sure. Maybe B5. B6 no sense.
I think C5. C5 you can take. B3. That's a job.
So, gentlemen, 2 minutes to the start of the last round.
Here we might maybe to play some. Maybe we're to grab some space. No? But he'd be fine, yeah, yes. Original, shape.
Yes. But maybe D5, yeah. C4,
C4.
E4.
This one. This is insane. C3 queen C3 on it.
Yeah.
The rest is just like slowly kick your queen away like
And
C4.
E4, knight
And
E3,
the
yeah.
bishop is
Yeah, yeah.
No.
No.
This is
No,
kind
it depends on B5, yeah.
And B3, B5 he plays.
Nepo worked really hard there, yeah?
B5, B3, C5, and now something with BC.
Okay, whatever.
Because he wants to beat Gukesh. It's a big
Oh,
game
yeah,
for
that's
Nepo.
another thing. He will also not
Yeah,
lose.
because I mean Nepo wanted to become world champion all these
Yeah.
years, and here he's facing now the world champion. And there you see
True.
Gukesh coming in. Woo, 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 woo.
And that too, but one of the things agar we didn't take into consideration, black sometimes can be a problem in freestyle.
Which is?
Like depends on the starting position. No, sometimes black really is in trouble if he doesn't play the
Yeah.
starting 2-3
Yeah.
moves properly,
I
which
mean the
is not
starting
always
position
easy.
looks fine, at least here.
Did you get something?
Yeah, let's focus on chess, Amruta. Then we will eat a lot today.
Okay, that's what I wanted to know whether you ate or not. You'll focus better.
Go, go, Gookie, go.
Nice. Oh, there you go. The first move on the board. He played what? D4? D5.
I think C4, C5. There we have it,
I think
Amruta.
D4,
Oh, D4,
D5.
D5. D4,
Yeah.
D5. B3 by Nepo.
Hey, but your bishop and a1 is already blocked with the D4 pawn.
Gukesh goes B6 and C4 played. Actually, this position will come to a normal position pretty quickly because the knight will come out and they will castle.
Yes.
Yeah.
And
then the knight on f3. So for black, c5 is important here actually. But is it possible or is there a problem? No, he goes e6 because the b8 bishop definitely should open up.
I will say one thing, that Gukesh sat down on that chair with so much intensity in his eyes. He
Alone?
really wanted to
he
win.
was
No,
sitting alone.
he was analyzing together, but like when he sat down right before the game started, I could feel a sense of urgency in himself. He has to win this game in order to have some backside chance of qualifying. But of course, him winning is not going to be enough. He also needs Vincent and Fabi to not
play.
make a draw.
To play on. Let's
But
see that
also,
game.
Nepo
What?
played
What?
like that. Nepo came on the board with complete
Oh
determination.
my god,
What?
Nepo is already better, close to winning.
Close to by +2.
How? What happened? E6? Knight f3, knight f6, knight g3, knight d7. What?
Knight d7 is such a bad move.
I
Like, you
think
don't even
ED there is
realize.
bishop f5 or what?
Knight f5. Queen g5.
Oh,
Oh my
queen
God.
on c1 really helps there. Crazy. But how
What?
did knight d7 make that difference? Oh, knight g6 earlier could be possible when queen g5 will come. Man, this is
And
so
what if you
subtle.
take with the knight?
And e4. Look at that center.
I
And
think
what
he has
is
to
my...
go for
No.
this position though.
Yeah, but look
Because
at my knight on d7. Like, what
no,
is
but
it
still
doing
he
there?
will play this. Because ED5, knight f5 looks finish already. Looks very strong.
Why? What happened here? Like, maybe... Like,
No, but knight d7 was such a normal move, right?
Really?
You only
Oh, he took with
understand
the
when you
pawn.
start going into the intricacies.
Really? You think knight d7 was logical, Amruta? Like, somehow... I don't know. I'm not sure.
He wanted to play c5.
Yeah, but your knight on d7 also blocks your queen. Like, somehow just...
Yeah, it was a moment of lapse in concentration, and Nepo took full advantage of it.
ED5, knight f5 has also been played on the board. Nepo coming in with his horsey.
You know, for a moment you feel the rook is on c1 and queen is on d1. Like, I think it is very possible because
Yeah.
so many people have even forgotten long castle. And you just can forget that a queen can jump to g5 so easily.
It's over,
I
bhai.
don't think it's
I don't think that then we need to look at Fabi versus Vincent because okay, they're also they are fighting, they are playing. It's
And
not
it's
like
just
a
the beginning of the game.
Yeah.
But I mean, nothing would matter if Gukesh loses.
yes.
Like, in terms of his qualification. So, can we just see he's going to think now? But like, this just doesn't matter, Sagar bhai.
Mm.
It doesn't matter to follow this game because it seems like Gukesh is in deep trouble. And I don't know if it will be possible to come out of this.
very
Just
hard. Because
7
even if you
moves.
want to get out, it's
Against
more like
Nepo.
equality, yeah? You're
Nepo
fighting.
is in great form.
Look at his clock. He has 10 minutes 47 seconds. And he's just blitzing out his moves and is completely winning. By the way, Rook e8
Actually,
if you play.
one more problem is if you go King f8, Queen will pop out from here and give a
Oh
check.
my god. But even if you have to make a move like King f8, that just goes to show how bad your position is.
But this is such a major threat.
Yeah, how to stop? I mean, Rook e8 or King f8, only two more. If you castle,
Queen a6 maybe. Queen g5,
yeah.
g6.
Knight
If
on
you have
f8
to go
really was
g6, I
important.
mean, it's
Why
why.
here we can switcheroo.
But then,
Oh,
oh,
at least. At least.
wow, that was a nice point, Sagar bhai.
But at least I mean you're losing pawn here, but at least your
But
king
materiality
ran away.
क्या है?
Yeah,
King,
I think it's a
हाँ.
practically good decision, to be honest with you. He played King f8 though. He played King f8.
Okay, for queen a3, what if c5?
Yeah, Queen a3, c5.
But then the bishop on a1 will open up. Oh, that's
Exactly,
another
Amruta.
dangerous
D
thing.
takes c5, b takes c5, and now look at that bishop on a1 eyeing that pawn on g7.
Crazy.
b4. Oh wow,
b4.
Sagar
True.
bhai is in complete form right now, opening up one more diagonal for the queen because after c takes b4, queen takes b4. If you make this move queen to c5, I mean, this is just really, really bad because your king has lost the right to castle. Don't forget
Yeah.
that. I can just come back queen d2, go bishop d4 next, go bishop c3 next. This is all over.
He goes rook g8. Wow. Okay.
He's trying though. I mean, he's trying to somehow not lose on the spot, which is
Gukesh
good.
has this fighting spirit, but I think it's not going to be enough. Do you think, like from the standings, what we saw here, that if Gukesh loses, Pragg wins?
no
Then-
chance.
Sorry?
He has no chance.
No, Gukesh loses, Pragg wins.
Yeah, Pragg is 1.5 point behind the 8th place.
No,
So
no, I'm
yes.
No,
just
Pragg
saying
is
like it's not
anyway
about
not in.
chance. Then the match will happen between Vidit and Gukesh because there is also match for them.
Oh, okay.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Pragg
Toby,
is playing
when?
Nodirbek. Tomorrow only everything is.
I thought you said knockout.
Top 8 will play and then bottom also will play. Arjun versus Vidit. Wow. Let's see them in action. There you see Arjun versus Vidit on your screen.
And I think Vidit must definitely be wanting to win the last game of the
Yeah.
qualifiers, because he's just coming off a victory against Fabi,
Yeah.
and he surely wants to win 2 games in a row just to get that momentum going on his side, because he's had a really tough tournament. We could see him, visibly flustered by the way he's playing, but at least he got a win against Fabi. And if he wins this game against Arjun, he's going to really be feeling positive about the way he
True,
managed to keep
true.
his nerves under
And he
control.
could actually finish not on the last place then, or maybe he will still.
Yeah.
I
But
don't think Arjun will lose this. Like last round,
By the way,
when he has
Keymer is
played.
much better.
really?
Yes, first board. Close to winning against Fabi.
Oh my God.
What?
Gukesh has a chance somehow, but I
What?
mean had a chance. I would
Yeah, like
because Keymer is like, "Arey, I'm in flow. Why should I take a draw?
what is the
Take-"
point? Bishop takes E. Oh, wow.
No way he found this. Wow. Look at this, guys. First, this position. He takes on d5.
What nice
Bishop
awareness.
d5, e4. Knight e4, knight e4, pawn takes d5. And guys, what is the point if I take here? Can you guys spot it? White to play.
Diwali dhamaka.
Giving everything. एक-एक करके. Insane. So they will spot it, no? Tushar is asking that is it possible that Guki goes in revenge mode now after this loss and starts focusing on freestyle, and then this can cause him losing form in normal chess?
It's a confusing time for everyone in the world of chess.
Yeah. Whether to
Yes,
focus
Bishop
on
H8,
freestyle or...
Tanmoy, Unni Krishnan, Deep Shah, Aaron. Well done, guys. Bishop H8. Yeah, you were saying, Harshit Bhai, it's tough for Gukesh in general to know whether to focus on.
My God.
So, Rook E8. I think the position is still a little bit hopeful, yeah?
But look at those two knights. Look at those two bishops.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
It's
there
a
will be a
dream
sad-
position. Especially for an
sad
attacking
idea.
but
player
you are
like
not winning
Amruta.
material.
Amruta would be jumping on her chair if she sees this position. No, Amruta, this is insane.
Two bishops, A1, B1, knight E5, F5, everybody on those F7, G7, H7. It's like
Can I go?
board exam के वक्त everyone is putting pressure. तुम पे वैसे
मुझे तो ये
वाला.
E4 move बहुत पसंद आया अमृता. Like engines don't like it, but I really, my point
What's
was,
the idea? Show me.
like my idea was कि if you ever take on E4, I will take knight takes D7, knight takes, and I basically took off the defender, and now bishop takes exactly.
But by D4,
Yeah,
of
very
course.
cool.
E4 looks
Of
really.
course. No,
You
he
will go
didn't play,
D4.
no?
Sorry,
He didn't play E4.
what did it? No, he's thinking.
He's thinking.
So E4, D4 को what's the plan, Harshit?
B4.
Maybe B4, like just open up the position completely.
You know which song comes to mind? खोलो खोलो दरवाजे पर्दे करो किनारे खूटी से बंदी है हवा मिलके छुड़ाओ सारे.
Did गाना तो पता नहीं है पर बहुत ही सुरी लगाया आपने.
अरे भाई पता नहीं आपको
ये भाई.
क्यों इस कदर हैरान तू
आमिर खान.
मैं मान तू.
That tune I've heard, but okay, E4 looks really powerful right now, trying to open up the position. And the reason why we are trying to open up the position is because Black's king is completely stuck on F8, lost the right to castle, and right now the bishop on A1 अगर game में आ गया तो game खत्म हो गया.
But Harshit bhai, if you were black and you had to, let's say you were trying to defend and वो mind में रहता ना, this is my only thing, only bet. ऐसा what would it be for black?
I would obviously want white to sacrifice something, because quite often I've seen a lot of upcoming players making this mistake that whenever they're strategically better, they still want to sacrifice and want to finish the game quickly. But right now, white just has strategically a completely dominating position, and he should just build up on that and try to play close. Like, there is no need to play something like knight h6 right now. No reason whatsoever to try to find a brilliancy and win the game. Just play slowly. Even if you just make a move like bishop b2, for example, your advantage is not going anywhere. So just build up on your advantage instead of quickly trying to finish the game off.
Makes sense. Okay. Let's quickly check if Vincent.
Good.
Oh
Yeah,
my God. Guys,
Yeah, he did it.
Vincent is +4.
It's over.
No,
It's
look
just
at it. Rook on h7. मतलब life में there is no door, there is no
So
window,
what if
there
I
is no
take
hope.
here?
knight c6. Oof.
Threatening
You
what?
don't even.
Threatening to
Knight
just
e7.
jail the bishop on b8.
To crush the
He's
soul.
never going to come out
But
ever
यार
in his
piece
life.
down भाई.
भाई ईशान पे मार रहा है भाई रानी.
अरे
अच्छा,
अरे
वो रानी.
अरे तू रानी कलर पहन के आया है इधर, तो रानी तो देखना चाहिए ना.
रानी कलर क्या है?
रानी सागर राजा.
ये रानी
song
कलर
क्या था
नहीं
भाई?
पता.
भाई ऐसा सॉन्ग मत गाओ भाई. भाई आप दोनों मिलके क्या कर रहे हो? रैगिंग कर रहे हो?
Not a good word.
Magnus versus MVL
Roasting.
looks
Complex, but
complicated.
it's not going to affect the standings that
Even,
much. Even. Actually, he's
B4
fighting.
also B4 found.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And you see, very smart. Nepo does not get tempted by knight takes h6 sacrifices. Even though, like, you know, one might want to spend some time trying to analyze if this works or not. He knows, he recognizes that he just needs to keep
Nepo has
things
played
under
2
control.
World Championship matches.
Yeah. Yeah.
He knows how to handle pressure.
Yeah. Wow.
Vincent, yeah, I mean, people were saying that yes, he'll try to go for a draw, just play solidly to try
Yeah.
and.
We met actually outside even Rustam, and he was saying like generally draws are possible in such scenarios, but Vincent has a champion's mindset.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter Leko definitely. I mean, what a pair, no, they are.
True.
By the way, what is happening in Pragg, Pragg versus Nodirbek?
Pragg is better.
Wow.
But Pragg's position is so weird. Actually, Pragg, I don't know how he created this position with black pieces. Incredible, yeah. Everyone is struggling with black, and Pragg is creating a win.
H3, what a classy move. What a classy move by Pragg. Knight H5 bhi dhunda yaar. If CB5, can I just show this variation? Knight takes F4 check. If you go King G3, Rook comes to H3. King takes F4, Queen takes F3, King E5, and the joy in life to do a mate with that bishop on B8, pawn to C5 is checkmate, Amruta.
Wow.
Beautiful.
What a beautiful checkmate.
भाई मेरे को रुगडीफाई करना था.
मजा आ रहा
हाँ
है
पर
देख
मुझे
के.
सबको गेम में मतलब इन्वॉल्व करना था यार. I love having every piece of mine involved in the game. But yes, that was a beautiful combo spotted by Pragg.
Amazing.
And he's completely winning now.
Pragg might win this.
Oh, yeah, Pragg has played amazingly actually this game, no?
Yeah.
It's such a pity sometimes you play some beautiful game, but yet you're not able to qualify.
No, but of course his opponent, he has played not so well in some other games. So, yeah, here, by the way, look at Gukesh.
Oh, G5.
This is the cry of desperation.
But it makes sense. I mean, his position was so strategically bad that he wants to change the character of the position. I mean, of course, his position is lost, but I completely understand where this move comes from. So now, if F takes G5, Rook takes G5, and suddenly he's going to be back in the game. So he's just hoping for something like this, you know.
Maybe Knight at 6 also possible.
But he's forcing White to think.
Yeah, what's the time situation?
4 minutes for Gukesh.
6 minutes for Nepo. So Nepo having a small lead on the clock.
Meanwhile, Vidit keeping a very pleasant edge in the position.
This is very, very typical.
This is very Vidit style.
Yeah.
He'll play A4, A5.
And he'll grind this position.
But
It will be insane that last game with it beat Fabi, and if this game he manages to, end it with a win.
Yeah,
it
also
will
3 minutes
help
up on the
him.
clock. So he's really putting pressure.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. What game do you want to go next?
I mean, from the
Look, the game is getting complicated.
Oh, guys,
what did
guys,
he play?
G5.
G5 was a very nice practical decision. ED5, Knight D5, he has some chance.
Bye. Ekdam excitement, huh?
I mean, the evaluation shifted by almost 2 points. So that's a big
With
change. Yeah, I
one
mean, G5 was a very nice practical
Do
decision.
you think that Gukesh can make a comeback here? And then
It's too early. Let's focus on this moment, Sagar. It's too early because he's still in troublesome situation, no?
Yes.
I mean, when you have a bad position, you need to make it better step by step. And already he's managed to make it complicated, which is a great sign. Let's see
Yeah.
what happens next. Okay, Vincent is winning completely, so we know that if Gukesh wins, he guarantees a tie break.
Mm-hmm.
But Vincent and them, like the game is going on. Matlab, they are not ending in a draw as we expected.
Yeah, no, he's completely
After
winning.
40
with the
moves.
Oh,
bishop.
bhai.
Why not with the knight? I mean, taking with the bishop felt logical, right? Keeping the knight, but now knight takes.
Bishop takes f6 is the most easiest. Rook f6, knight e3. Oh, knight e3 is not that good.
No, but bhai, what was the... Oh, he went queen h3 here.
The best move.
With 6.
Bhai, Nepo is too strong.
Why did Gukesh not take with the knight? Was there any particular reason that he didn't like something? And why it also looks so bad, like this position, but still, I mean, look at this. The rooks are attacking here, the knight is looking here, the bishop is looking here, the bishop is, I mean, he just took here queen h3, now this is hanging.
This is, I think, this is all over.
Right now, there's nothing literally you can do.
So we know who's going to qualify. We know it.
Vincent.
Fabi.
Oh, Fabi and Vincent both.
Both.
Oh.
Very tough.
Yeah, tough tournament for the rest of the three Indians, Gukesh, Pragg and Vidit, who obviously wanted to finish in top 8, but it's not an easy event, and they still have a lot to play for in the classical
games. It also
games.
leaves a question to like Gukesh's aim in freestyle chess. Yeah, like next event where it happens. Because being the world champion, he gets direct entry. But do you play it, not play it? These were the questions on my mind after Weisenhaus. He did choose it here to play. He did much better actually. He scored 3 wins here.
No, he did definitely improved his play, no, as people also in the chat observed, which is another thing. If you are improving with every tournament, that in itself is a good thing. Somewhere it should help your classical chess, I think. No?
I mean, it's just that he shouldn't take this as a psychological, like, he shouldn't feel psychologically be very upset by this performance and treat freestyle and classical completely separately. He shouldn't combine those two things, because if that happens, then playing freestyle might not be in the best interest, because it can affect his like psychological mood when playing classical chess against the same players.
Absolutely. And even the people like have to understand that it's two separate things.
Yeah, and guys, we are talking about the world chess champion right now, so let's not take anything away from him. I mean, having won 2 bad events does not mean anything. He's literally the world chess champion, Gukesh. So, I mean, it's we are honored and it's a pleasure to always see him on the board of chess, whether it be freestyle or whether it be classical. Wins and losses to hote rehte Sagar bhai. It's part of the game.
I agree. It's just this freestyle is so new, we are not able to wrap our mind around it.
Exactly. Even when we are commenting, very often we miss simple things because we are just not used to the patterns. It's very new patterns.
Not just about commenting. I'm just not finding it very tough to understand all that is going on the board, off the board. Where does this head, like, it's amazing, like this time it's very, very interesting. You don't know what's happening.
And we'll get a very good insight when Harshit plays Grenke. Then Harshit will play a normal, classical event again. And then Saturday.
Yeah, I mean, I already know this. Like, when you play this on the board, I mean, it's really difficult. I mean, there are so many complicated variations right from the beginning in freestyle compared to classical that we see even in the starting 5-6 moves at the highest level of chess, people are winning or losing.
Yeah.
So this just goes to show that, I mean, when players of my strength will play, there will be even more roller coaster swings in evaluations.
Let's see, bhai. Harshit bhai, we trust in you.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, I'm super excited to have the
Wait.
opportunity to play in
Also,
the.
classical chess is slightly different than rapid.
True, true.
Because having 90 minutes to think is... By the way, only move for Nepo is now knight g7, which he finds.
Yeah.
But then you're losing in
Yeah.
losing
You're
material,
losing an
no?
exchange now. And also, White's position is so solid. There's no chance.
No compensation, no, with the king on e8, with those two bishops who've never moved in their life but carry such a skill wherever they are contributing
Rockets.
intensely.
But what a nice last round. Everyone's still playing. No one agreed to a short draw. That's good to see.
Mm-hmm.
I think Vidit versus Arjun, which we thought would
Oh,
end in a draw. Suddenly, Vidit is now seriously better.
Yeah.
Also, he played aggressively, yeah, Vidit. We thought he
played
played
G4,
positionally
G5.
here, but he went on the other side here. G4, F5, E4,
G5.
उसके pawn रुक ही नहीं रहे.
भाई भाई.
Every move
क्वीन
has
E7 के
been
बाद
a
F6
pawn
भी हो
move.
जाएगा क्या?
every move a pawn move. Amruta, तुम्हारे
Yeah.
pawn pushing industries private limited.
Yeah.
अरे सागर भाई ने ऐसा जंप मारा.
क्या हुआ फिर?
ये गिर गया भाई. Headphone.
अच्छा.
Magnus will win this segment, yeah?
Yeah.
It
And
seems.
guys,
Or
the
Nepo won.
Nepo won. Gukesh lost.
Oh. So completely out. No chance over there. Pragg is winning. Vidit is, Pragg is clearly better. Vidit is clearly better, and Vidit playing with Arjun. So actually, Arjun, the kind of form he was
What? Why
in,
is Nepo there sitting by himself thinking? Acha, he gets up.
I think he's thinking about maybe World Championship. It's possible, yeah. Something in mind.
Oh, by the way, bishop f. Oh, this happened. Rook g7, knight g7, king e7, and bishop takes f6. Because if you take with the rook here,
Rook e1 and
rook e1 check. If bishop,
bishop
blocks,
e6, the queen on d7 hangs, and
with the check.
exactly. And if the king moved, then the rook on f6 was undefended, and that's why Gukesh decided to resign.
But it's a very difficult, no? Like the four players will play the classical all the games.
Yeah.
Like they have to play that.
By the way, Vincent is a rook up, completely winning. And now that Fabi knows Gukesh lost, I think he'll take a sigh of relief and be like, okay, oof, bhai, tie breaks nahi khelna hai.
Okay, let's look at Vidit Arjun because I think two
Or
Indians
Pragg,
and a very
Nodirbek,
interesting.
Amruta.
Yeah, both the games. Let's look at both. So C6 was the last
C6,
move.
and if you look at the material,
Two
3 pawns for white, 5 pawns for black, 2 pawns up. White has 2 bishops, however, which gives him some drawing chances, but I think that 2 pawns is too much. I think that Pragg should be able to win this. Let's say b takes c6, knight takes c6. Maybe rook c1 has some chances, yeah? If the knight moves, rook c8 check. Abdusattorov never making it easy for his opponents.
But you can go 97, no? For rook c1.
97 back,
Or
Amruta.
knight d4.
Nice suggestion there. Just protecting the square of c8. That's a very nice move. King f7 next, and maybe at some point even go bishop e5. Just centralize your pieces. Yeah. Instead, king f7 happened. Rook a1, trying to go rook a6.
a5.
a5, yeah. Just
So
making
Pragg
sure
is
rook a6.
actually doing very well.
Yeah.
Should we look at Vidit and Arjun?
Oh, bhai, Vidit is completely winning now.
Insane.
The h7 point is very, very weak. Now c5 is the last move, no? d5. Is it a mistake?
Amruta,
No, normal
we
d5
need to do some sort of a smothered idea.
Switcheroo.
Oh.
Switch the diagonal.
Switch the diagonal of the bishop. यहाँ पे blocked है इस diagonal पे. Let's go bishop a2, threaten knight f7
Crazy.
check. And this move will decide the game in white's
Wow.
favor, because if you take rook takes d4, We can go knight f7 check, king g8, and now many ways to win. Simplest could just be to go queen c2, get rid of this rook, rook takes, queen takes, and the next discovered check is going to win white a lot of material.
This is
dc5,
yeah,
bc5,
over.
1 minute
Bishop
for
A2
Vidit. Let's
is-
see if he finds it. He goes d5. Closes that diagonal. Arjun immediately pushes c4, trying to go queen c5 check and open the file for the rook on e8.
Arjun is very tricky. Yeah,
He's very tricky.
He
If you
can
don't,
escape.
yeah, if you don't finish him off on the opportunity that you've been given, he's going to fight back like a warrior.
True.
Can you not go rook h3 here?
Rook h3 is not threatening anything,
Knight
right?
it is knight h7, rook h7, king h7, f6.
Ooh, Amruta finding a very cool tactic.
Oh.
Knight takes h7 is a
But-
very nice idea. Rook h3 definitely something that Vidit can keep in his mind. Let's see what he plays. 50 seconds for him. The time advantage that he had has fizzled down to equal time right now.
Yeah. No, also rook h3 was a mistake for some reason. So
क्या करे? Rook h3.
वो क्यों नहीं अच्छा है पता नहीं, but natural moves like f6 को gf6 I don't like it. Knight e6 is not happening. Takes.
Actually, knight e6 looks tempting, but the problem is Amruta, knight takes, f takes, और ये जो rook है, it's on the file of the queen, and it's going to make it very difficult to. Oh, d6 played, queen f6.
Nice move by Vidit actually.
I'm a bit
Because
scared.
queen
yeah.
d at some
E4.
point. Oh,
Wow.
not now.
Wow, what is happening?
He
Queen
shifts
e5.
the knight.
I think Vidit only wants to push. He has been pushing
Queen
pawns.
g5.
17 seconds for him. Arjun is trying to put pressure on the clock now.
Yeah, it's getting very intense here.
And
But you can
Arjun,
go queen g5, no, and switch.
by the way,
switcher
if
with your
Arjun
queen.
wins, he's going to
F6,
be in top
F6.
4 and he can choose the
Mhm.
opponent he plays. So,
Wow.
I mean, even though it doesn't affect his qualification, from the standpoint of choosing his opponent, this is a big game. What to do now? I mean, your king is getting attacked. Bishop g4 looks tempting, but maybe fg7, king g7, and just rook g3, pinning the bishop on g4. This looks really, really tough. Bishop g4 played, however, by Arjun.
What, fg7 check you want to give or?
Rook g3 directly also is
Also
interesting
possible.
because
He takes.
take here, there's fg7, but he first takes.
Yeah, he takes and he'll go for rook g3.
Yeah, rook g-
Oh, he's considering to take with the queen. No, he takes with the king. Vidit has to go rook g3. I don't know why he's thinking. Rook g3 has to be played. Okay, he does it with 3 seconds on his clock. Bishop
my
on g4
God.
is hanging h5, perhaps.
He
Okay.
plays h5,
Rook
and I have a
f1
feeling
maybe?
that here anyone can blunder because it's all about nerves.
Yeah, knight f2 is not possible, guys. The rook on g3 is on pre.
Yeah, no, rook f1. I think it's
Rook
simplest,
f1,
no?
Amruta. Beautiful suggestion by you. Knight g6 played.
Can we take also rook d6 next?
Rook
Because if knight d6, we have queen takes g3.
Yes, but rook d6,
Rook
he will
f6.
take with
Rook
the
f6
queen.
go now.
And then you can't really
Even
take
knight f6
advantage of
is
that.
possible.
Rook c3. What a move.
What is this move?
What a move.
The way Vidit has shifted his pieces, knight from g5 to e4 and
Very
rook from, these are tough moves. He's
Oh,
playing
Vincent
really
won.
well.
Vincent won. Hikaru won against Richard Rapport. Those are the two results that we are getting. Magnus has also drawn his game.
Got it. But right now we'll look at this game.
We'll stick to this game. 40 seconds for Arjun. Rook f8 played. He's still fighting. And
And Pragg is winning, by the way.
yes, Pragg is winning, but Arjun is a warrior. I don't know if it is going to be. What's your prediction? Do you think Vidit will take this one home?
I doubt. Because
Yes,
I
he
think
will,
it's
no?
very tough to beat Arjun.
No,
Yeah.
I think he will. Because look at the black king. It is
Now rook c7 check is very important.
exposed like you were yesterday to the sun.
King h8.
Oh.
King h8, there is g3
at
somehow.
Oh.
This is a very tough move.
G3 tough
g3,
है,
if we move the knight, queen gets in.
I don't
But
think.
कुछ और? Anything else?
Everything is winning now.
Yeah, it's +6 position. You can't blunder from here though. If you
D7
do-
is the big blunder.
Yeah, d7,
Oh,
queen
is
takes
it?
c7. But with
Can you go
Four,
rook
three.
e7?
With
Rook
the
3-2.
e7.
Knight g3
Look,
played.
look.
No, this does allow some counterplay.
But it's not bad. It's not losing. Or it's not lost your advantage.
50
Well,
seconds for
Arjun-
Hey,
Arjun.
now rook h7 check is a big threat.
Yes,
no? King
rook
g8,
h7
queen
check is a
a2.
threat. Oh, Amruta, queen a2 was a nice spot.
No, queen a2, bishop e6 हो रहा है. नहीं, that doesn't work.
40 seconds for Arjun. कुछ तो करके he needs to complicate it. Knight h3 check perhaps could be a way to do it. Knight h3, knight g5, protecting the square on h7.
Yeah. What happens for gh3 by the way?
Queen takes g3. The roles
Arey.
the tables will turn there.
Alert,
Knight h3
alert.
check will really make it fun, Sagar bhai. Hoga kya?
Yeah, he
Knight
will.
h3,
He will
king
find
h2.
it.
Knight g5 and then I'm threatening h4, rook d8. Ah, no. This
No,
I
it's
feel
fine,
is
it's
too
fine.
like.
Maybe queen c2, yeah?
Oh,
Queen d3.
oh.
Oh, sorry, blunder.
What
Give a
happened?
check. Rook g7, rook g7.
1 second. 1 second. 1 second.
No,
Yeah.
he gave a check.
What about his time? What happened to his time? Oh my god.
f7, rook d6. He's back. Rook
Cha.
f7, blunder.
Oh my god.
Because the main point is queen f4 he wanted to take. But there's
But
check
rook-
and in the end you take
Oh
the
my
bishop.
god.
Yeah? So, Ajubai is back.
Insane, yeah. Harshit was always predicting that though.
But
But
this
I
is,
always thought.
it is like
Oh my god. I mean, even
rook d1.
black,
No,
rook
black
d1
might
check.
win this. But this is normal when you face Arjun. Yeah, he's very tricky and also Vidit misses many winning positions. So it's like we also saw this in Chennai Grandmasters this in 2024.
But right now, obviously, after
Pressure,
7 losses,
pressure.
it is not easy to keep the nerves.
Tense
But
to-
he's
Only
trying.
12 seconds on the clock. It's hard to.
Hey, don't shift right now, Sagar. Because
Yeah, we have to stay here.
oh, even
Yeah, I'm
Pragg
Oh my
is-
god, what?
Pragg is no winning. Is not winning.
Oh, but Arjun is winning now.
Arjun is winning. Wow. So rook d1. He had
has
to
to go rook f1.
f1. He went king f2, queen d4, king g3, and now it's over.
Maybe he'll just make a draw. Or...
No. He will
How
win.
is
he
it
will.
over?
Pragg will.
How?
Arjun will not draw this.
Because winning can get him top 4. Yeah, it's a
Yeah.
big
Yeah, but
difference
what
that
do
he
you
can
play
choose the
here?
opponent.
The winning
No, what
move
do
is
you play?
bishop e6.
Actually, many
somehow.
moves are winning. Yeah, like suddenly the tables have
Acha.
turned completely. Yeah, Amruta, it was completely crushing for white.
Because look at the king on h8 now. No piece is now attacking that.
He went
Everything is
E3.
controlled.
Queen e3 he
Queen
goes.
b2 check. एक check मिलना है बस.
30
King
seconds for
h2.
Vidit.
टाइम ही नहीं है वो चेक के लिए. King h2, queen g1, king g3, h4, king
No,
g4,
Arjun is too tricky, Sagar bhai.
Yeah.
In this time control,
95.
he's too dangerous. And he doesn't even go for the
And
draw.
then knight f7.
This just goes
h4,
to show
king
the
g4,
fighting
95.
spirit he has, yeah? Incredible.
अच्छा.
Oh, queen
Queen
f2. If you go king h2,
Much
queen
better.
h4 is checkmate.
True. But queen f2 now. Oh, but then rook b1. Your
Yeah.
piece down. Just over.
Hmm.
Twelve seconds left. Vidit needs to make a move. He's thinking whether to block with the queen, the rook, or move the king.
He blocks with the rook.
And
And
now,
now you
he's
can
take.
just take the bishop. Yeah, because queen c8 is not also no check for white. Because c8 is controlled by the bishop. c3 is controlled by the queen. Fantastic.
b2.
Over.
b2 also by
I
the
think
rook.
Vidit might just resign.
Yeah. No, Arjun is just he's-
Monster.
Yeah.
h4 check. Look at this move. h4, king g4, check, and you lose the queen. It's too tough.
yeah.
No, I
And
never thought it would turn around. Like, okay, you can expect something like equality at some point, but
He's going to win another piece.
yeah, no, I mean, but the decision of not making a draw and going for a win by Arjun has to, like, we have to commend that decision because,
No, but that's Arjun is just like that. Yeah.
yeah,
He's
he's
waiting for
ruthless.
his chance.
Yeah,
I'm not surprised by the trajectory of this game because it's like Vidit played really well,
Mhm.
then made like blunders.
one
Yeah.
move, no, one move. But rook f7 was not even a direct blunder. It was a little.
Yeah.
story is not about only of this game, no? Yeah, it is started since
Yeah, and
yesterday,
I mean,
so
it's
it
not
kind
about
of
like bias towards Vidit or bias towards Arjun. It's just the
yeah.
way the which the tables turned from White being completely winning. So like you kind of were expecting, yeah, and now Arjun wins. I mean, what a crazy turnaround it was for Arjun in this game. They are trying to analyze this game, but of course, very very tough for Vidit to not win this position. Arjun, however, will get the luxury of choosing his opponent. Um,
I think
in
Arjun has finished in third, maybe here after Magnus and Nepo. I think.
So it's like Magnus gets to choose first, then Nepo, then Arjun. If
Arjun
he's
is on
third.
+2.
Oh,
Yeah,
Nodirbek.
very, very
We have to
heartbreaking
check
for
what
Vidit
happened with
though.
Nodirbek and Pragg.
Yeah.
Yeah, let's go there because Pragg is better and they are both having 37 seconds.
Ooh, very complicated. Still 2 pawns up for Pragg. 20 seconds for Nodirbek. Obviously doesn't want to finish the tournament on a loss. Pragg, on the other hand, wants to make sure that he converts this 2-point advantage.
MVL is finished third. So if Abdusattorov loses here, then maybe he and Arjun will finish fourth. Same points. We saw some two good games. No, one was by Nodirbek, the other one was by Magnus.
Magnus, yeah, the queen and rook sacrifice.
Is somebody there?
Can we get one
But
of
you
the
know, the
players here?
interesting thing
We
is
can
that
ask Nepo maybe, no?
Yeah, to show his game. Yeah.
Which one?
This game against
Gukesh.
Gukesh.
Yeah. We can ask him like
that
how
one
he
was one.
I
that
don't know.
one
Yeah,
was
I'm not
that
so.
one
I'm a bit
more
afraid to ask
problem, no?
Nepo.
I'll ask him. We'll see while this game goes on.
How
Pragg
much as a defender with white, Harshit, you would think that this is there will be chances here.
There will be chances for white.
No,
I
no,
don't
what
know.
do you
Yeah,
think
like
as white?
2 pawns
You
is
were
too
white.
much. I feel. I mean, I would love to go into an opposite color endgame somehow, where I would feel that I have some chances. But 2 pawns, connected pawns, I am not sure if I would be confident about my chances
But
in
double
this
bishop
position.
will not like give you any hope, yeah?
Yeah, it does. I mean, like if it was not double bishop, I mean, we wouldn't even be discussing right now. But since white has 2 bishops, it gives him some chances to draw. White, I mean, black obviously wants to get e4, e3 at some point, Amrita. That will be the key. Ye e4 pawn ka agar if it joins the attack, that's going to be the final piece in the jigsaw puzzle to convert this into a victory.
And you have prepared for Grenke, like freestyle, yeah, Harshit?
It's
Like, have
very
you
hard.
prepared?
It's very hard, Amruta. Like I'm trying to see like some patterns and like from all these top players, but even from these games, like just think about it.
Yeah.
Like top players are like losing in 5 moves, getting losing positions in 6 moves. So it's very hard to prepare.
True, true. Experience is more important, I think, in someone's there.
Yeah, you can see.
I bought this thing here.
It's Stream Deck.
Yeah, but I stopped streaming the moment I bought it.
Guys, we have Yan here who has played a fantastic tournament in the round robin format, finishing second. I think
first.
First,
Yeah.
joint first, right? Same points.
Yeah, but I think maybe some
Better
better
tiebreak.
I'm not sure though.
Amazing. It's just incredible. And this is the final game going on. I think Pragg might beat Nodirbek.
Yeah, Pragg has very good technique. I mean, like Nodirbek is super resourceful, but here is not the type of position you can have so many tricks. Yeah, like it's Pragg who has knights. So I somehow would expect Pragg to convert it. Like it shouldn't be impossible task. But okay, anyway, let's see.
Right. And Jan, your first over the board Grand Slam here. How was it like? You looked as if there were no, there was no newness. You played very smoothly.
Well, yesterday was very, very shaky day because some of the games were just like literally bad, and I was lucky not to lose more than one. I mean, the game against Pragg, okay, which I eventually lost. But I was also losing, I think, pretty much, okay, surely against Caruana and against Nodirbek as well. But I also managed to, swindle Hikaru, yeah, so it was very, very shaky day, but I ended up on +2. I mean, normally you want to score about 50% in this tournament to maintain, like, this top 8. So this format with play-in is, I mean, the strategy is easy to determine, yeah, like, just score more than X points, yeah, like, not to get eliminated. So that's a trick, yeah. So technically, okay, Pragg is winning, yeah. King D1 or D3, I guess, yeah, or something.
Yeah, totally.
I already forgot what was the question.
Yeah, no, I mean, you played quite
yesterday was quite
smoothly.
today was a good day, but I had like also 3 whites, and somehow like I was like quite lucky with opening in all 3 white games. So I mean, like basically, I mean, some games were shorter, some games were longer, but technically, I think by move 7 or 10, I think it would be nearly the decisive advantage in all these 3 games. 3 white games, and with black, I mean, it's a pity. I saw like good chance against Magnus, but I wasn't sure like in the time scramble. I couldn't evaluate it correctly, so it like in perfect world it would be like 5 out of 5, but I shouldn't once again. It doesn't really matter how many points do I score, like as long as I qualify.
You can also now choose your opponent, because if you come first, that's a small edge, right? Because you can choose the person you want to play against.
Yeah, that's correct, but in a way, all players are very, very strong, and I mean, like, all opponents are quite formidable, yeah, and also we have to take into account that it's not like Blitz, yeah, like, it's not Blitz, not Rapid, like, okay, this format 10+10 is slightly faster Rapid, and people also cannot blitz out the opening, yeah, so they start thinking and wasting time starting with move 1. Yeah. So that's a big difference. But when I speak about classical, of course, this is a whole different story, and well, I mean, I'm not sure, so perhaps like when I speak about Rapid and Blitz, we expect Hikaru to be like quite an unpleasant opponent, but let's say if we speak about like classical, I mean, of course, he's also very strong, but for example, I think, as far as I remember, like at the previous leg in White House, Firuja picked Vincent.
Yes.
And
Sindaro chose Hikaru.
Yeah, Sindaro chose Hikaru. Okay, just both like has quite some sense, yeah, but like picking Vincent also like looked like a normal based on the his results, at least in Rapid. But okay, it turned out that Vincent won the whole thing, so who knows? Of course, it. Ending like on the 4th place would be better, like, in terms of no responsibility. Let others decide.
True, that's very true. We want you to show us a bit about your game with Gukesh. We saw your analysis session. You were analyzing right until the very end with MVL. Was it like these analysis sessions, are they helpful, or sometimes they mislead you? What do you feel?
With white, it's always helpful. With black, it's normally misleading. And I would say that overall, yesterday, I mean, without any criticizing, yeah. But let's say yesterday, at some point, like when my color was repeated, like I played second black with Fabiano, I had the chance to analyze with like other guys. Like normally, it would be like Fabiano, MVL, and so on, yeah. And like I wasn't quite satisfied. Like it was nice analysis, despite like sometimes I wouldn't do so well in opening. And then it was like. I mean, completely senseless 10 minutes. For some reason, I don't know, maybe like, okay. The funniest thing that was Gukesh analyzing together with Hikaru and ended up like playing against him like 2 minutes later.
Oh, yes. He
it
had
was,
double color and he actually went there, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, okay, it was like, I didn't even know like they're playing each other, but okay, it was a nice detail. So, and maybe partially because of this, okay, I quickly got into trouble with Fabiano because, okay, we didn't consider the C4, C6, D5, C5 idea, which is very poisonous. Yeah, but it really matters who you analyze with, and maybe, Richie, who would try to think only by himself, in most cases, I think he's. I'm not sure if he was like attending all these, all those meetings.
But do you think Richard is pretty good?
Richard is of course pretty good, but yesterday's was very tough for him. Yeah, like it was rough day, like 1 out of 6, and nearly no chances for comeback. And he almost pulled it, but couldn't make it eventually.
And today, actually, I just briefly saw, were you one of the only ones who found this idea with going d4, b3, and c4? Because you really wanted to get these, like, hanging pawn kind of a structure, right?
No. I mean, the problem, like, as I see it, that, here, let's say, if you start, like, with c4, it's super easy for black, like, just to mimic moves, because it's, like, in chess, like, e4, e5, like, d4, d5, and everything, And here, comes just before, which is probably nice, but before is a little bit also committing something, So then you try to seek for the move, which somehow creates some problem in case the guy wants to mimic, So let's say d5, and here like c4 wouldn't be so nice, but b3 is nice because if you go c5, all right, I get like two bishops, and you spend the full tempo for developing your queen, and after b6, the idea was c4, and let's say after c4, it's already not so easy to react,
Because if DC, BC, C5, you get D5, which is
correct. So of course C5 is critical. Like Hikaru even plays like D4, D5, C4, C5 right now. But this is somehow because of the pin, it should be better for white. Sometimes it should be better on maybe like E4, knight E3. I don't know. Somehow it's hanging. It doesn't seem to be solid structure. And once he played E6, I think it's already a bit. C5 was the move. Actually we discussed, but I forgot to play it. So I played like whatever, like knight F3. But I mean. I think like it's obvious that like it's slightly better for white anyway because I played knight g3 than either castle or h4. So what he did like knight f6, knight g3.
Did you understand here immediately that knight d7 is a blunder?
No, knight d7 is awful. I mean, my knight is heading to f5 because knight d7 I think is lost, already. Because if he takes if he takes with the piece,
E4.
I play e4 and d5 and whatever. It's like, I mean, all my pieces are attacking. I mean, this is just. I mean. It's hard to suggest anything for him. I'm not sure if I was...
Now it's almost winning. Like it was incredible how it
has to be.
But there was one moment where we didn't understand it. Why the evaluation dropped? This was amazing play by you.
B4 was
okay.
E4 here. This knight d5 it showed, and it looked so dodgy.
95.
But
95 I completely missed. Queen h3 should have been played, but I mean, somehow I was wondering about this line. I wanted this to happen on queen j, whatever. I mean, it looked like so nice, Those lines were so fun, but whatever. Takes and bishop g7, I guess, in the end.
Oh, wow.
You don't even...
No, wait, knight d6, he takes on d6, Yeah, so maybe something else, Bishop g7, king f7, knight d6 is not a fork, he just gets my knight. Knight d5. I mean, anyway, white is, pushing, but, it would be, I mean, it still looks...
very good.
Very ugly, but instead of +5, it's +1, which is probably a bad sign.
And then this was just over. Queen h3 was very accurate.
I thought maybe h5, to try to hang on for a bit more, I wasn't sure, how they convert. I mean, takes, and maybe bishop e4, something like this. No, but I mean, look at the positions. I mean, with king on f8, it doesn't look like it's good, I mean, I wasn't sure, here, maybe I can do something else, but e4, capturing, basically whatever he does, he got the wrong castle, king on f8, broken g8, I don't think it's too good for black.
Fantastic. Well, Jan, this was a great first 2 days for you, and I think based on our standings here which have come out, you are right, you finished on the top as with the best tie break, and you have to choose from Abdusattorov, Hikaru, Vincent or Fabi. It's a tricky choice,
I mean, normally, despite Vincent won the previous event, I think this or that way he's I think objectively the weakest player for now, at least the classical weakest in classical.
Yes.
But it doesn't necessarily mean that I have to pick him, because once again, if it would be Blitz, it would probably be not Hikaru. And Nodirbek is quite good, I think. And I'm not sure if he's as sharp in in classical. I mean, because some of his strong qualities, like he's super tactical, and his style is super annoying, especially when he's low, like you both are low on time. So actually, I wouldn't expect Nodirbek to be, because he was leading through all the tournament. I wouldn't expect him to be on in second four. Yeah, like so. Well, I surely consider, but hopefully I will still.
Very interesting.
Before this, I will still have a snack. Yeah.
Yes. We will. I'll be looking forward to your choice. Before we let you go, one final question: do you think this format of freestyle chess is totally different from standard chess, or you think that there are a lot of common things? What is your take on overall?
No, like the biggest difference is that you first of all you have no opening preparation whatsoever. I mean, you can only rely on some general concepts, and that's what I'm like trying to do. And I'm not sure I'm that quite good at this, but so far it worked more or less fine, especially with white. With black it was like a bit shaky. And I have no idea what was gonna happen in classical, because it's like it will be a whole new experience for me. I never played. I think like I played with 25 minutes time control. Yeah, like a couple of world championships in this 960. Well, and also, like the intuition, the feeling. How should you what's the correct way to set up the pieces? I mean, it also matters quite a bit. Yeah. So, but for example, let's say. Some people, they say that they're very dependent on the opening preparation, but sometimes you can. And I'm thinking not only about myself, yeah, but it's not necessarily will ruin your game in freestyle, yeah. So, I mean, it's quite a raw game, yeah, So it's not so many games played, and it's a bit like too early to draw some conclusions. Though I guess if someone would come up with a big plan, big idea to solve this chess. Of course, it would take more than than regular classical chess, but I think creating more or less sensible opening theory in every position, like in terms of not lines but ideas, is more than realistic.
It's realistic, you think?
No, not like concrete lines, but ideas.
But it might take a couple of years, I guess. No.
Yeah, I think 1 year with modern engines and a team of enthusiasts. It will be. I think it could be done within a year. I mean, even less technically.
Wow.
So let's say, you just check every position. It's not so much, yeah. It's 59 positions, yeah. And basically you need to spend 1-2 hours in every position, yeah, to check which setup is most healthy for white and for black respectively. I mean, once again, if someone has extra whatever. 2,000 hours. Yeah. So, for example, I have more than 6 hours, 6,000 hours spent in Dota. Yeah, so imagine, yeah. Imagine.
But here there's good prize money and also some motivation, and if it starts growing, maybe
now it's a bit too late to analyze all the positions. Yeah, but of course,
not here. I'm saying in general, the freestyle, if it grows,
of course,
there will be some motivation for people to do this.
No, definitely some some theory or general principles will appear quite soon, I think, and also surely there will be some courses and so on. But in case if the game will grow, and which I surely hope for.
Yes. Thank you, Jan, for your time, and good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, sure. Thank you.
Guys, that was Jan Nepomniachtchi joining us after winning the. थोड़ा hang हो रहा है, पता नहीं. Maybe also got tired. पूरा.
नहीं, but the sun was coming at him. You should have switched ना थोड़ा सा.
अच्छा. Oh, sorry.
He was all very bright.
I'm sorry.
But he was, I think he was fine with it.
Yeah, but I think he was very excited. He played a fantastic event. He finished first overall, and now he gets to choose his opponent, and very excited.
Actually, it's a wonderful guest we had, right?
Yeah,
a winner of the
event, and it was very nice. He also said a few things about what he thinks about the format. So it was a very nice.
Actually, also I wanted to get his thoughts on this format, because we have had kind of differing
opinions.
viewpoints.
Yep.
Some have said that it's totally a different game. Some have said like those who are good at classical chess are also good at this. Very difficult to say, yeah, who's right, who's not right.
Yeah, definitely. And finally, just to tell everyone who qualified and who will be playing tomorrow, Magnus.
Yeah, I'll just show the standings.
Yes.
Amruta, sorry, somehow that scene, everything is hanging, so I changed to this scene.
Oh, I don't have a problem. Stop saying sorry.
Yeah, stop saying sorry. What the hell?
Sorry, not sorry.
Sorry sorry that I said sorry.
It's a nice. No, what is hanging? You want to switch off the ye
No,
kya
like when we
sharing?
had the host and the Zoom, like it
That
was buffering.
scene
Yeah.
was kind of getting sticky, or maybe it's a problem with our.
Because you know it अभी बहुत heat हुआ रहेगा because of the sunlight. It's
हाँ,
very
थक गया
warm, so
रहेगा
it
वो।
will yeah it
हो
will.
गया
Laptop भी
भाई।
थक गया भाई।
So you can switch off my this thing if you want,
No,
and then
it's
you can
fine.
if it helps.
I'm just showing
that will
the
help you.
standings to our viewers, and there you see, guys.
Nep-
Yan Nepo.
Magnus on the second place. Very, very nice event for him as well. Vashir getting the third place. Arjun got the
Ajju
fourth place.
bhai, let's go.
Let's go, Ajju bhai. Only Indian to
Oh,
qualify.
well done.
Ajju OP in the chat once, and final time for today. Nodirbek finishing 5th. Hikaru 6th. Vincent winning that beautiful game against Fabi, finishing 7th. Fabi 8th. And then the rest of the players, Pragg, Rapport, Gukesh and Vidit finishing 9th, 10th, 11th and
So the
12th.
match is between Gukesh and Vidit tomorrow.
Yeah.
And Pragg and Rapport. That is for
It's
sure.
like an Indian championship, no? Almost.
Yeah,
in a
Indian
way, that-
championship, and then Pragg and Rapport. So we will see the winner of Gukesh and Vidit take on the winner of Pragg and Rapport. So if Pragg beats Rapport, he might even face Vidit or Gukesh.
Yeah.
Which is very interesting, yeah.
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 It might be Pragg, Gukesh there. So bottom 4 might be interesting there. Or Pragg with it. And then Nepo said something very interesting. Whom to choose is the question. And he said Vincent. I am doubtful. I think he might still choose Vincent because Nodirbek, Nakmaura and Caruana are all quite strong players.
Yeah. I mean,
But even Vincent won the last.
Yeah, exactly.
tournament,
I'm
so-
a very tough choice for.
But I think Nepo has played many times with Naka, right? In that sense, Naka and Caruana, Nepo has played quite a lot.
Yeah.
So then he might think of Nodirbek and Vincent. They are youngsters.
Yeah, this will be a tough decision here. What will happen? But I think Amruta, we will take your leave. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you all, and thank you,
Great.
Harshit bhai,
thank you, Sagar
for
bhai.
this
You
amazing
are doing
commentary.
amazing.
I am actually going now to cover this drawing of lots, like who will will take up whom. So I will take your leave.
कहाँ जा रहे हो? मतलब अलग
Main
अलग
hotel.
कहीं?
Yeah.
हाँ, main hotel में होगा ये.
Oh, how do you travel?
इधर बोल्ट से टैक्सी करके
Got it. ठीक है.
या कोई और भी. हाँ, देखते हैं. ठीक है. Thank you guys.
Thank you, Amruta. Thank you,
Thank
chat.
you,
Thank you, Sagar bhai.
Harshit.
Bye
मजा
bye.
करेंगे कल.
Yes.
कल से क्लासिकल गेम है, so it's going to be a little calm.
हो रहा है. सब थक गए हैं. पूरा कंप्यूटर गरम तो बिल्कुल नहीं हुआ है. बाय.
Bye. Oh, भाई ड्राइंग ऑफ लॉट्स है क्या अभी?